Chapter 31. My boss will hear of it. And once he does, you won't be able to get out of the consequences. The bald thug growled, his spit dripping out of the corner of his mouth. His eyes, small and beady, were filled with hatred. You dare go against him by beating his subordinate. You will pay with your life. Your life ends here. Your whole family will die. A sudden slap cracked through the room like a thunderclap. Chen Ren's hand recoiled from the strike, his dark eyes narrowing as he stared down at his captive. You talk too much for a prisoner, you know, he said. The room was small, shrouded in deep shadow with only a wavering lamp. The air hung thick, heavy with the metallic tang of rust and the sour tang of sweat. The bald thug sat hunched, chained tight. His muscles strained against restraints that clinked with every shallow breath. Next to him, Jer remained motionless, head lolling, still submerged in unconsciousness, the cold iron sigils along the chains pressing deep against their scorched flesh. Chenren's gaze swept over them. He had made no mistakes. These were cultivators, after all. One lapse would cost him dearly, and so the chains had been tighter. They had weighed the option of involving the city guards, but knew their bureaucratic sluggishness and corruption all too well. A report had been made of the attack, but they hadn't mentioned the fact that these two were captured by him. True to form, the guards responded with predictable ineptitude, increasing patrols around Market Street and stationing themselves around the perfume shop at the heart of this tangled plot. But to Chen Ren, it was little more than a sideshow, a pretense to keep up appearances. His plan was already in motion, and the bald thug before him, sneering broken, lipped was an important part that would soon make his plans come true. Or so he hoped. Chen Ren squinted as he leaned forward. Can't you just give me the location of your boss? I just want to meet him. I'm sure he'll be happy to see me. And maybe you could tell me which of the Baihu Association's dogs decided to meddle with my perfume shop. The bald thug's mouth twisted into a sneer. I will never say any. A sharp slap cut through the dim silence. The thug's head snapped to the side, his words dissolving into a choked grunt. I will slap you every time you say something I don't want to hear, Chen Ren said, his eyes narrowing at him. The prisoner glared back, eyes brimming with hatred, teeth bared. Chen Ren felt the tension between them growing with every second. Without warning, he slapped the ladder again, the suddenness jolting the thug out of his snarl. Why did you slap me again? The thug spat. I didn't like your face, Chen Ren replied, deadpan, before his lips twitched in the ghost of a smirk. And so it went. Each question was met with silence or rebellion, each resistance with another slap. The oil lamp sputtered as Chen Ren's hand met the thug's bruised cheek over and over. Time crept by, and the minutes turned into half an hour. The thug's face, once ruddy, became swollen and mottled with angry welts. It was almost funny. The temptation to shatter the thug's annoying arrogance with a show of true power begged him, but he held back. If he was about to let his inner demon win, this scumbag wouldn't survive, not in this state. He needed him alive, for now. You're really loyal. Chen Ren's eyes narrowed as he studied the man's face. A small smile crept to his face. At least your boss knows how to pick up his lackeys. The bald man spat on the ground. His spit was mixed with blood. His eyes came up to face Chen Ren, the outer corner of his lips curling. Fuck you! Chen Ren's smile never wavered. I don't fuck with men and seeing your ugly face. I doubt even woman would, he said, turning towards the door. Either way, enjoy your time here in the darkness. I will come to meet you two later, and maybe then you will be in the mood to speak. Moving past the two thugs, he closed the heavy door with a loud thud, the sound of a final farewell to the captives. He gave the building one last look before he turned, taking a few steps away. It was one of the warehouses the Tang clan owned, one that was used for one of their businesses, but once it had failed, the warehouse had been kept empty. He walked for a minute away from the warehouse and entered an alley, only stopping when a sudden voice pierced the stillness. Did he say anything? It was Yalen. She spoke aloud since it was just the two of them. Chen Ren didn't answer right away. His gaze drifted toward the shadows where she stood, her feline eyes glowing faintly in the dark. Her lithe form barely made a sound as she moved closer. No, he's pretty tenacious, Chen Ren finally replied. Yalan's tail flicked in the air, her whiskers twitching. Maybe it is a Chi oath. I wouldn't be surprised if it were. Chen Ren hummed at that. Maybe, but we'll get our answers soon enough, he frowned. Suddenly, his mind started rethinking everything. For what reason? He didn't know. You're sure it will work, right? I have no reason to lie to you, she said while licking her paws. Your plan has a lot of variables, but it should work if you can lie as well as you do every time. Chen Ren feigned offense while touching his chest as if he was hurt. It's called stretching the truth. But before he could continue, Yelin cut him off with a swipe of her tail, her gaze never leaving the warehouse. Just keep watching the warehouse. She purred, the words like a command. If we're lucky, he'll try to get out in the next hour. With a knowing smirk, Chen Ren followed her gaze, the cold wind tousling his hair as they both waited. The hours stretched out, and the evening sun dipped under the horizon. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Guozhang didn't have an easy life. He hadn't been born into a family of great cultivators, and in his younger years, he had lived an ordinary life. But fate had twisted his path when he had been found to have spirit roots and an emerging sect had taken him in. The sect promised to hone his potential, but all it had truly done was push him toward an existence of hardship. Rather than rising through the ranks and becoming immortal, Guozhang's talent proved to be insufficient. His cultivation stagnated, and he found himself trapped in a cycle of disappointment. Determined not to be ordinary, he had sought out obscure techniques and forbidden manuals, hoping that they would give him the edge he needed. But those techniques came at a cost. His hair had fallen out in clumps, leaving him bald. The teasing started soon after. Baldy, they called him. And the name stuck, a constant reminder of his failure. He despised it with every fiber of his being, but it also stoked the fires of his fury. One fateful day, after years of torment, he had killed the fellow disciple who dared to mock him. It wasn't long before he was cast out of his sect. An outcast among outcasts. Guozhang had wandered for a time, unsure of where to go. His plan had been to join the Soaring Sword sect, to seek out a place where his talents might finally be nurtured. But that plan fell apart when his path crossed with the Blood Snakes in Cloud Mist City. It wasn't the righteous path he had once dreamed of. It wasn't the life of a cultivator. But it was something more a life where strength, ruthlessness, and ambition ruled. A life where he could thrive without the restrictions of sex or laws. Soon, he had joined the Blood Snakes, a notorious gang, and quickly rose through the ranks. His status as a cultivator was a useful tool in gaining power. But with power came enemies, and Guozhang had made his share. Yet every enemy that had crossed him had eventually tasted his wrath. He was a man driven by vengeance and fury, and no one who crossed him ever got away unscathed. And as he sat caged in the empty warehouse, he swore that Shenren would have the same fate. Of all the people Guozhang had clashed with, this one had been the worst. Chen Ren had burned him with scorching oil, chained him like an animal, and slapped him repeatedly to the point his face had swollen. The humiliation had been unbearable. The fury that had grown inside him burned hotter than ever, and it seemed like no amount of time could cool it. But he knew he couldn't be hasty. He bided his time long after Chen Ren had left. The young master had made a mistake. He had failed to trap Guozhang in chi chains meant for cultivators. And now he had his chance. He waited in the dim shadows of the warehouse, listening carefully as he counted the minutes that passed. Chen Ren had moved away, likely thinking that he had left him to rot. But Guozhang was no fool. His time would come. He could feel the pulse of his own chi, still steady despite the weariness of his body. His wrists ached, and his limbs felt like they might give out. But his determination was stronger. With a swift motion, he focused his energy on his wrists and broke the chains that bound him. The chains fell with a sharp clang to the floor, their hollow echo ringing through the silence. Pain shot through him as he slowly stood, but he didn't falter. He gritted his teeth and moved forward, the world spinning slightly around him. The rage coursed through his veins, and his mind was set. He would have his revenge on Chenren, and when he escaped this place, he would make sure that the young master would regret ever crossing him. In the depths of the darkness, he made up his mind. The game was far from over, and Chenren made a dangerous enemy. I will make sure to show him that. He spat the blood in his mouth on the floor, Guo Zhang's eyes then went to Zhe, still unconscious and sprawled on the cold stone floor. He had nothing against the man, but he had no use of him right now. Perhaps later he would come back to rescue him. Guo Zhang's focus shifted quickly as he leaned against a stack of crates, peering cautiously through a crack in the window. The street outside was empty for the moment. No one in sight. His breath caught in his chest for a brief moment before he used crates to propel himself up before opening the window hole. He took another look outside and then slipped out, moving swiftly but carefully, his steps silent against the ground. He kept his senses sharp as he moved through the alleyways, keeping to the shadows, his body still aching from the earlier treatment. The faint twitch of his muscles throbbed within him, keeping him on his feet, though every movement felt like a weight he was pushing against. But there was no time for weakness. He had a plan, and his goal was clear revenge. As he neared the crowded street, Guozhang blended into the chaos. The noise of vendors hawking their wares, the raucous laughter of drunks, and the chatter of people moving about all enveloped him. He was no longer just a bald man on the run. He was part of the pulse of the city, a shadow among many. His presence melted into the crowd, though his pace was the same. His eyes flicked left and right, knowing he should always be on alert. After weaving through several winding streets, he reached the slums of the city, a place no one dared tread unless they had business there. Its alleys were mostly empty, and the few passerby only gave him a glance before continuing on their way. After a few minutes, he reached the middle of the slums and approached a restaurant, its sign barely hanging above the entrance. 2 guards stood in front of it, their bored expressions turning to suspicion as they eyed him. "Beggars aren't allowed here," one of the guards said dismissively. Guozhang's lips curled into a dark smile, his eyes glinting with malice. "Stupid bastards," he spat. "I'm Guozhang. Now let me in." He paused and spat on the floor. "If you don't want to die quickly, you'd better let me meet the boss." The guards froze at the mention of his name, their eyes widening with recognition. They both paled, realizing just who they were dealing with. "Sorry, we didn't recognize you," one of them stammered. Stepping aside, Guozhang gave them no more attention than they deserved, striding past them without a second glance. He muttered under his breath, the rage bubbling up inside him again. "Chenren! Once I get better, I'm going to kill you for this humiliation." He walked through the door, the calm interior of the restaurant offering little warmth, but he didn't care. He was already planning his next move. What Guozhang didn't realize, though, was that a pair of eyes had never stopped watching him. He'd been so focused on his escape, so consumed by his thirst for revenge, that he hadn't noticed the shadow slipping in behind him, trailing his every move. The door closed behind him. Asterisk. Tang Yuqiu glanced at Chen Ren, her brow furrowed in concern. "Do you really think it would work? Just you going and having a talk with him?" she asked. Chen Ren met her gaze, knowing she was worried about what was about to happen. "Well, we would also be creating a scene, making sure they take me seriously," he replied as a matter of fact. "But from what I know, there are very few cultivators in there, other than Yuquang. The others, I can handle." He turned his attention briefly toward the restaurant building where Yalin had trailed Guozhang, the faint glint of the cat's form vanishing into the shadows outside. His eyes flicked back to the concerned faces of Yuqiu and Shulan, the former's brows knit in worry. Chen Ren hadn't shared the full scope of his plan with them. Yalin was hidden from their sight for a reason some trump cards were best kept close to the chest, even among allies. It wasn't that he didn't trust them, but certain moves required discretion. They were obviously concerned about him due to thinking that he would be risking his life against a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. But he kept his mouth shut. Around them, a half-dozen guards from the Tang clan stood straight. They were mortal men, but their purpose was clear: to ensure Chen Ren had room to move toward the inner sanctum of the restaurant, where the boss Yu Kuang waited. If anything went wrong, these men would keep the path clear long enough for Chen Ren to act. But for now, he needed to deal with the guards at the front of the restaurant. Chen Ren nodded at the men, then turned to his female companions. "Just stay here. I'll be out of the place in an hour. Don't worry too much. I'll handle it all." "Not like I am going, and don't forget, I am from the Chen clan. A mere gang can't stand against them, So if Yu Kwang tries to do anything, I will throw my clan name around." The guards nodded in unison, while Yu Chu and Shulan exchanged a brief glance. Despite their concern, they trusted him. They had no choice but to. And so, Chen Ren stepped forward, moving toward the restaurant entrance with light steps. The moment he approached, the guards at the door stepped in his way, their faces tense. "The restaurant is closed," one of them said curtly, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Chen Ren didn't break his stride. His eyes narrowed as he stared them down. "I saw people entering here a while back," he said, his voice cold. "They are authorized to enter. You aren't." Chen Ren's lips curled into a faint smirk as he spoke again, this time more forcefully. "I believe I need to change that, then." Before the guards could react, a surge of lightning crackled to life around him, arcsing through the air in a flash of bright energy. The guards flinched back instinctively, their eyes wide with fear. But Chen Ren didn't give them time to recover. The final part of his plan began like that. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, ANN, you can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Chapter 32. Yu Kwang's dark eyes narrowed as he glared at the man before him. The tension crackled between them, the air thick with unsaid threats. "What did you just say?" The man who was on the opposite end flinched visibly. Baldy's lips trembled as he swallowed hard. "We got beaten up and captured while trying to take down Chen Ren," he repeated, eyes darting between Yu Kwang's piercing stare and the ground beneath him. "The plan failed. He tried to interrogate me, but I refused to talk. I only managed to sneak out after he left." He shifted uneasily, revealing bruises and cuts that spoke of a recent struggle. "My current condition. It's all because of that bastard." Yu Kwang's neutral mask fractured, his gaze turning icy. Baldy shivered involuntarily. "You were given one simple job, beat him up and make sure he remembers the warning," Yu Kwang said. "Chen Ren is a no-name rogue cultivator who lost miserably to Li Xuan. You have a more advanced cultivation than his, and you had numbers on your side. How did you fail?" Baldy's eyes flared with desperation as he stammered. "Boss, he's tricky. A real slippery bastard. He threw hot oil at us so we couldn't keep our footing. Some of the guys ran as soon as they saw the tide turn." "Of course they did," Yu Kwang snapped. "Of course they fucking did," he repeated. "You brought the low-level trash from our ranks. Do you even know why we keep them around?" "For numbers, Baldy. Only for numbers," he huffed, anger rolling off him in waves. "Now, because of your incompetence, the whole plan is in tatters. Chen Ren and that Tang Clan girl should have been terrified of us, ready to bend to our will so we could take their precious perfume formula." Baldy lowered his head, his face going pale. Yu Kwang's fists clenched, veins straining against his skin. "But now, because of your stupid ass, it's all down the drain. What exactly do you expect me to do now?" Baldy's mouth opened, but no sound came out. The only answer was the suffocating silence that filled the room. He opened his mouth twice more before his voice finally cracked as he stammered, eyes darting nervously to the floor. "Boss, just one more chance. I'll heal up and handle it myself. Smash his stall, wreck that perfume shop." Yu Kwang's expression hardened, the room seeming to chill under his glare. The silence stretched, suffocating, before he spoke, emphasizing every word as if even the idea was a joke. "Trust you. They'll be watching now. You think they'd fall for the same trick twice? Their morale will be high, and the guards won't look away as easily. Even that old, sickly bastard Tang Jihao will be aware now, and he is far worse to deal with due to his connections with the city lord." He exhaled sharply, muscles taut as he flexed his fists. "Number, if anyone's going to crush that upstart, it'll be me." Before the threat could linger, a sharp knock shattered the tense silence. The door creaked open, and a blood snake member burst in, his face pale and eyes wild. His hair was all over the place as if he had raked through it over and over. Signs of distress. Before Yu Kwang could conclude, the man spoke. "Boss, we've got trouble. There's a group storming the building, took out the men on the ground floor, and are coming up fast." Yu Kwang's eyes widened, his jaw tightening. "Who?" His voice was a dangerous growl. Is it those earth and toad bastards again? The man shook his head, sweat glistening on his brow. No, boss. It's not a gang. The man calls himself Chen Ren. He's here, demanding to talk, and he's taken down everyone in his way. He's a cultivator. Yu Kuang glared at Baldy, whose face had turned ashen, the blood draining away as if he'd seen a ghost. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk, since arriving in this world, Chen Ren had seen many changes in himself. His muscles stronger, his reflexes quicker, and an energy inside him that made him feel alive in a way he never had before. But out of all these changes, what he liked most was how powerful he felt compared to an ordinary man. A fist whistled past his ear, the rush of air sharp and close enough to stir the loose strands of his hair. But Chen Ren was already moving. He ducked low, muscles coiling like springs ready to snap, and drove his foot into the attacker's chest with a force that made bones creak. The blood snake's thug was thrown back, gasping as he crashed into the wall and slumped. Before the man even hit the ground, Chenren twisted sharply, pivoting off his back foot and slamming his elbow into another opponent's jaw with a crack. Sparks of lightning crackled between his clenched fists, the sharp, unpleasant bloody scent of ozone filling the narrow stairwell. The men around him halted, their eyes wide and darting, a flicker of doubt in their expressions as they took in the electric energy that now danced across his knuckles. Now! The single word ripped through the clamor, sharp and commanding. Chen Ren's voice sliced through the chaos like a blade, snapping the Tang Clan guards into motion. Their eyes, wide with tension moments before, now hardened. Staves whipped through the air, striking with thuds that resonated against flesh and bone. Short blades flashed, catching the dim light as they struck precisely, forcing the blood snake's men to retreat or double over with stunned grunts. The thugs, who moments ago wore smirks of confidence, now stumbled back, eyes darting between Chen Ren and the advancing line of Tang Clan guards. Panic rippled through them, their once brazen attacks now faltering as they hesitated at the sight of the cultivator's aura, crackling with restrained power. Chen Ren's body was a blur as he wove through the fray, a pivot here, a sidestep there. Each shift put him in the perfect position to disrupt an enemy's balance, or open a path for the advancing guards. He gripped an attacker by the wrist, twisting until a sharp yelp escaped the man's lips, and shoved him into another oncoming foe. The two stumbled back, colliding against the rough stone wall with a thud that jarred their weapons loose. A gap widened in the chaotic press of bodies, and Chen Ren seized it. He hadn't anticipated so many of them packed into one place. The stairwell was narrow, cramped, and filled with shouts, and the thud of bodies hitting stone. But with his lightning arts crackling around him, the blood snake men were hesitant, their attacks sloppy and unfocused. Chen Ren took full advantage, gripping the rail and swinging himself upward, kicking one thug into the wall where he slumped, dazed. More men barreled down the steps, their momentum used against them as Chen Ren sidestepped again, letting them crash into one another. Ha! A sweep of his leg tripped another, who tumbled down with a yelp. The clang of weapons dropping echoed through the stairwell, but Chen Ren didn't pause. The climb was relentless. Every step was filled with flashes of lightning and gasps of shock. Chen Ren's heart pounded in his chest, not from exhaustion but exhilaration, the rush of battle reminding him of just how different, how superior his body had become. One more kick, one more punch, and the path upward was finally clear. He pressed onward, muscles tensed as he climbed the narrow staircase toward the first floor. He found it mostly empty, only the occasional groan of the fallen echoing behind him. The sounds of skirmishes below reassured him that the Tang Clan guards were holding their own. Without pausing, he set his sights on the second floor. The air shifted as he reached the landing, heavier with tension. 3 men stood waiting, eyes narrowed, bodies coiled like springs. Their auras thrummed with energy, and the fierce glint in their eyes revealed their status as cultivators. Before Chen Ren could make a move, Yalin's voice hummed in his mind. "They're in the body-forging realm," she warned. 2 are at the first star, the other one at the second. You can handle them. Chen Ren's lips tightened into a thin smile. Understood. A moment later, the 3 cultivators burst into motion. Their feet barely touched the ground as they glided forward, bodies shifting with grace as their movement techniques left afterimages in their wake. The strongest of them held a sword that gleamed ominously under the dim lantern light, its edge whispering promises of lethal intent. The other two, with their heavy clubs, approached like storm clouds rolling in, threatening blunt devastation. Chen Ren didn't give them a chance to close in. With a swift stomp, he drove his foot into the wooden floor, the boards cracking apart beneath him. Splinters shot up in jagged arcs, like tiny daggers catching the light. The advancing men faltered, eyes darting as the sharp fragments pelted them. He seized the moment. His body moved like a coiled spring, launching forward with explosive energy. His foot lashed out, catching the nearest club wielder in the chest and sending him staggering backward, breath leaving him in a rush. The second man grinned, showing all of his teeth at once, swung his club in a brutal arc, the force behind it enough to break bones. Chen Ren shifted just enough to let the blow glance off his shoulder, a flash of pain registering before it was pushed aside by adrenaline. The impact brought him close enough to grasp the man's arm and pivot sharply, twisting the limb with a crack that sent the club wielder reeling. In a fluid motion, Chen Ren hurled him into the path of the sword wielder. The sharp clash of bodies echoed in the confined space, the swordman's eyes widening as he struggled to avoid impaling his comrade. The momentary distraction was all Chen Ren needed. His fingers crackled with energy, the air around him heavy with the scent of blood. A thin grin tugged at his lips as he whispered, "Lightning frenzy." Arcs of blue-white electricity burst from his fingertips, leaping towards the three men. He moved forward, and his fist moved forward in a blur and threw punches continuously. The sword wielder's eyes rolled back as the current coursed through him, muscles twitching before he collapsed. The others crumpled beside him, twitching once before falling still. Silence descended, broken only by the creak of damaged floorboards and the muffled shouts from battles below. Chen Ren took a steadying breath, the electric buzz in his veins slowly fading. He stepped over the fallen, boots whispering against the wood as he moved to the staircase leading up. Yalin's voice murmured in his mind, this time lower, edged with unease. "I feel a stronger aura from the next floor. Yukwang is there." Chen Ren nodded, briefly halting and taking out a pendant from his pocket. Its surface glowed faintly as he put it on. He took a moment to catch Yalin's spirit energy swirling with intent as she walked past him with a lazy flicker of her tail. "Are you ready?" he whispered. A soft chuckle resonated within him as she replied nonchalantly. "I'm always ready," Yalin replied. "Just make sure you can hold up the act." Chen Ren's lips twitched into a smirk. "I'll be damned if I can't." Chen Ren didn't encounter any more men on the third floor, allowing him a swift entry. He guessed most of them had run downstairs to confront the commotion, leaving it unguarded. Without hesitation, he moved past several doors and halted in front of a massive double door. Although he didn't have Yalin's senses, even he could feel the prickle of insurmountable energy coming from behind the door. He took a deep breath, steadying himself before he stepped into Yukwang's office. The room spoke of power and luxury. Velvet drapes in deep crimson framed large windows that overlooked the dark alleys of the city. A mahogany desk sat in the center, polished to a mirror sheen, adorned with a small white tiger statue that seemed to glare at any who approached. Gold-accented furniture added to the opulence. The scent of rare incense lingered in the air. The man Chen Ren assumed to be Yukwang stood behind the desk. He appeared to be in his mid-30s, with short, jet-black hair and a sharp, angular face that exuded a mix of cunning and malice. It was his eyes that were sharper, holding so much more than met the eye. Along with depth of experiences, there was a sense of youthfulness to them. Yet Chen Ren knew better. This man was much older than 30s. His eyes didn't linger on him for long as he scanned the room, noting the baldy standing near another unfamiliar man. His face had gone deathly pale, eyes wide with recognition and dread. Chen Ren's lips curled into a mocking smile as he spoke. "Thank you for showing me your boss's location. I couldn't have found it without your help." "You bastard!" Baldy spat, fists clenched at his sides. "You should shut up." "I'm not here to talk to you," Chen Ren replied smoothly, turning his attention back to Yukwang. "But your boss. Now that's a different story." Yukwang's dark eyes narrowed slightly. Chenren strolled over to a chair in front of the desk and sat without waiting for permission. I guessed you won't ask me to sit, so I am just making myself comfortable, he said. An oppressive force suddenly began to weigh down on him, rolling off Yukwang like a tide. Chenren's muscles tensed. A faint twitch in his jaw, the only sign of discomfort. He forced himself to maintain a calm expression, meeting the gang leader's gaze without a trace of fear. If I were in your place, I wouldn't do that, Chenren said, voice steady, despite the pressure threatening to crush him. Yu Kuang's eyes gleamed with amusement as the aura intensified, pressing harder against Chenren's body. The air grew thick, almost suffocating, but Chenren willed himself not to flinch. Finally, Yu Kuang broke the silence. Good to finally meet you, Chenren. I was thinking about how to deal with you. But I wouldn't have guessed you were foolish enough to come here on your own. Now, let me propose a deal I often extend to those in your position. His lips curled into a cold smile. 5,000 silver wen, your perfume formula, and crippling your cultivation. In exchange, I'll let you live. Isn't that generous? Chenren's smile widened as Baldy's lips twitched into a forced grin. But he ignored him, eyes fixed on Yukwang. Sounds like a terrible deal to me, Chenren said calmly. Let me propose one to you instead. I will spare your life if you write down who exactly asked you to destroy my businesses and steal my formula. I won't even go as far as to cripple your cultivation. Just give me the name. As soon as he completed his sentence, the air in the room thickened, and the oppressive aura bore down on Chenren once again. His muscles tensed, and he gritted his teeth, feeling every ounce of pressure pushing him down. He did his best to not show it. Yukwang's smirk grew into a cold smile. So much boldness, yet so little strength, Yukwang mocked. What gives you the confidence to stand against me when you know I could crush you with a single blow? Chenren managed a strained smile, defiance flickering in his eyes. Good question, he said, taking a deep breath. Why do you think I have the confidence to barge in here and face you when we have realms between us? I believe you know the answer. Why don't you say it? Yukwang's brow furrowed as suspicion clouded his features. I've heard of your clan, but they haven't paid your debts. They won't come to your rescue. It's not that, Chenren replied while reaching into his robes. With a deliberate motion, he pulled out a small coin, its surface gleaming with a dragon emblem intricately engraved on the top. He placed it on the table, and the sharp clink of the metal echoed in the stillness, cutting through the tension in the room. Yukwang's eyes widened, recognition flashing across his features. A sect crest, he muttered, as if unable to believe what he was seeing. You're under a sect? Chenren gave a simple nod. Yes, and right now, you're threatening the core disciple of my master. At his words, the air in the room seemed to shift. A subtle glow began to emanate from the pendant hidden beneath his robes, giving off a soft, eerie light. The pressure in the room grew. Without warning, the pressure intensified. An invisible force, far stronger than Yukwang's aura, began to bear down on every person in the room. Baldy's eyes bulged in fear as his knees buckled. His body crumpled to the floor with a heavy thud, his face drained of color, his breath coming in shallow gasps. Yukwang wasn't much better off. His own form swayed, his skin growing pale as his strength faltered under the pressure. His legs gave out from beneath him, and he too collapsed to the ground, hands scrambling to hold onto the table for support. His sharp features twisted in horror, the fear now unmistakable in his wide eyes. Chenren's smile remained, cool and unshaken as Yukwang's aura disappeared. With just one move of his, the balance of power shifted, and the tides turned. So, how do you like my deal now? Chenren asked, liking the panicked gaze in front of him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk on. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Megas Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Chapter 33. Yukwang's expression was a sight to behold, something Chenren could appreciate and wouldn't forget for as long as he lived. The suffocating aura that had once been so thick in the air, almost crushing him under its weight, had dissipated. It wasn't just gone. It was replaced by something far colder, far more menacing, an aura that seemed to bleed directly from the necklace around Chenren's neck. The pendant looked small, but it glowed as if there was a power that was trapped in it. pulsing with an energy that seemed to rise and fall like the heartbeat of some ancient beast. The temperature in the air dropped by several degrees, and for a moment, it all felt too still. Yu Kuang's eyes instinctively flicked toward the source of that chilling presence, the glimmer of the necklace catching his gaze. His lips parted, but no words emerged. His mouth opened and closed again as if he were trying to force out some coherent thought. But it was as though the very air had stolen his voice. The confidence that had once been so prominent in his eyes shifted to a stunned bewilderment. Behind him, the Baldy who had been so brash moments before was now kneeling, his face drained of color, eyes wide with terror. His hands trembled on the ground as though he was too afraid to rise. The third man was now sprawled unconscious on the ground, his body unable to withstand the pressure of the presence that surged through the air. Chen Ren let the silence linger for a moment longer, allowing them to feel the full weight of the aura that radiated from him. With just one move, he had made a silent declaration that he was in control, and he reveled in the feeling of it. After a long moment, Chen Ren broke the silence. "Now, I believe you understand why I was so confident coming here." Yu Kuang's voice was shaky when he spoke, still struggling to compose himself, his words barely a whisper of their usual certainty. You're a disciple of a Meridian Expansion Realm Master, one who gave you a spirit artifact with their aura locked inside it?" Chen Ren's smile widened slightly, but he made no effort to confirm or deny the claim. "She gave me more than that," he said lightly, a playful tone dancing in his words. "But I'm not here to reveal all my secrets, and frankly, I'd prefer not to use this artifact on you either. You just left me no choice. Now, let's move on to the matter at hand. Our deal." He paused, letting his gaze shift to the kneeling Baldy for a second before turning to Yu Kuang, who seemed to be still struggling with the shock. "You know what? I have to say, I respect you a bit. We both are businessmen," he continued, "though your business methods are something I would never replicate. Honestly, I can't bring myself to do it. I can't deny that you've got skill to make such a gang, but even the best make mistakes, and this was a wrong deal. And, like any good businessman, I'm sure you'll understand the need to take responsibility for it." The words hung in the air, as if to allow them to sink in fully. The temperature around them felt like it had dropped another degree, though it wasn't from the necklace now, but from the expectation that Chen Ren threw at Yu Kuang. There was no hostility, no more attempts at intimidation, just the quiet tension of two businessmen, each aware that a line had been crossed. Yu Kuang's expression shifted, his arrogance fractured, but his pride remained. His eyes flickered to the Baldy and then to the collapsed figure of his other companion, before narrowing on Chen Ren. He opened his mouth again, but this time he seemed to realize that whatever he said next would matter more than it ever had before. The game had shifted. No longer was it about threats, but about understanding. Chen Ren knew what would come next, a deal. He gritted his teeth, and with narrowed eyes, he visibly clenched and unclenched his wrist. His pride had been shredded, but there was no escaping the reality now. Yu Kuang finally spoke. "I'll tell you everything." Chen Ren's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the shift in Yu Kuang. "It's Baihu Trade Association's doing, right?" he asked. Yu Kuang gave a reluctant nod, his voice tight as he spoke the name that now bound him in this web of deceit. "It's the chairman's son, Bai Shen. He agreed to give us a 30% cut if we managed to get the formula from you and destroy your business." Chen Ren raised an eyebrow, the surprise flickering across his face, but he quickly masked it with a knowing smile. "That's a lot." Yu Kuang's expression darkened, his voice barely above a whisper. "I got caught in greed. I did everything because of that. Like you said, I made a bad business deal, and now I'm paying for it." Chen Ren nodded slowly, his gaze calculating as he processed the information. Bai Shen's desperation was more than obvious. Offering such a significant cut to an organization like the Blood Snake showed just how much was at stake for him. But something about this struck a deeper chord. His thoughts flickered, but he kept his focus sharp, unwilling to let his mind wander too far. What did catch his attention more than anything was the complete shift in Yu Kuang's demeanor. The arrogance had crumbled, replaced by something far more grounded. A man faced with the consequences of his actions. But it wasn't just the sudden shift that intrigued Chen Ren, it was the power behind it. The very same power that was now asserting itself in this space. It wasn't him that Yu Kuang feared, but the aura of influence that hung over him. That has always been the key in this world power. Cultivation realms weren't just a pursuit, they were the bedrock of everything. Still, Chen Ren didn't let his musings take hold of him. Instead, he kept his focus steady as he looked directly into Yu Kuang's eyes. I need your word. After this, you won't go after my business, or the Tang clan's business. Yu Kuang's mouth opened slightly with hesitation before he nodded, his voice almost hollow. With your master behind you, I'd be a fool to go after you. Chen Ren's lips twitched in satisfaction, but he didn't let the matter rest. Okay, I'll take your word on it. Then his expression shifted to something more amused, the corners of his mouth curling in a smirk. But I'd like it in writing. Yu Kuang blinked in confusion. What? Chen Ren's smirk deepened. Not just your word that you won't harm me or my businesses anymore. I want you to put down on paper that Bai Shen was behind all this, that he made this deal with you. Yu Kuang's face contorted in discomfort, his eyes darting around the room, as though seeking an escape from the situation. My reputation will be ruined, he protested, his voice tight. Chen Ren shrugged nonchalantly, as if the matter wasn't worth arguing. A gang shouldn't care about that. And you're getting off easy here, trust me. I'm not using it to go after you or your people. I just need it to take down Bai Shen. Nothing more, nothing less. So just do it. He watched Yu Kuang hesitate, his pride clearly battling against the harsh reality of his situation. After a long pause, it seemed like the truth finally sank in. He exhaled sharply, his shoulders slumping as if the weight of his choice pressed down on him. Fine, he muttered, and Chen Ren could see the bitterness in his expression as the words left his mouth. Chen Ren gave a single, approving nod, his expression turning satisfied. The light from the pendant flickered, its power undisturbed by the exchange. Yet it had served its purpose, letting Yu Kuang know that any further resistance would be futile. The balance of power had irrevocably changed, and Yu Kuang understood this now more than ever. He gave a final glance at Chen Ren before moving to a nearby table, where a piece of parchment and a quill were neatly placed. He sat down, the motion slow, almost looking painful, and began to write. The scratch of the quill against the paper was the only sound in the room, and Chen Ren watched with a quiet sense of satisfaction. Sign it, too, Chen Ren said, his voice calm, but there was an edge to it that left no room for argument. Yu Kuang paused, looking up at him with a slight narrow in his eyes before nodding and continuing. He scrawled his signature at the bottom of the paper, his hand shaking ever so slightly as he pushed it toward Chen Ren. Chen Ren took the paper, his fingers brushing over it as he read the content. The words were exactly what he had asked for. Yu Kuang's admission that Bai Shen had orchestrated the entire plot using the blood snakes to destroy his business. There was no mistaking it now. Chen Ren nodded once, satisfied with the document. He stood up, intending to leave. But as he moved toward the door, he paused. Something caught his eye. To the side, in a chest, he saw a sack filled with silver when heavy and full. It gleamed under the dim light, and Chen Ren could sense the amount of wealth it contained. "What's that?" he asked, his voice casual, though his eyes were sharp. Yu Kuang, though clearly unwilling to part with it, didn't hesitate this time. 1,000 silver wen, he muttered almost apologetically. Chen Ren's lips curled into a small, satisfied smile. "I'll take it as compensation for the injuries your men caused on Market Street," he said, his tone indifferent but firm. "Also, consider it for the mental strain I've gone through." He paused, watching Yu Kuang's face for any sign of objection. "Oh, and one more thing. Try not to send your men into Market Street again. I wouldn't want to see more of this happening." Yu Kuang said nothing, his gaze falling to the ground as though ashamed. He knew better than to argue now. With a reluctant nod, he pushed the pouch over toward Chen Ren. Without another word, Chen Ren grabbed the sack of silver and moved toward the door. He slid it open and stepped out, heading downstairs. As he descended to the ground floor, the sounds of the chaos from earlier became clearer. There, In the dim light of the lower hall, the blood snakes were scattered across the floor. Bodies were sprawled in every direction, some groaning, others unconscious, their blood staining the wooden floor in pools. The air was thick with the scent of it. Yet, what struck Chen Ren most was the absence of Tang clan members. He had instructed them to leave, to retreat after the battle had reached its peak, and avoid unnecessary casualties. It seemed they had followed his orders well, as none of them were seen among the fallen. The blood snakes, however, had not fared nearly as well. Their members were bruised, battered, and broken. Though the fight had been brief, the result was decisive. Chen Ren gave a brief glance over his shoulder as he exited the building, his eyes scanning the area one last time to ensure no one was following. The last thing he needed now was a loose end to tie up. The heavy tension from earlier seemed to dissipate, replaced by a calmness he liked. He felt the weight of the situation easing as the cool night air brushed against his face. It was then that he felt a sudden movement from his back, a light squirming sensation. Before he could react, a small form popped out, emerging from his clothing. A tiny kitten, the size of his palm, landed gracefully on his shoulder, its soft fur brushing against his skin. It was Yalen, but in a form far more fragile and small than he had ever seen before. A kitten. Yalen's expression was one of clear discomfort, her brow furrowed in frustration. "This form takes too much of my energy," she muttered, her voice sounding almost drained. It was a squeaky, small sound that came from her, especially with trying to oppress that unsightly man. Chenren glanced at her, his lips twitching as he resisted the urge to reach out and pet her. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He could feel the urge rising within him. The sight of her, so small and cute, was enough to melt anyone's hard front. But he knew better. This entire plan had succeeded because of Yalen's techniques and the energy she had poured into their success. The last thing he could afford was angering her by treating her like a mere pet. He kept his gaze steady as he continued walking, allowing her to rest on his shoulder. Yalen, for her part, didn't seem to mind the perch, though her feline eyes glinted with annoyance at the situation. Chenren spoke softly in his mind, his tone reflective. "That worked pretty well, I think. Yu Kuang totally bought my story." Yalen's voice, calm yet laced with a tinge of weariness, echoed in his thoughts. "It's the truth, either way. Although not a formal disciple, I do teach you." Chenren couldn't help but smile slightly at her words, but there was no time to linger on that. His attention returned to the task at hand, and he slowed his pace for a moment, speaking aloud this time. "The only lie we told was about the trinket. I wonder how many people would believe that thing is more than just a dim light source." Yalen's voice responded with a faint, exasperated sigh. "The trinket. It's useless. Nothing more than a faint glow, but it served its purpose today." Chenren nodded, his lips curling into a small smirk. "Yeah, it's funny how that trinket turned out to be one of the few things the previous Chenren actually got right. He bought it from a random merchant, thinking it was some sort of treasure. It was too late before he realized he had been scammed. A chuckle escaped his lips, though it was quiet. I suppose it's coming to our rescue now, in a way. Who would have thought? Yalen didn't respond immediately, perhaps contemplating the odd series of events. After a moment, she purred softly, as though giving him silent approval. It may be useless, but in the right hands, even the most invaluable trinket can have its value. Chen Ren considered that for a moment, letting her words sink in. It was true, after all. Sometimes, even the most insignificant things could be useful when used correctly. His thoughts were interrupted as he finally reached the main street, stepping lightly through the dim light cast by lanterns. His mind sharpened as he glanced around, aware that his actions earlier might have left traces. But everything was in place. The plan had gone off without a hitch, and now it was time to take the next step. "All right, let's keep moving," he muttered, pushing forward into the night. The game was far from over, but it helped that he let himself enjoy the quiet after a hell lot of chaos and blood. Asterisk, 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 Chen. Ren walked through the streets, the cool night air brushing against his face. Yalen still perched on his shoulder. The sound of his footsteps echoed softly in the narrow alley, and his mind was already preparing for the next phase. The plan had gone off without a hitch, but there was more to do, more to achieve. The feeling of victory was fleeting. There was always something else to move towards. As they reached the familiar alley where Tang Shulan and Yucho waited, the two of them immediately relaxed when seeing Chenren's face. Their tense postures softened, the worry they had carried on their shoulders melting away in an instant. Yucho was the first to speak. How did it go? Chenren gave a small, satisfied smile. As good as I could have hoped for. He reached into his cloak, pulling out the signed document. He handed it over to them, watching their expressions as they unfolded it. Their eyes widened, brows furrowing in disbelief. Yucho, in particular, seemed ready to burst into flames. Her eyes narrowed, a deep frustration flashing across her face as she muttered, "Bai Shen, that bastard." Chenren chuckled softly, but his voice carried a hint of amusement. "That sort of language doesn't suit you." Yuchu shot him a glare, still bristling with anger. "You seem to know him. Tell me more." She took a deep breath, her voice steadying, though it was clear she still had unresolved tension. Bai Shen. He's the son of the chairman of the Baihu Trade Association. Spoiled. Arrogant. Far too confident for someone who's barely a cultivator. He only has 7 spirit roots, but he's as stubborn as a genius blessed by heavens. Even after taking pills for his cultivation, he is only at 2nd star body forging realm. Last winter, I rejected his marriage proposal, and ever since then, he's been sending me a letter every week asking me to reconsider. He's convinced that I'm making a mistake. Chenren smirked, letting out a quiet chuckle. A love-sick young master. Sounds easy enough to deal with. His thoughts drifted for a moment, considering how he could use this to his advantage. Those obsessed with their pride were often the most vulnerable to manipulation. Shulan, who had been listening closely, looked at him with a raised eyebrow. But how did you manage to deal with Yu Kuang, young master? A Foundation Realm cultivator would never have written something like that. Chenren's grin widened as he turned his eyes toward her. "I told you I have my ways, but I like to keep my secrets," he said, and almost threw her a wink, but stopped himself from doing so. "You'll find them out one day, if I feel like it." His gaze softened slightly. "For now, we should focus on Bai Shen. I'm itching for a nice face slapping." Tang Shulan blinked at him, clearly taken aback. "Face slapping?" Chenren's grin grew wider, the anticipation clear in his eyes. "You'll find out, soon enough." Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. Bai Shen sat across from his father, Baihu, in the lavishly decorated office of the Baihu Trade Association. His father's piercing gaze was fixed on him, scrutinizing every detail of his posture. Bai Shen clenched his fists under the table, but he knew better than to show any weakness in front of his father. "Father," Bai Shen began, his voice brimming with self-assurance, "I've tried everything to get their formula and ruin their business. My methods haven't worked. But don't worry. Soon enough, their formula will be ours. I've already made the arrangements. By any day now, I will present it to you. I've ensured that the deal is all but done." Baihu remained silent for a moment, his sharp eyes never leaving his son. The older man's hands were folded neatly in front of him, his face unreadable as he processed the words. Finally, he spoke, his voice low but carrying an undeniable weight. "Are you sure?" Bai Shen's chest puffed out as he stood a little straighter, meeting his father's gaze with a defiant grin. "Obviously, father. You don't have to worry. You'll see it for yourself. As your son, I can never lose face." The words left his mouth with a smug assurance, as if he was already victorious. But before he could continue, a loud voice suddenly boomed from outside the office, cutting through the tension in the room like a blade. "Baihu? Bai Shen, come out. I, Chenren, have come to deal with your unsightly tactics and put an end to them." Both father and son froze, their faces turning towards the door at the same time. Bai Shen's smirk faltered, replaced by confusion. He shot a quick glance at his father, who was already rising from his seat, his expression darkening. He immediately took a step back due to instincts as he felt the anger coursing through him. "Let's go and see what this is about," Baihu muttered, his voice barely audible, though the command was clear. Without another word, both of them moved swiftly toward the door. As they stepped outside, the sight that greeted them made Bai Shen's blood run cold. Standing before them were Tang Yucho, a maid named Tang Shulan who he had looked into, and Chen Ren his eyes narrowed. They radiated an unsettling aura, their expressions calm yet determined. Bai Shen's mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened. What was this boldness? Who did Chen Ren think he was to speak to them like this? His gaze flicked over to his father, only to find Bai Hu's face a mask of unreadable calm. "What's going on?" Bai Shen asked, his voice tinged with annoyance as he looked down at Chen Ren with a glare. Chen Ren, standing in the front, did not flinch at the question. His eyes were locked onto Bai Shen with a dead stare that held something deeper, something cold, calculating. "Bai Shen," he said, his voice sharp and clear, "pleasure to make your acquaintance. But perhaps in a different situation, I would have treated you better. Today, I have come to teach you a lesson for your unsightly tactics, for hiring the blood snakes to harm my businesses. I challenge you to a trial by might. Asterisk, 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 Aen. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Merry Christmas, everyone. Love you all. No homo." Chapter 34. In any place, traditions and cultures were paramount, woven into the very core of life. One could not easily mend or break them. Even on Earth, countless customs bound societies together. This Xianxia world was no different. Here, traditions were upheld with a similar, if not higher, regard, especially those surrounding conflict resolution. The most notable of these was the trial by might, a duel sanctioned by the Empire, allowing cultivators to resolve disputes through combat, bound by strict rules to ensure fairness and safety. It was a custom respected by all and carried significant importance among cultivators. Yet, it was rare to see such a trial between mismatched power levels. To challenge someone weaker was to court dishonor. Only equals met in such an arena. Perhaps that explained why, when Chen Ren uttered the words "trial by might," an unnatural silence gripped the courtyard. The father and son duo, Bai Hu and Bai Shen, turned to him with expressions torn between disbelief and suppressed amusement, as though he had just declared the most ridiculous jest. The servants, who had gathered at the fringes of the courtyard, exchanged bewildered glances. A few gasped, while others muttered nervously, unable to fathom that the young man before them would dare invoke such an audacious challenge. "Trial by might?" Bai Hu's deep voice cut through the silence, laced with incredulity. His eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, the golden embroidery of his robe shimmering in the late afternoon sun. "Do you even realize what you are saying, boy?" Chen Ren met his gaze without wavering. The feeling of the stares, the skepticism, and the murmurs of disbelief pressed down on him like a storm, but he held firm. He was certain of his decision, and nothing could make him change that now. "I do," he said with a sturdy voice, "and I have more than enough reason to challenge your son to a trial by might." A hushed tension fell over the courtyard at his words. "Preposterous," Bai Shen muttered, though a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. Chen Ren ignored the whispering servants and the stunned expressions around him. He took a deliberate step forward, lifting a scroll in one hand. "To ensure the legitimacy of this challenge," he continued, "I have already requested the presence of an official from the city lord's office." As Chen Ren spoke, he gestured to the back, where Lu Wen stood alongside an older gentleman, an official from the city lord's office. The man's role was unmistakable. He was a special official tasked with overseeing trials by might, a position that ensured such matches adhered to the laws and traditions of Cloud Mist City and Callian Empire. Given the city's proximity to a sect, these trials were not uncommon. Bai Shen's eyes widened with shock, darting between Lu Wen, the official, and Chen Ren. "You're claiming I've done something deserving of a trial by might? Where's your proof?" Bai Shen yelled, his voice strained with disbelief. "And aren't you ashamed of yourself challenging me? I am only a second-star body forging realm cultivator, while you're a fourth-star one." Chen Ren shrugged at that, acting nonchalant at his words as if they meant nothing. "No, I'm not ashamed. I believe it's you who should be." He held up a note. The parchment swayed gently with the wind passing by as he spoke. "Not only did you try to seize our supply lines, which, while legal, is underhanded, But you didn't stop there. You sent the blood snakes to destroy my businesses, and even threatened the lives of my employees and business partner, Tang Yucho, the daughter of the Tang clan's head Tang, Jahal. I have it here in writing. Evidence that implicates you in these acts, and I believe it's sufficient grounds for this challenge. Unless you'd prefer, I take this matter to the city guards. Both Baihu and Bai Shen paled visibly at Shenren's declaration. Baihu's composure cracked as he rushed to descend the stairs, snatching the note from Shenren's grasp and scanning its contents with frantic eyes. Shenren couldn't help but notice the slight shackiness of the old man's hands. Don't try to destroy it, Shenren warned. The official has already reviewed it. You'll only make things worse if you do. This is fake, Baihu sputtered, though the tremor in his voice betrayed his doubt. Ask Yu Kwang if you think it's fabricated, Shenren retorted. Your son is well acquainted with him, after all. Baihu's gaze shifted to Bai Shen, who stood frozen in place, eyes wide and face ashen as the weight of the accusations crashed down upon him. At that moment, the official stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tension. Baihu, Bai Shen, the letter is authentic. We have Yu Kwang's signature in our records, and it matches those from his time in our custody decades ago, well before he formed his gang. Everything Chen Ren has claimed has been verified. There are indeed enough incidents to justify a trial by might, even with a disparity in star levels. Both are in the same realm. So it stands. Chen Ren's lips curled into a subtle smile. If you don't want a trial by might, I can take this proof straight to the city guard. I'm sure Tang Jihao will also pursue the matter, considering his daughter's life was nearly threatened. That's not true, Bai Shen blurted out. It was never meant to harm Yucho. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow before he could respond. Tang Yuchu stepped forward, her eyes fierce. Oh, really? Then what was it? Do you think I'm unaware of how you despise me and wish me gone because I rejected your proposal? And don't you dare call me Yuchu. Bai Shen's face flushed, and he stammered, It's not like that. My intentions for you are, you can try to persuade her again later. Chen Ren interrupted sharply. He heard some snickers from behind, coming from the crowd who were now gathered around. Right now, we're discussing the terms of the trial by might. He turned to Baihu, who seemed deep in thought as he weighed his options. His eyes scanned the parchment again and again as if he was trying to find something to get out of this mess. But it was foolproof. He could do anything but accept Chen Ren's terms. Finally, Baihu looked up, his expression guarded. What do you want in exchange for sparing my son? Chen Ren's eyes hardened. I won't kill him. That's not my way. I only want him to fight. The prize will be 5,000 silver wen. 5,000? Baihu's voice rose, incredulous. You must be joking. Before he could protest further, Tang Yuchu stepped in, her voice resolute. Originally, I wanted to claim your businesses, but since Bai Shen doesn't truly own them, that's not possible. If you value his life, put up the 5,000 silver wen as the prize. It's simple. If you don't want to lose your money, ensure your son wins. The official cleared his throat, glancing between the parties. Is this acceptable to both sides? The tense air in the courtyard was thick. Chen Ren could feel it, and he was sure the father and son duo too knew what was coming. It was evident by how Baihu's clenched jaw and white knuckles betrayed the turmoil swirling in his chest as he turned sharply towards his son. Bai Shen, his eyes burned with a ferocious mixture of frustration and helplessness. Bai Shen, standing at the edge of the stairs, trembled under his father's glare, his voice a weak whisper. Father, you're not really going to agree, are you? Do you understand what will happen to me? Baihu's fists tightened, his face a storm of fury and defeat. You idiot, he growled, the words dripping with venom. They have actual proof, Bai Shen. Do you think I could stop this once it reaches the city lord's ears? My reputation will be shattered, no matter what. All of this, all of it because of you. He stepped closer, his towering frame casting a long shadow over his son. I can't afford to make an enemy of the law. Do you understand that? He paused for a moment and scanned his son's face. He said he won't kill you, so just get it over with. His son's expression faltered, and the fear deepened in his eyes. But what if he cripples me, father? Bai Shen's voice wavered, as though speaking louder might make the threat more real. Bai Hu's gaze softened before he could reply. Chen Ren spoke up. I won't kill you, but I will make sure you can't get up from your bed for the next few months. Bai Shen paled, the blood draining from his face. Please, no, please, I beg you. His hands shook violently, his knees visibly threatening to give way beneath him. Bai Hu's patience seemed to have worn thin as he huffed at his son. With a sharp motion, he gestured to the servant standing nearby. Get me a spear, the best quality one you can find. The servant, without any question or hesitation, hurried off, returning moments later with a gleaming spear, its blade polished and sharp enough to draw blood with the lightest of touches. Bai Shen gasped loudly as his gaze fell upon the weapon, his face turning pale. Take it, Bai Hu commanded, pushing the spear into his son's trembling hands. Get it over with! Bai Shen barely held the spear, his fingers seemingly numb with fear. Get the best healer. We'll need him afterward, Bai Hu ordered loudly. With that, the trial was set to begin. The crowd around them parted, giving space for the trial to begin. The official, standing tall in the center, raised his hand, announcing the trial by might. The allegations against Bai Shen will be settled here today. Bai Hu, in his wisdom, and to save his son from further disgrace, has taken full responsibility in his son's place. His gaze swept across the spectators, ensuring every ear caught the gravity of the moment. This trial, unlike others, will not result in death or permanent crippling. The only outcome will be one of victory or defeat, based on the ability to continue. The victor will be awarded 5,000 silver wen, a sum that should not be taken lightly. He paused, his eyes flickering toward Bai Hu and his son, both standing on opposite sides, tension thick in the air. The fight will end when one combatant can no longer continue. Whether through submission or incapacity, when one fighter is unable to stand, the contest is over. Bai Shen's gaze locked with the figure standing before him, Chen Ren. There was no warmth in his eyes, only cold calculation. He swallowed hard, his throat tight as he made one last desperate attempt to sway his opponent. I have no intention of harming you, Chen Ren, Bai Shen called out, his voice trembling, but still trying to sound dignified. You must understand, if you hurt me, you will never recover from the humiliation you've brought upon us. No relationship will ever be formed between the Bai Hu Trade Association and you. Chen Ren remained calm at his words, but his lips curved into a smirk. I don't care about your association, he replied flatly, his tone devoid of empathy. I've already made my decision. Bai Shen's face twisted with frustration, but desperation clawed at him. Then take the prize money, spare me, and walk away. That's all I ask. Chen Ren's eyes darkened, and he stepped forward. I won't. You tried to harm me first, and I need to give it back. That is the way of the world. Bai Shen's face twisted with rage, his nostrils flaring up. In that case, his grip on the spear tightened, his knuckles turning white. I will show you the might of the future leader of the Bai Hu Trade Association. With a loud noise, he surged forward. The spear aimed at Chen Ren's chest, his movements fueled by desperation and the last remnants of his pride. But Chen Ren had already seen the strike coming. It was too slow, too predictable. With a casual sidestep, he evaded the spear's thrust effortlessly. Bai Shen let out a squeal like a little girl as the spear sliced through empty air. Before he could react further, Chen Ren's hand flashed out. A sharp slap echoed through the courtyard, ringing like a clap of thunder. Chen Ren watched as Bai Shen's head snapped to the side, the force of the strike leaving a deep red mark across his cheek. The man glared at him, his eyes burning with anger. But it was clear from the tremor in his stance that he wasn't prepared for the level of humiliation he was about to endure. The crowd gasped collectively, murmurs rippling through the onlookers. But Chen Ren didn't pay them any mind. His focus was solely on the man lying before him. Bai Shen's face twisted in shock as his body flew backward, crashing into the stone with a sickening thud. The impact knocked the breath out of him, and Chen Ren could see the disbelief written across his face. For a brief moment, Bai Shen struggled on the ground, his fingers twitching as he reached for his spear. Chen Ren could see the panic begin to settle into Bai Shen's chest, his desperation making his fingers tremble as they brushed against the shaft of his weapon. Chen Ren moved with an inhuman speed, his voice cold and cutting. Number, with a quick motion, he stomped down hard on the shaft of the spear, pinning it to the ground with a sharp crack. Bai Shen's weapon was useless now, and the man was completely at his mercy. Chen Ren stepped closer, watching as Bai Shen's shallow breaths came in quick panicked bursts. "Please, don't." Bai Shen's voice was barely a whisper, a mix of fear and desperation, but it held no power. Chen Ren saw the way the words faltered in his mouth, his plea hanging in the air and falling uselessly at his feet. "I am just teaching you the meaning of face slapping," Chen Ren said. As he spoke, his hand lashed out once more. Whap! Another sharp slap echoed across the courtyard, Bai Shen's head snapping to the side with the force of it. Chen Ren watched the man's face redden, his eyes widening as the sting of the strike hit him once again. Slap! Before Bai Shen could recover, Chen Ren slapped him again, his palm connecting with the other side of his face. Each slap landed with a sickening force, and Bai Shen's body jerked with every blow. The crowd's stunned silence was only broken by the sound of slaps, each one making the man's face swell more, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Chen Ren could see the fear now, the trembling in Bai Shen's hands as he tried to shield his face. But it was futile. Every time Bai Shen tried to move, tried to beg, another slap came. Each one was more brutal than the last, and Bai Shen's pleas for mercy were drowned out by the sharp cracks of Chen Ren's hand against his skin. Thwack! The man's body jerked again as Chen Ren slapped him for the final time. His movements deliberate, his expression hard and unwavering. Bai Shen had completely given up now, his face swollen, his body slack and defeated. Bai Hu, his father, watched helplessly, the anger in his eyes turning to a bitter resignation. His voice broke through the chaos, desperate and hoarse. "Spare him, Chen Ren, please." But Chen Ren's gaze never wavered from Bai Shen. He kicked him once, sending him stumbling backwards toward the stairs, the force of the blow sending him crashing against the stone steps. Bai Hu stepped forward, his expression torn between anger and helplessness. But Chen Ren's voice rang out. "I am already sparing him enough." He turned his back on Bai Hu, his focus returning to Bai Shen, who was now sprawled unconscious on the ground, his face a complete mess of blood and drool hanging from the corners of his lips. His face, it was an ugly crimson. The official, still standing off to the side, quickly declared, "The match ends. Chen Ren wins." Bai Hu's face twisted with a barely contained rage, but he swallowed it down. "Get him to the healer now, quick!" He barked at his servants, the desperation evident in his voice. Get him a bed, get him anything, just make sure he's alive. But before Bai Hu could turn to leave, Chen Ren's voice stopped him. "Consider this a warning, Bai Hu," he said, his tone calm, yet icy. "I'll always have the letter, and if you try anything, I'll remember my grudges. The next trial by might will not have the rule of no killing." His eyes bore into Bai Hu with an unspoken promise. It came out exactly how he wanted, cold and ruthless. "Now, why don't you give me my money?" Bai Hu's teeth ground together, his mouth opening as if to retort. But then his gaze shifted to his son, who was still lying unconscious on the stone floor. With a deep, reluctant sigh, he turned to his servant. "Get me a bag with the money," he ordered. As Bai Hu personally helped lift his son onto a stretcher, the servants quickly moved to push it up the stairs, their faces drawn with worry. Bai Hu sighed defeatedly and walked slowly behind the son, his eyes never leaving the latter's battered form. A few moments later, one of the servants returned, a heavy bag of coins in hand. She handed it over to Chen Ren and bowed subtly before running back. Chen Ren took the bag, his fingers feeling the weight of it, the sound of coins clinking inside, almost mocking Bai Hu's defeat. "Good job with that bastard." Tang Yucho's voice broke through the silence, her footsteps approaching from behind. Chen Ren turned to see her and Shulan walking toward him, both of them wearing expressions of approval. "I doubt Bai Shen will try anything now." Chen Ren's lips curled slightly. the satisfaction of the victory lingering in his eyes. Probably not. His face will take time to recover, and every time he looks in the mirror, he'll remember this. Either way, Baihu won't bother us anymore. His gaze drifted toward the retreating figure of Baihu, then back at the bag of coins in his hands. A wide smile plastered itself on his face. I thought businesses will help me pay back my debt, but I should have just challenged an idiotic young master. With this, our perfume shop will thrive more, and my major worry is gone. I am debt-free. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Chapter 35. Chen Ren had known relief before. It was the kind of thing that moved through your very soul, unshackling burdens you didn't realize you carried. He had felt it when he pocketed his first paycheck from a part-time job, a small wad of bills that carried the scent of hard-earned freedom. He had felt it when the girl he had nervously asked to prom said yes, that too with a broad smile on her face. He had even felt it after the merciful end to a week-long battle with loose motions that had left him clutching his stomach. But none of those moments came close to what he felt now. The suffocating heaviness of debt that had started to eat him had been swept away. The debt hadn't even been his to begin with, yet he had never imagined he could repay it so quickly. The perfume shop had proven to be a gold mine, its success bolstered unexpectedly by the blunders of others, between Yu Kuang's greed and Bai Shen's idiocy. Chen Ren had managed to secure 6,000 silver wen in just 2 days, more than enough to settle his history to Feng Ming and the other creditors. For the first time in what felt like ages, he was truly free. With that freedom came opportunity. His perfume business was thriving, selling an average of 100 bottles a week. Each one, priced between 5 and 8 silver wen, brought in a weekly income of 500 to 800 silver wen. Even after deducting expenses for employees and herbs, the profits were staggering. His purse, once perpetually empty, was now steadily filling. But freedom wasn't just about money. For him, it meant finally being able to turn his attention to something he had been putting off, his cultivation. He wanted to push through his breakthrough and get stronger. In his quiet room, Yalan sat perched on his desk. The ambers in her eyes dragged his attention like usual. I believe you've practiced enough now, she said with a purr, gaining his full attention. You've been in enough fights to temper your foundation. It's time to connect to your star space and reflect on your Tao. Unlike martial cultivators, who train their bodies and absorb qi, your path relies on simply gaining more and more wealth and reward you for it. Your recent gains should make it possible for you to push forward. I'm curious to see if you'll skip any stages this time. Chen Ren moved to the center of the room and settled into a meditative position. He looked up at her and tilted his head. Do you think I can? He asked simply. Yellen nodded and continued to lick her paw gracefully. That was the thing about this cat. Even the most boring, usual cat actions were performed with an air of superiority. She's not just a cat after all. But, focus. Back to my cultivation. Yes. The success of the perfume business is a breakthrough in itself. It's evidence of your growth, both as a cultivator and a merchant. From what I recall, the farmer-cultivator I spoke of gained advancements by achieving milestones, whether it was cultivating special plants or acquiring rare farm animals. Your system is similar, though how it manifests will be unique to you. Chen Ren chuckled softly, shaking his head. All right, let's see what comes of it. The last time I entered the star space, it was weird. He closed his eyes and took a steady breath. The star space was where he had first glimpsed the dragon, its majestic form entwined with the essence of the stars. He had wondered if it was something unique to him, but apparently every cultivator had it, a mind space of sorts that they found themselves in while cultivating. And now, it was his turn. Chen Ren closed his eyes, all his thoughts fading away as he drew in a long, steady breath. The qi in his dantian began to swirl, a gentle current that gradually built into a flowing river, carrying warmth through his meridians. Each inhale deepened his focus, grounding him in the hum of life coursing through him. His heartbeat slowed, his thoughts quieted, and soon the world dissolved into stillness. When he opened his eyes again, he stood within his star space. The sheer vastness of it struck him once again, as it always did. The space stretched endlessly, a boundless void filled with floating stars that twinkle and danced like fireflies in the night. The chi here was thick, tangible, and alive, moving like a threat through the air. Chen Ren tilted his head back, gazing at the stars that filled the sky above him. They were luminous, their glow like steady beacons that pulsed in harmony with the energy within him. For a moment, he stood there, watching and wondering at the mysterious realm born from his own mind. The beauty of it was humbling. Then, as he continued to watch, the stars began to dim one by one. Their glow ebbed, their light faded. A quiet unease settled over him as he looked on, but it didn't last. 2 stars remained, their lights still twinkling. Chen Ren's breath hitched as understanding dawned upon him, clear and instinctive. These 2 stars represented his businesses, the noodle stall and the perfume shop. They were the milestones that had propelled him along his Tao. His gaze lingered on them, remembering his journey. He closed his eyes, focusing first on the noodle stall and how he had done it. It had been easy, making use of a delicacy that wasn't in this world, improving ways he'd made the noodles and selling it till it stuck. He'd spun the story, explaining that the noodles were an exotic Eastern delicacy, which was half the truth. But it had worked great as his marketing and rumors had spread, propelling more people towards his stall. Was it morally right? Maybe. Maybe not. His words hadn't harmed anyone. So, while it might not have been entirely right, it wasn't wrong either. It was cleverness, and it had made the stall a success. His Tao's response made one thing clear. He shouldn't blindly follow a path of righteousness. Instead, he needed to be shrewd, not in a way that harmed others, but in a way that allowed him to make things work more efficiently. That was the lesson the noodle stall had given him. Foreign knowledge and innovation weren't enough. To make something flourish, it had to be marketed, positioned, and delivered smartly. Without a story, even the best products would languish in obscurity. He didn't want that for his products, so he took the best out of what he learned. The more he thought about it, the larger amount of chi he felt entering him and boosting his strength. With open arms, he absorbed it before his focus shifted to the other star, the perfume shop. Unlike the noodle stall, this business had been a gamble in a saturated market, where competition was fierce and innovation was rare. Yet Chen Ren had seen what others overlooked. His mind rewound to the moment he had first spotted the gap in the market, a yearning from the middle class, those caught between luxury and necessity, for a taste of refinement that didn't demand a king's ransom. He'd acted swiftly, applying principles that vibrated deeply within his Tao. Utility maximization. It was a study that talked about how customers looked for the highest amount of satisfaction while buying a product. And he had placed the price of the perfume at that point where it gave the most benefits while giving him a good profit. The perfumes were bridges between aspiration and affordability. The scents were made to offer a hint of elegance without the suffocating price tag. It was an untapped demand, and he had delivered. The market responded, filling his coffers faster than he dared to dream. But it wasn't without its trials. And he had learned another lesson: wealth, like power, needed protection. A true businessman was a guardian who should be prepared to defend what he built. As his thoughts solidified, the stars seemed to shimmer in approval. Another rush of chi entered him, this time sharper, more concentrated. It filled him to the brim. And yet, his eyes couldn't help but wander. Beyond the 2 glowing stars were countless others, faint and distant, like unlit candles waiting for a spark. They hovered in the darkness, dormant yet brimming with potential. Each represented a business, an opportunity yet to be seized, waiting for him to master and integrate them into his Tao. This was the essence of his path to conquer the stars, one by one, forging a constellation of wealth, ingenuity, and ambition. But it wasn't just about gathering riches. It was about the journey, the challenges, and the mastery required to shape these stars into something greater. As he gazed deeper into the void, something shifted. The stars, once scattered and unassuming, began to align. Slowly, they formed a shape, a massive coiled dragon, its body stretching to fit the image. The 2 glowing stars became its eyes, gazing down upon him with an intensity that sent shivers racing down his spine. The pressure that followed was indescribable, not just physical but pressed against his very soul. Chen Ren's knees buckled, and for a moment, he struggled to breathe. Yet he couldn't tear his gaze away from the dragon's eyes. They held something he felt both small and significant, as though his entire existence had been laid bare. Then a voice echoed, not in the air, but in his mind, "Child, you are chosen." The words shook his very mind. Chosen? For what? The dragon's gaze bore into him, and for a fleeting moment, he thought he saw the stars behind it begin to flicker, their light about to vanish. But before he could comprehend what it meant, the star space began to dissolve. Everything, including the stars, the dragon, and the voice started getting sucked into a void? Or was the void always there? When Chen Ren opened his eyes, he was back in the quiet of his room, his breaths ragged and his body drenched in sweat. The qi within him felt denser, yet his mind raced with questions. He clenched his fists and blinked, disoriented as his senses reoriented to the physical world. But what hit him first wasn't the light, it was the smell. A pungent, acrid stench assaulted his nose, making him grimace. His eyes darted down, and to his horror, he saw a viscous black liquid pooling beneath him, ticky and foul. He scrambled to his feet, slipping slightly in the mess, and turned to Yalan, who stood nearby, licking her paws like nothing had happened, but her nose moved as if she was disgusted by him. What is this?" Chen Ren stammered, gesturing to the puddle. Yalan raised an eyebrow and leaned slightly away from the smell. "Your extremities," she said matter-of-factly, her tail flicking in the air as if to dispel the odor. "Advancement purges impurities from your body. These are the toxins you've accumulated over the years. Your body is refining itself, becoming more efficient, more powerful." Chen Ren frowned, still staring at the dark muck. "How does that even work? I mean, all the science I know doesn't." She cut him off with an exasperated meow. "I don't know your science, and frankly, I don't care. Be glad you've skipped 3 stars and now you're at the 7th. And," she added, wrinkling her nose, "go take a bath. You stink." She looked cute with that little nose, but God, the smell. It could kill someone. Before he could get up and move towards the shower, one of her sentences replayed in his mind. His brow furrowed as he turned back to her. "Wait, did you say 3 stars? I skipped 3 stars?" Yalen nodded, her expression softening slightly as she observed him. "Yes." "You've surpassed 3 stages and are now at the 7th star body forging realm. You're rapidly approaching the threshold of the next realm." Her voice carried a note of genuine admiration. "Congratulations. I haven't seen someone with your talent advance so quickly before. It's remarkable." He sank back onto the floor, the realization hitting him like a tidal wave. 3 stars! Skipping stages! The 7th. He glanced down at his body, even through the layer of grime, noticing subtle changes. His muscles felt denser, his movements lighter, his senses sharper. Even his skin seemed to glow faintly. And underneath the filth, there was a strength that hadn't been there before. He clenched his fists, relishing the energy coursing through him. The desire to test his strength burned within him. But before that, a lingering question nagged at the back of his mind. "Yalan," he said, looking up at her, "after I bathe, I need your opinion on something." "What is it?" he hesitated, then asked. "Do people normally see dragons in their star spaces?" Her eyes widened, and for a moment she seemed out of a response. "A what?" she demanded, leaning closer, but trying not to get herself onto the pool of blackness. "A dragon," Chenren repeated, watching her reaction closely. "I saw one. It spoke to me." Yalen stared at him, her lips parting as if to say something, then closing again. Finally, she muttered, You're serious." "As serious as I smell right now," Chenren said dryly, gesturing at the puddle beneath him. Yalen didn't say anything for a while, stepping back away from him, but her eyes glued to him. Questions seemed to swirl on her face. Finally, she spoke. "Go take a bath. We will talk after." Chenren sighed but didn't argue. He wasn't about to spend another second covered in whatever this gunk was. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On a late afternoon, Gutian strolled leisurely through Cloud Mist City, his dark robe brushing the dusty ground as his sword glinted faintly against his back. The crowd parted subtly as he passed, more out of instinct than recognition, their eyes catching the strange, quiet aura he exuded. He stopped at a roadside stall displaying countless bulbous fruits, their golden skins speckled with red and green streaks. He smelled the sweet aroma from the fruits and a temptation born in his heart, one hard to resist. And sometimes, the only way to get over a temptation is to give in to that. As his pitch-black eyes settled on the shopkeeper, the man froze mid-gesture, his usual sales patter dying in his throat. The intensity of Gutian's gaze was heavy, like staring into an abyss that gazed back. The shopkeeper's hands trembled slightly as he adjusted his grip on a basket, sweat beading at his temple. Then Gutian smiled, just a small, relaxed curve of his lips, and the tension eased like a breeze. "How much for one of these?" Gutian asked. The shopkeeper quickly recovered, clearing his throat and picking up one of the fruits, which shimmered in the sunlight. "Honorable cultivator, this is a heavenly dew fruit, brought all the way from the famed Xianxia Valley. It's 10 copper wen. It's said to enhance one's focus and stabilize." "Just give me one," Gutian interrupted with a wave of his hand. "Your sweet talk just sickens me." The shopkeeper paled slightly but hurried to comply, plucking the finest fruit from the pile and placing it in Gutian's hand. Gutian knew that the man barely noticed the smooth weight of a coin dropped into his palm, his eyes flicking back to the sword strapped to Gutian's back. He bit into the fruit without ceremony, the juice bursting in his mouth with a mix of sweetness and tartness. He chewed slowly, savoring the unexpected sweetness, before glancing back at the shopkeeper. "So," Gutian said between bites, "how's the city doing these days? Heard anything interesting? Something that might excite a young cultivator like me?" The shopkeeper hesitated, his eyes darting around as if searching for eavesdroppers. His hands fidgeted nervously as he leaned slightly closer. "Well," he began in a whisper, "there are a few things people have been talking about." Gutian nodded, but waited patiently, allowing the shopkeeper to respond. "The city tournament. It's happening in 3 weeks," the shopkeeper said. "A lot of promising young cultivators are expected to join. Always draws a crowd, and the rewards are said to be extraordinary this year." Gutian's tone was non-committal, but his chewing slowed slightly as he considered this. And the shopkeeper continued, his voice dropping even lower. "There's trouble with the Baihu Association. Apparently, their young master hired a gang to damage someone's business, but he lost a trial by might after angering the cultivator who owned it. Big scandal, they say. People are still whispering about it." Gutian smirked faintly, his dark eyes gleaming with amusement, always entertaining to see arrogance backfire. The shopkeeper nodded nervously, then hesitated before sharing the last piece of news. And he swallowed hard, his voice barely audible. "There's been a killer in the upper city. They're targeting the wealthy nobles' merchants. 3 victims so far. The city guard's investigating, but no one's been caught yet. People are scared." Gutian took another bite of the fruit. The sweetness now tasted sharper, almost metallic. His eyes glinted with interest, the faintest smirk playing on his lips. "A serial killer?" he asked, taking interest in the last piece of information. The shopkeeper leaned closer, his nose almost touching his. Gutian wanted to move, but he held himself back, listening to the man's words. "Yes, honorable cultivator. There have been reports of similar types of bodies being found, ripped apart and sucked dry, like something unnatural killed it. They're saying a demonic cultivator is loose in the city." He glanced nervously around. "Some even say the city lord is considering delaying the tournament because of it. But he's resisting, doesn't want to show weakness." Gutian chuckled softly, the sound more amused than concerned. "Certainly interesting times ahead," he said, brushing the shopkeeper's tension aside. His eyes gleamed again as he continued. "Tell me about this tournament. Where can I register?" The shopkeeper straightened slightly, clearly more comfortable with this topic. "You'll need to visit the city lord's office to sign up. It's mostly for body-forging realm cultivators. and lower star chi gathering realm ones. It's a competition meant for the young no high star chi gathering cultivators join in to avoid losing face. The Soaring Sword sect is sponsoring it, handing out prizes. The city lord's throwing in a big plot of land outside the city too. There is similar stuff to win, some artifacts and lots of spirit stones. Gutian nodded thoughtfully, flipping the shopkeeper a 1 copper wen. Thanks for the information. The shopkeeper bowed his head slightly, relief visible on his face as Gutian turned to leave. Strolling down the busy street, Gutian bit into the fruit again, the juices running down his hand. He savored the sweetness, his steps light as he reached into his robe and pulled out another fruit one that hadn't been paid for, but sneaked from the stall. He bit into it without breaking stride, a carefree grin spreading across his face. As he walked, a faint whisper slithered into his ear, cold and sharp. Don't you dare enter the tournament! Gutian didn't break his stride, addressing the voice in a low tone. And why not? The whisper turned into a low hiss. There will be many cultivators there. Even the high-level ones will be watching. If we're caught, it won't end well for either of us. Gutian chuckled. It doesn't matter. You're here to mask my demonic chi, aren't you? Besides, his eyes flicked up, his voice taking on a playful lilt. Didn't you hear? The Soaring Sword sect and the City Lord are offering rewards. It could be that what we're looking for would appear in the tournament. The ghostly voice fell silent, its reluctance hanging in the air. After a moment, it spoke again, resigned. Fine, but if tonight's raid is successful, we leave the city afterward. Agreed? Gutian's smirk widened. We're raiding another clan tonight, then? The ghost's voice hummed in the thrill. Yes, I overheard a conversation at the inn while you were asleep. There's a clan in the city, the Feng Clan. Their young lord deals in artifacts. We might find what we're looking for there. Gutian licked the juice from his lips and then moved to his hands, doing the same motion shamelessly, his excitement barely contained. Sweet! Let's hope that the young lord puts up a decent fight. I could use a warm-up before the tournament. Asterisk, 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 N. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Chapter 36. Yalin gazed over Chenren, her amber eyes narrowing as she watched him move through the bustling market. Chenren walked between the crowd as if he was used to the chaos that it brought, and his steps were mindful to match his calm exterior amidst the noises. A faint smirk tugged at her lips. He didn't belong here, not in this world, not in this life. And yet, he carried himself as though he had mastered it. A strange human, she mused, flicking her tail. Even for a man from another world, he was peculiar. Whispers of lost souls, like leaves caught in the wind, had reached her over the centuries. Otherworldly beings stumbling into this realm, often chasing grand dreams of martial supremacy. Most were snuffed out before their stories could be written, their fragile ambitions shattered by the sheer challenge of the path they sought. Yet, Chenren had defied expectation. Just days after his arrival, he had tethered himself to a Tao so foreign, so unorthodox, that she, an ancient spirit beast with lifetimes of knowledge, could scarcely comprehend it. It wasn't as if she was used to understanding outsiders, but this one walked a path utterly unlike any she had seen. A Tao rooted in mundane simplicity, yet profound in its execution, one that didn't shimmer with celestial glory. Despite his mediocre spirit roots, laughably weak by the standards of heavenly geniuses, his progress was nothing short of extraordinary. She could only attribute it to his sharp mind and the unusual knowledge of the world he called Earth, a place she could only imagine as chaotic and incomprehensible, where others spent decades refining techniques and seeking enlightenment. Chenren's growth seemed effortless, as if the very heavens dared not obstruct his way. Or perhaps it was because no one else dared to walk the path he had chosen, leaving him unchallenged in a field that defied traditional cultivation. Yalin's whiskers twitched. The surprises never ceased. For all her airs of superiority and her role as his so-called master, she couldn't help but feel like the one being taught. Watching him shape his strange Tao, his every step a quiet revelation, left her questioning centuries of knowledge she'd once thought infallible. But of course, Her pride as a celestial cat would never allow her to admit such thoughts, not even to herself. Instead, she lifted her head high, feigning indifference as the human continued forward, his stride strong and unbothered, even though he clearly knew she was watching his every step. She had tried to rationalize her astonishment, pinning it on the circumstances surrounding him. Perhaps it was his otherworldly origins, or the unorthodox nature of his Tao. But then, he had mentioned the dragon, a dragon in his star space. A spirit manifestation this early was something entirely unheard of. A part of her, ever wary, wondered if he might have lied. Humans, after all, were prone to embellishments, and she had encountered countless who puffed up their pride with falsehoods. But no Chen Ren wouldn't do that to her. He had always been honest to her. If he said he had seen the dragon, then it was real, Buthao. Why Chen Ren? These questions raged in her mind, tightening with every thought. She had heard of cultivators manifesting spiritual projections, their Taos taking form in the astral plane. Yet this was a feat reserved for those who had transcended boundaries of the lower realms, their foundations honed over decades or even centuries. For him to achieve it now, so soon after stepping into cultivation, defied all logic. Her tail twitched as she turned her gaze inward, her eyes gleaming faintly as she peered into the depths of his being. His soul sat steady and unassuming within his dantian, surrounded by spirit roots, so pitifully weak that any sect worth its name would have dismissed him without a second glance. And yet, her sharp eyes detected the faint hum of something more. It wasn't that his roots had improved. No, they were as mundane as ever. But his Tao, the path he carved out for himself, seemed to bridge the gap, compensating for what nature had denied him. She flicked her tail in thought, her steps light and unhurried as she walked beside him. The wind danced through her fur, but her mind remained tethered to the mystery that was Chenren. Just what had the heavens seen in him to gift him such an absurdly early revelation? Before her thoughts could spiral further, Chenren's voice broke the silence. He spoke to her through his mind, knowing that if he spoke alone, he might as well appear as a madman. So, what exactly is spirit manifestation? Yelin's ear twitched, her feline features betraying a brief flash of irritation. She had known he would ask. Of course, he always asked questions. With a sigh, she cast him the sternest look she could muster, one perfected over centuries. It was the same look she had honed when raising a litter of spirit kittens, training them before releasing them into the world. Her amber eyes narrowed. Spirit manifestation, she began in a clipped tone, as its name implies. Spirit manifestation is the appearance of a spirit within you. When a cultivator walks their Tao, they occasionally connect to spirits that align with their path. That's why high-realm cultivators often summon spirits when they execute their techniques. But it's rare, exceptionally rare. Certainly not something someone like you should be able to achieve. She glanced at him pointedly, her amber eyes glinting with disbelief. And a dragon, no less. The last dragon died 3 centuries ago. Even then, it was only a wyvern. Not a true dragon? Do you have any idea how absurd this sounds? Chenren scratched his head, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. Wait, so dragons are real? Then, as if realizing the answer himself, he smacked his forehead with enough force to draw curious looks from passers-by. He looked stupid doing that, but she had gotten used to his eccentricities by now. Of course they are. This world has everything. Yelin rolled her eyes, but refrained from commenting. He turned back to her, his expression brightening. This man was like a curious cub, almost trying to get to the bottom of every question he had. So the dragon in my star space. That's my spirit manifestation. Maybe? Yelin said slowly, her tone unusually serious. But this is well beyond anything I know. If it truly is a dragon, that's significant. A dragon being alive is already monumental news. But one that shares your Tao? She shook her head. That's nearly impossible. Dragons are mystical creatures, one of the 4 heavenly beasts of legend. Chen Ren's curiosity only deepened. 4 heavenly beasts? Who are they? Yelin sighed, flicking her ears in irritation, but answered anyway. The white tiger, the black turtle, the crimson phoenix, and of course, the golden dragon. They represent the pinnacle of existence, embodying unmatched Taos. Her tone softened as she began listing them. The white tiger stands at the peak of the martial Tao, its strength and ferocity unrivaled. The black turtle follows the Tao of healing, embodying resilience and restoration. The crimson phoenix pursues the Tao of creation, revered by alchemists and craftsmen cultivators alike. And the dragon? Chen Ren asked, looking down with widened eyes. The dragon? Yalan paused, her gaze drifting as though searching for answers in the distant horizon. It's unknown. Despite being one of the 4 heavenly beasts, its power remains shrouded in mystery. It hasn't revealed itself in centuries, and no records describe its true Tao. It's as if the heavens themselves concealed its path. So, if the Tao of the dragon is lost, could it be that it rules over money? Yalen froze mid-step, her ears flattening as silence wrapped around her. The weight of his words sank in like a stone, sending ripples through her mind. It was ridiculous, impossible. And yet, her silence betrayed her uncertainty. What if he was right? What if this absurd notion was true? If the dragon's Tao truly aligned with wealth, then Chenren was no ordinary cultivator. He wasn't just treading an unusual path, he was poised to bring a seismic shift to the world. The thought sent a chill down her spine, one she quickly masked with a flick of her tail. Snapping herself out of her stupor, she quickened her pace. "Let's hurry to the tea shop," she said briskly, her tone firm. "I saw some books on spirit beasts there. You will get more information on them there." She strode ahead, ears twitching with irritation and focus. Yet, as the wind carried Chenren's steady footsteps behind her, she risked a glance over her shoulder. His casual gait and unfazed demeanor only deepened her unease. What destiny awaited a man walking the Tao of money? Asterisk. Asterisk asterisk Chenren sat cross-legged in the quiet upper floor room of the tea house. The scent of freshly brewed tea was in the air, but his focus remained on the stack of books before him. Like Ching he had promised, she'd allowed him access to more of her collection, and he'd already devoured a handful of them over the past few days. But today, his purpose was singular, learning the truths about spirit manifestations and spirit beasts. He turned the worn pages of an old book titled Path of the Bonded Spirit by Grandmaster Shu Fen. The faded ink, still sharp enough to convey its authority. According to Shu Fen, spirit manifestation was one of the most difficult feats a cultivator could achieve, requiring not only a deep understanding of their Tao, but also the extraordinary luck to find a spirit beast that resonated with it. Binding the spirit beast wasn't just a connection, it was a soul pact, forged through the cultivator's star space. Once completed, the bond allowed the cultivator to draw on the spirit beast's power, uniting their fates forever. The book had detailed the process of binding, alongside accounts of cultivators who had succeeded. Chenren's eyes lingered on a vivid description of a famous cultivator, Zhang Wu, who had bonded with a mischievous monkey spirit. Through the pact, Zhang gained the ability to create multiple clones of himself, overwhelming opponents with sheer numbers. Another tale recounted the journey of Satoshi, who formed a pact with a lightning mouse. The bond allowed her to summon devastating thunderstrikes in battle. Chenren's brow furrowed as he read on. He found detailed descriptions of spirit beasts, commonly bonded with cultivators walking the martial Taos. Martial Tao cultivators had a natural advantage, forming bonds with creatures like stone apes or wind wolves that enhanced their combat techniques. Alchemists, on the other hand, often bonded with fire spirit beasts, flame foxes, ember salamanders, or even minor firebirds, granting them the precise control of flames needed for their craft. The book Path of the Bonded Spirit was an invaluable resource. Yet, as he closed it with a soft thud, Chenren furrowed his brows. "There is really nothing about dragons in here," he muttered, a tinge of disappointment coloring his voice. From across the room, Yalan, sprawled lazily on her stomach, cracked an eye open and flicked her tail. "Obviously, there won't be," she said in a dry tone, as if mocking Chenren's research. "I bet you didn't even find anything on the other 3 heavenly beasts, did you?" "None of them have bonded with a cultivator in centuries. You won't find that kind of information in any dusty book." Chenren let out a frustrated sigh but leaned back, thoughtful. At least I learned how bonding works. I can try with the dragon. Yelin lifted her head slightly and let out a cheer before continuing. But didn't you tell me you're always thrown out of your star space when the dragon shows up? He nodded. Yeah, I can barely stay there for a few moments before it forces me out. Then you're too weak to bond with it, she replied bluntly, stretching her paws out. It's impossible for someone in the body-forging realm to bond with something like a dragon. Your body will break under the strain of its strength. Chenren sighed again, deeper this time. Her words sounded like he wasn't enough to do whatever he needed to do at the moment, and that was frustrating. That's unfortunate to know. He paused, staring out the window for a moment before his eyes lit up with determination. But if it's just a matter of strength, doesn't that mean I'll be able to bond with it if I get stronger? Yalin studied him for a long moment, her gaze unreadable. Finally, she shrugged, a sly grin forming on her lips. Sure, build more businesses. Then, Chenren blinked, confused. What does that have to do with... Your Tao, Yalin interrupted, her tail swishing playfully. The dragon follows your path, right? Get stronger on your path, human. Maybe then you'll have a chance. Chenren gave a wry smile, leaning forward to stretch the muscles in his back and neck as he'd been sitting in the same position for too long. I already feel stretched thin as it is. I need more people in my sect, but it's hard to recruit anyone without an official sect status. Yalin scoffed, flicking her tail in irritation. Then just get an official one? He sighed, shaking his head. That's easier said than done. Definitely harder than flicking the tail and asking to get an official sect status. To establish a sect officially, I'd need spirit stones. And you don't understand how much harder those are to get. They're insanely expensive. Sure, I can earn a lot with my businesses and trade mortal currency for them, but the exchange rates, they'll bleed me dry. A single low-grade spirit stone costs 100 silver coins. And that's if you're lucky enough to find someone honest. Higher grades. Don't even get me started. And Yalin's eyes narrowed as she stretched her front legs again, feigning a yawn. Then why not go find them in the wild? Chenren gave her a flat look. You think I haven't thought about that? I don't have the location of any spirit vein mines. It's not like they just pop up out of nowhere. The famous ones are already under the control of major sects or handled directly by the Empire. No one's leaving those unguarded for me to stumble upon. Yalin's ears twitched as she circled the same spot she had napped in before, finally settling down. She glanced up from the floor and gave her tail a single swoosh, signaling her comfort. Chenren couldn't help but be amused by this cat. Just look at her. Then go hunt beasts. Trade their cores for spirit stones. Isn't that how cultivators usually make a living? He rubbed the back of his neck, forgetting all about the demeanor of the cat just to focus on her words. That's an option, sure, but it's dangerous. Spirit beasts aren't exactly friendly, and I'm not strong enough to face high-grade ones yet. His gaze shifted to her. A wicked smile stretched across his face. Unless, of course, you'd be willing to lend me your claws. Yalin smirked, her tail curling lazily. Ah, so now you want my help. What happened to your I can handle it myself attitude? Chenren sighed dramatically. That was before I realized just how expensive ambition is in this world. Yalin scoffed, flicking her tail dismissively. I'm not your employee, human. I'll help if you're in danger. But if you start relying on me for every little problem, you'll never grow. Do you think I want to follow around a weakling forever? Chenren nodded earnestly. Well, you are right. I don't plan to use you. It was a joke. You're already my cheat in this world, besides my Tao, of course. Her ears twitched as she eyed him suspiciously. Cheat? What's that supposed to mean? Chenren just chuckled, refusing to answer as he snickered under his breath and moved toward another stack of books. He skimmed through the shelves, his fingers brushing over the spines as he read their titles. The Mystical Art of Spirit Carpentry, Cooking Techniques of the Flame Salamander, How to Properly Groom a Spirit Beast Volume the Second, and he stopped, raising an eyebrow. Who writest wavolumes on grooming? Yalin snorted from her spot, unimpressed. People with too much time on their hands, clearly. Shaking his head, he kept searching. His gaze wandered past a few more odd titles. The Secret Lives of Spirit Ants, and an '01 Ways to Trap a Spirit Chicken, until he froze. His eyes landed on a plain leather-bound book tucked between more decorative tomes. The faded golden letters on the spine read, "Talismans, and their making." Something about it tugged at him, and he reached for it without a second thought. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Chapter 37. Jasmine Ching, he inhaled the smell deeply as the porcelain teacup swirled gently in her hand. Her eyes locked in at a cluster of young girls, mortal, rich, giggling, and infuriatingly loud, huddled around a table. Their voices raised after one another as they all debated, with an annoying heat over that story, the one penned by the odd young cultivator, Chen Ren. Her fingers tapped on the table in a soothing rhythm as her lips curved in a satirical smile. It had been quite some time since the so-called love story was released. She half expected the fascination to die long back, but on the contrary, it had become an obsession. They'd been treating the book akin to a classic folk tale. She sighed at that thought. These girls they were reimagining, filling the gaps with their own absurd fantasies, alternating endings, impossible love triangles, and even theories that bordered on the ridiculous. She had talked to Chen Ren about it, and he had simply labeled it as fan fiction and told her to let it grow. According to him, every popular work would have fan renditions, but Ching he had never even heard the term before. Her brows twitched as the two youths started raising their voices, trying to assert dominance over their narrative of the protagonist's love was truly required. She sighed, feeling that her patience was wearing thin. Maybe I should have just burned the manuscript, she muttered to herself. Or maybe I shouldn't have ever accepted letting that young cultivator take a look at my collection in exchange for the novel. Because the deal had struck true, the profits continued to flow inside her small tea stall like nothing, and it had been mostly due to the book, Liang Shan, and Huayun. With that, a chuckle escaped her lips. At least the business has been doing well. As she took another sip of her tea, her mind refocused on Chen Ren. With his sly grin and strange aura, he had been on her mind far more often than she cared to admit. 200 years ago, she might have mistaken this curiosity for a girlish crush one that ran deep. But now, she knew it was something else entirely. He was an enigma, and Ching he detested enigmas. He was a strange, mysterious cultivator, and those kinds almost brought a new set of problems with them. This morning, he'd entered her shop without so much as a greeting and made a beeline for the first floor, where the books were. And he moved with the authority of a man with a big, fat purpose. But that wasn't the reason why he had been on her mind. It was due to the fact that his aura had changed from a weak 4-star body forging realm cultivator to a 7-star. She had seen him just 3 days back, and he hadn't looked anywhere near a breakthrough then. Her teacup paused midair, her fingers tightening around its rim. One thought swirled in her mind. Is he a demonic cultivator? She said aloud, unable to help herself. And more importantly, even if he was, could she kill him with the spirit cat following behind him? She hadn't reached that conclusion for no reason. Ching he had seen many strange things in her centuries of life, enough to dismiss the eccentricities of most cultivators, because they were by nature an odd breed. Endless pill popping, retreating into caves for decades at a time, and emerging half-mad and wholly awkward. But this was something else entirely. No cultivator, no matter how talented or dedicated they were, leapt 3 stars in the body-forging realm within a single day. That was a fact as immutable as the heavens themselves. She had confirmed it with her own senses. He had been a 4th-star novice barely a week ago, and now his aura was much more noticeable at the threshold of the 8th star. At first, she thought it could be because of pills. After all, it wasn't unreasonable. Chen Ren had recently earned a significant fortune by winning a trial by might. He could have easily bought body-strengthening or bone-forging pills, the type used by wealthy but untalented disciples, to brute force their way through the early realms. But pills, no matter how strong they were, took time to absorb into the body. They worked with the marrow, the bones, the muscles, and even the bloodline. No pills, no matter how rare or expensive they were, could slip the natural order. So, how? If he wasn't a demonic cultivator whose rumors had been speeding through the city, then what was he? The thought of him being a heavenly genius crossed her mind. That would at least explain the spirit cat she'd seen trailing him. And yet, something about that explanation felt wrong. Her instincts, experienced over decades of watching the rising and fall of countless cultivators, rejected that idea. No, he didn't fit into the mold of a demonic cultivator or a prodigy. His path felt stranger, more labyrinthine. The truth felt like something that she couldn't figure out just yet. And for the first time in decades, she felt curiosity bubbling inside her. And her mind felt like an itch that she couldn't quite scratch without proper answers. On the other hand, the mystery surrounding the man was intoxicating. She felt almost giddy, wanting to know what he was up to, who he was, and how he did it. A part of her even wanted to march towards him, block his path with a single thought, and demand answers directly. Words or force, she didn't care. Her reverie was broken by the soft creak of footsteps, drawing her eyes toward the staircase. Chen Ren, the man who'd clouded her very thoughts for the longest time today, emerged. He had a small stack of books balanced in his arms, and that spirit caddis perpetual shadow padded silently behind him. A faint smile crossed her face as she straightened, placing the teacup in front of her, and she folded her hands on the counter. The young cultivator stopped before her, putting the books down with a casel thud. "Senior Ching He, I found these books and was hoping you could help me understand them." Ching He's eyes flicked to the titles, her brow arching with each one she read. Talismans and their makings, arrays and applications, a dumb cultivator's guide to pill creation. Interesting. Her gaze rose to meet his. "Are you trying to learn all the cultivation disciplines at once?" she asked, a faint edge of incredulity lacing her voice. Chen Ren grinned, an expression so disarming it nearly masked the absurdity of his response. "Actually, yes," he said with a casual nod. "I was looking for books on spirit beasts, but these caught my eye. They seemed interesting." Ching He pressed her fingers to her temple, exhaling slowly. "Interesting," she repeated, her tone dry. "I don't think you realize what you're getting into." Most cultivators only dabble in secondary arts when they've reached a bottleneck or lack talent in pure cultivation. Sects value a skilled alchemist or array master because those talents are rare. But mastery of a secondary art is an entirely different path from cultivation itself. Few have the time or the capability for both. Chen Ren nodded thoughtfully, his grin never faltering. "That's precisely why I want to dabble in them," he replied, his voice carrying a conviction that caught Ching He off guard. "I believe they'll unlock the next set of opportunities for me." "Opportunities? What kind of opportunities?" His grin widened, a glimmer of mischief in his expression. "I believe you already know," he said smoothly. "Busyness opportunities." Ching He blinked, momentarily stunned by the simplicity of his answer. She leaned back, her lips pressing into a thin line. She couldn't understand this man or his intentions, and she was far from assuming what they were. "Business opportunities," she repeated, shaking her head. "You're an odd one, Chen Ren. Most cultivators seek power, enlightenment, or even revenge. And here you are, treating cultivation as a stepping stone to what? Becoming a merchant? Not just a merchant, a successful one." For a moment, Ching He said nothing, simply studying him. There was no hesitation in his words, no sign of doubt. If nothing else, she had to admit, his confidence was as intriguing as it was maddening. She let her eyes linger on him, her expression an amalgam of disbelief and curiosity. It wasn't the first time Chen Ren had said something so wildly unconventional. She still remembered the day he'd nonchalantly talked about founding a sect as if it were the same as opening a tea shop. Now, here he was again, speaking of mastering cultivation disciplines, not for self-defense, enlightenment, or even survival, but for busyness. Her lips twitched with a mixture of amusement and incredulity. "You're telling me that you're learning these, not to make pills for breakthroughs, or to protect yourself with arrays, but for business?" She waited for his response. He nodded, enthusiastically. Are you dumb? She asked, not holding back her thoughts. Chen Ren didn't flinch, his grin unfaltering. Obviously not, he replied. Busyness is my path. I've been doing well in the mortal market, as you've probably noticed, but it's only a stepping stone. Sooner or later, I'll need to target cultivators, and to do that, I need to understand what they want to buy. These books, he gestured to the stack on the counter, are the key to developing products they'll value. And as you said, these skills can double as tools for self-defense. That's just a bonus. Ching, he let out a sharp laugh. Going by your unnaturally fast breakthroughs, I seriously doubt you need more tools to defend yourself. Chen Ren's expression shifted ever so slightly, a flicker of something unreadable passing over his face. He met her gaze squarely. I can see that your old eyes are still working. Ching, he raised an eyebrow, leaning forward slightly. They work better than yours, and I haven't lived for centuries just to miss something so obvious, she replied. And you don't strike me as foolish enough to think mortals would have books on cultivation disciplines. It's clear you understand what I am. Chen Ren nodded slowly, his fingers drumming lightly against the counter as his eyes darted around the shop. After a moment, he leaned in slightly, lowering his voice to a near whisper. So, can you help me with these? I've skimmed through them, but most are written in overly formal language, full of jargon that's hard to grasp. If I'm going to learn, I'll need guidance, and frankly, you're the only one I can come to. For a moment, Ching he was taken aback. Surprise flickered in her eyes as she studied him, searching for any sign of deceit. The man stood tall, with his usual smile on his face, not even the smallest falter of emotions in his eyes. Finally, finding none, she opened her mouth, ready to reject him outright. But then, her earlier questions about his rapid progression surfaced in her mind, tugging at her curiosity. She hesitated, the words dying on her lips. Instead, she leaned back. I could help you, but in exchange, I want something from you. Chen Ren tilted his head. And what might that be? You're going to tell me how you've been progressing so fast in your cultivation. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Chen Ren hesitated, his eyes shifting between the stack of books and Ching He's steady, expectant stare. Revealing his Tao wasn't something he took lightly. By now, he understood just how rare it was. The idea of casually sharing it with others felt similar to handing over a priceless treasure, dangerous and foolish. More importantly, if his suspicions were correct, his Tao might be the thread that tethered him to a lost heavenly beast. That connection wasn't something he wanted prying eyes on. But again, Ching He wasn't just anyone. Though the woman carried herself with the aloof dignity of someone who didn't care much for others, Chen Ren had spent enough time around her to know better. She was sharp, sure, but also bound by her word, a rare trait in a world where deceit was second nature to many. And while she sometimes acted like she'd rather be anywhere but talking to him, she'd still been honest, patient even, in their past conversations. He sighed, leaning forward slightly. Fine, I'll tell you, but only if you promise, no swear, that you'll never speak of it to anyone. Ching He frowned, her forehead wrinkling as she looked at him with the same thoughtful expression she always wore. You have my word now. Speak. Chen Ren took a deep breath, steeling himself before he began to explain. He spoke carefully, omitting any mention of the dragon or the deeper mysteries he hadn't fully unraveled himself. Instead, he focused on the essence of his path, the Tao of money. He described the way it resonated with him, how it shaped his understanding of the world, and how it opened doors in ways few could comprehend. As he spoke, Ching He's expression shifted. At first, her brows furrowed in thought, her lips pressed into a thin line. Then, as the realization sank in, her jaw slackened, and the teacup she grabbed up to take a sip remained in midair. When he finished, she closed her eyes and let out a long, slow breath. So, she finally said, you're not a demonic cultivator. You simply follow an esoteric Tao of money. Chen Ren nodded, a small, sheepish smile tugging at his lips. That's right. She opened her eyes and set the teacup down. And here I was, wondering if you were the soul-devouring fiend skulking through the city. Chen Ren blinked, caught off guard. Wait, Why would you even think that? He leaned back in her chair, her fingers idly tapping the armrest. Because there's been talk. Whispers of a demonic cultivator roaming the city, killing people and consuming their souls. It's spreading fast, too fast. Even the city guards have ramped up their patrols to hunt the culprit down. Ren's brow furrowed as he processed her words. He went silent, his mind drifting to the streets he'd passed through earlier. Now that she mentioned it, the atmosphere had been strange. People moved with a cautious edge, their gazes darting to every shadow, their steps quick and lacked the usual calmness. He'd dismissed it as paranoia, but if a killer was truly on the loose, their wariness made sense. I did notice people acting off, he admitted, but I didn't think much of it at the time. He studied him for a moment, her lips curving into a faint smirk. Well, at least I can cross you off the suspect list, she said dryly. He paused. Unable to know what exactly to respond with, he replied. Thank you. And I'm not that. I'd never do something like that. He studied him for a moment before giving a slow nod. You don't carry any demonic chi, that much is certain. Her gaze shifted slightly, landing on Yalin, who lay nonchalantly by the counter, her tail flicking lazily. But what about your spirit beast? Before Ren could respond, Yelan hissed with sass and spoke directly into their minds. I'm not his. He's other eyebrow shot up, the faintest trace of amusement flickering in her eyes as she looked back at Ren. Care to explain that one, kid? Ren scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. She's complicated. Yellen isn't just any spirit beast. She's been the protector of my clan for generations. In this lifetime, she's bonded to me. But, he paused, glancing at Yellen, I'd say she acts more like a master than anything else. He's lips quirked into a faint smirk, her sharp gaze flicking between him and Yellen. Interesting. Makes me wonder about your clan, but I won't pry further. She let the silence settle briefly before shifting her attention to the books on the counter. Now that my questions are answered, let's get to business. She tapped the top book with her finger. I'll help you with the basics of these disciplines, but don't get your hopes too high. I'm no master of any of them, just someone with a baseline understanding. You'll have to make do with that. Ren nodded quickly, his excitement plain. That's more than enough for me, Senior He. Where do we start? She slid the book on talismans toward him. Tomorrow afternoon. Meet me at my shop, and we'll begin with talismans. It's as good a place to start as any. Tomorrow. Why not now? Ren asked, ready to pout her way in if it would work with the old woman. He pointed out the window, her tone wry. Because it's already night, and unlike your young bones, mine need proper rest. I have to close up and do some reading of my own. From her place by the counter, Yelan let out a soft, amused snicker, but said nothing. Ren nodded, his excitement dimmed only slightly. Fair enough. He glanced out at the darkening streets and sighed. Either way, I need to go. One of my creditors has something of mine, a medallion, I need to collect tonight. He's expression turned serious at that, her gaze narrowing. You're heading out this late. Be careful. The demonic cultivator hunts at night, and you don't want to cross paths with him or her. Most of the attacks have been closer to midnight, so you might be fine. But caution is always wise. Ren dipped into a slight bow, his tone respectful. Thank you for the warning, Senior He. I'll be careful. With that, he turned and stepped out of the tea shop, the faint jingling of the bell above the door accompanying him into the night. Yelan padded silently beside Ren, her sleek form appearing noticeable even in the shadows as they moved through the quieting streets. The path to Feng Ming's estate was familiar to him, not from this life, but from the fragmented memories he had inherited. The layout of the city's upper side was etched firmly in his mind, making it easy to navigate the straight route from the tea shop. The upper side of the city exuded quiet wealth, with paved roads and well-maintained lanterns emitting a steady glow. But even here, the usual hum of life seemed muted. As they walked, Yelan's voice brushed against his thoughts, sharp and inquisitive. I'm curious about this demonic cultivator on the loose. Shenren raised an eyebrow, glancing at her. Why? Aren't they a pretty staple thing in this world? Staple or not, they're not brain dead, she replied with a dry edge to her tone. Even the most reckless of them would think twice before entering a city so close to a guardian sect. If a demonic cultivator is here, actively killing people, it's not random. They're here for a reason, and I doubt it's a small one. I would caution you to not let your guard down, even for a moment, no matter what. Her words carried an unmistakable warning tone, and Chenren frowned slightly, his steps slowing for a brief moment. He knew she was right. He had no illusions about his strength. He had grown, yes, but not enough to take on a demonic cultivator. He rubbed his temples as he walked. I get it. I'll be careful. Good, Yalin said. From what he knew, the demonic cultivators were stronger on the same level because demonic chi inherently were far more destructive. It was because they used a lot of forbidden techniques, making it always tricky to fight them. They never played fair. But well, she was right. He should be careful. The streets grew quieter the further they walked. Shops were shuttered, their owners hurrying home, and even the few pedestrians Chenren had seen earlier seemed to vanish. The mist, which usually began creeping through the city as the night deepened, hadn't even started to rise. Yet the unease in the air was palpable. More guards patrolled the streets than usual, their lanterns swaying as they moved in pairs, scanning the shadows with sharp eyes. Chenren noticed the tension in their postures and the way they gripped their weapons until their knuckles were white. The unease was infectious. A part of him considered turning back, leaving this errand for daylight. It would have been the safer choice. Less risk, less tension crawling up his spine with every step. But he'd already sent a Tang clan messenger earlier that morning to arrange a time for retrieving the medallion. The response had been clear, this hour, tonight. And he didn't want to delay that. He had no idea if Feng Ming wouldn't stall him if he delayed the meeting, and he wanted to end the matter of his debt tonight. So, despite the unease coiling in his chest, he pressed on, shoulders squared and steps steady. Hopefully, he thought wryly, the demonic cultivator serial killer is taking a well-deserved break tonight. The attempt at humor didn't quite dispel the tension, but it was enough to keep him moving forward. Asterisk, 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 Aeon. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Chapter 38. Chenren moved towards the upper street and the lower district fell behind him. The upper district felt quite the difference from what he just moved past. Cleaner, quieter, and had beautiful stonework that reflected the heavy lanterns that hung like floating jewels. Regardless of everything else, the number of lessening people felt quite off. Normally, these districts weren't supposed to be this hollow. Even at midnight, some people were strolling, coming back from bars and red light establishments. But now, they ran back to their homes, constantly looking over their backs, as if a monster would emerge out of the shadows. Ignore the weird feeling. He shook his head and started moving towards the destination he had in his mind. Behind him, Yalin trailed as if nothing in this world could bother her. She was a sight to behold. Her tail swooshed to the rhythm, her back moved, and she was majestical in every way. Chenren's worries faded away after seeing the fearless cat beside him. Even if something happened, he knew he had her protection, and doubted that any demonic cultivator would be able to stand against her. And if she could actually be defeated by one, then he never stood a chance to begin with. Soon the world narrowed until it was just him and the grand estate that was right before him. The Feng clan estate stood like a fortress, with imposing tall walls. The gates were painted in a deep crimson and accented with golden carvings. It had the richness that came from the fortune from the trade of weapons and artifacts. Yet for all that wealth, the clan had never reached the heights of true cultivation prestige. They had been merchants, not warriors. Their legacy had been tarnished by generations of mediocrity, and the current generation fared no better. Spirit roots were a rarity among them. Even their brightest star, Feng Ming, possessed only 30 spirit roots, a paltry number. Chenren let out a huffed breath from his nose. It was ironic how their paths had crossed. Months ago, he and Feng Ming had met under different circumstances. Feng Ming, frustrated and bitter over his inability to enter the soaring sword sect, had poured his grievances into Chenren's ears. Back then, The previous body owner had been naive and had an inflated ego. Therefore, he had boldly promised to help Feng Ming gain entry after he won the sex entrance examinations. The memory left a bitter taste in his mouth. Feng Ming, his entire body soaked with greed and desperation, had assumed that Chen Ren's confidence was backed by strength. Eager to bind him in debt, he had handed over a small fortune to secure the man's loyalty, but when the competition began, the truth was laid bare. The old Chen Ren's lack of skill was as glaring as the midday sun, and his humiliating defeat was a spectacle the entire city still talked about. Feng Ming's mask had slipped after that. The once amiable youth had transformed, his scorn sharper than the blades his clan forged, and had barged right inside his room to collect the debt. Chen Ren exhaled slowly and rubbed soothing circles in his palms. That was the past. The old Chen Ren was gone, buried along with his failures. The man who now stood before the Feng clan gates was entirely different. Today, he would settle this debt, once and for all. The pouch of silver at his waist wasn't heavy, but its significance outweighed its weight. It was more than repayment. He could finally sever the ties. Feng Ming's money had been a chain, but today, Chen Ren intended to break it. Adjusting his robes, he stepped forward. The faint clink of coins accompanied his movements, a sound that felt strangely like freedom, without any other thought. He stepped into the Feng clan compound, his steps steady as his eyes swept over the scene. The guards stationed at the entrance stiffened as they saw him approach, their hands instinctively moving to their weapons. They crossed their halberds in front of him, blocking his way. "Who are you?" one demanded sharply. His thick eyebrows were like two caterpillars looking down at him in an attempt to look scary. "I'm Chen Ren, from the Chen clan of Red Peak City. Feng Ming should be expecting me." The guards exchanged a glance. The stout and black-haired one rubbed his neck for a brief moment, and a silent conversation passed between them. After a moment, the taller one replied, "Wait here," before disappearing into the depths of the compound. Chen Ren took a step back, leaning casually against the wall beside the gate. He inhaled deeply and calmed his soul, focusing on the faint rustle of leaves. Minutes passed. He remained motionless. That fool hasn't returned yet. Did he get lost or dropped dead on the way? Yelin's voice stirred in his mind, completely covered in pure irritation. Chen Ren smirked faintly. "No, I don't think so. It's a power move. Feng Ming's trying to make me wait. He wants it to seem like he's too busy, like I'm the one in need here. It's petty but predictable." This was exactly why he'd gotten comfortable when the men walked inside. Just like Bai Shen, Feng Ming was another stereotypical young master who liked to make others feel like they were less important in front of him. Yelin hummed in agreement. "Shall we just break the gate down? It would save us both time and patience." Chen Ren shook his head at that. "Let's wait a minute more. Then we'll see if this gate can withstand my thundering punch." Fortunately for the gate, the guard returned just then, looking slightly flustered. It could be the midnight coldness crawling to his face, but Chen Ren doubted that was the case. He gestured stiffly. "You may enter. Follow the servant. She'll take you to the young master." Chen Ren pushed off the wall with an easy grace, brushing past the guard without a word. A young servant girl awaited him just beyond, bowing politely before motioning for him to follow. Her steps were quick, and Chen Ren kept pace, his eyes taking in the grandiose surroundings of the estate. Manicured gardens, passionately carved stone paths, and the sweet scent of incense filled the air, all designed to flaunt the Feng clan's wealth. After weaving through several courtyards, they stopped before a large sliding door. The servant turned to him. "Young Master Feng is inside." Chen Ren nodded, his hand reaching for the door. With a firm push, the panel slid open, revealing the room beyond. He stepped in, the door closing behind him with a quiet thud. The room Chen Ren stepped into was spacious, almost cavernous. The polished wooden floor reflected the harsh glow of lanterns hanging from the ceiling, and the air carried a faint trace of sandalwood incense. It seemed like the entire compound was made to his taste. The walls were filled with racks of weapons, swords, axes, and halberds displayed like trophies. Among them, Chen Ren's eyes caught the designs of talismans encased in protective glass. He narrowed his gaze at one in particular, its surface marked with runes. Though he couldn't identify its exact purpose, the runic patterns suggested it was a fire-aspected talisman, likely capable of causing explosions in battles. He had taken a look at a similar design while looking through the book just hours back. After a quick survey of the room, Chen Ren's attention shifted to the man seated at its center. Feng Ming sat cross-legged on the floor, a porcelain cup of tea cradled in his hands. He looked much the same as always, neatly groomed, with an air of smug confidence that radiated from the smirk tugging at his lips. It was an expression Chen Ren found uniquely irritating. Even as his eyes focused on Feng Ming, he said nothing, his focus seemingly on his tea, as though Chen Ren's presence was an afterthought. The silence stretched, a subtle challenge hanging in the air. But Chen Ren understood these power games well. He didn't speak, didn't move. He merely stood there, his expression calm and unreadable. Time ticked by, and the faint clink of Feng Ming setting his cup down broke the silence at last. "Chen Ren, you're here," he said lazily. As though the 10 minutes of waiting hadn't happened, Chen Ren's lips twitched, his voice laced with dry humor. "Yeah, for the last 10 minutes. Your eyesight must have gotten pretty weak if you couldn't see me standing so close." Feng Ming coughed lightly, his smirk faltering for a moment before returning. "Your tongue is as sharp as ever. Either way, I don't have time to waste on you. Why are you here?" Chen Ren folded his arms, his voice calm but firm. "My messenger should have told you already. I'm here to take back my medallion. It's a family heirloom, and leaving it in the hands of a creditor is a disrespect to my ancestors." Feng Ming's smirk widened, amusement flickering in his eyes. "Ah, your medallion. You forget, Chen Ren, that I took it because you couldn't pay your debt. If you want it back, I'll need before he could finish." Chen Ren flicked a pouch toward him. It landed on the table with a heavy thud, the clink of coins unmistakable. "There's 500 silver wen in there, with interest, standard rate. Now, hand over the medallion." Feng Ming froze, his gaze flickering to the pouch. After a moment, he opened it, the shine of polished silver reflecting in his eyes. His expression shifted, the smirk fading into something more complicated. He looked back at Chen Ren, a trace of surprise creeping into his voice. "I heard you've abandoned cultivation altogether and started dabbling in business, but I didn't expect you to succeed so quickly. Or is this money from that idiot Bai Shen? Just so you know, I could defeat him with my eyes closed. He's hardly a worthy opponent." Chen Ren grunted, his tone flat and impatient. "You don't need to concern yourself with where the money came from. Just give me my medallion so I can leave." Feng Ming shook his head, an irritating smirk creeping back onto his face. "Relax, I was just making a conversation." He reached into the drawer of the low table beside him, pulling something out and tossing it toward Chen Ren. The gleaming object spun in the air before Chen Ren instinctively caught it. His fingers wrapped around the cool hilt of a sword. His brows furrowed as he held it up, glaring at Feng Ming. "What is this? I gave you my medallion, not a sword." Feng Ming leaned back lazily, waving a hand toward the weapon. "That sword is forged from black vein iron, and the handle is made from the bone of a Tier 2 beast. It's worth far more than 500 silver wen. Take it as compensation instead of your medallion." Chen Ren's expression darkened, his grip tightening around the sword. He could feel everything inside him coiling with rage as he looked at him. "Are you joking with me? This wasn't our deal." Feng Ming shrugged nonchalantly. "Apologies, but I already sold your medallion. Got a great deal for it, too. Consider yourself lucky. I'm compensating you better than you deserve. You should be happy to get a sword like that after defaulting on your before Feng Ming could finish." Chen Ren's patience snapped. A surge of qi burst forth from him, crackling lightning snaking across the room in a brilliant flash. In a blur, Chen Ren sprinted forward, faster than Feng Ming could react. His hand shot out, grabbing the collar of Feng Ming's robes and slamming him against the wall with a resounding loud noise. The smirk vanished from Feng Ming's face, replaced by wide-eyed panic. "What are you doing?" he stammered, struggling against Chen Ren's grip, but the iron-like fingers didn't budge. Chen Ren's voice was low, laced with the hum of barely contained fury. Give me my medallion, or I'll burn you to ash with my lightning. Feng Ming thrashed, trying to escape. But the realization hit him like a stone. He was utterly powerless. His voice trembled as he choked out, How? How are you this strong? You were only at the 3rd star body forging realm before. He could hardly speak with the grip Chen Ren had on him. Feng Ming seemed to quiver as his eyes glowed faintly with the charge of his qi. I'm at the 7th star now, and unlucky for you, you're still at the 3rd. If I wanted, I could kill you here and now. Feng Ming's face turned pale. There are laws in the city. You can't just... Chen Ren's lips curled into a dangerous smirk. You broke the law first, when you refused to return what was mine. I've already proven my strength once in a trial by might. I could easily win another. This time, I might even keep the right to kill. Do you want to gamble on that? The room fell into tense silence. The only sound, the faint crackle of lingering lightning dancing across Chen Ren's fingertips, and the heavy breathing of Feng Ming coming out in gasps. His voice trembled as he spoke. No! No. I'll get you your medallion. Just release me. Chen Ren let go, watching as Feng Ming stumbled forward, his hands trembling. The once smug young master moved with a nervous, jerky gait, heading toward the far corner of the room. Chen Ren's eyes narrowed as he followed every step, ready to act if Feng Ming attempted anything. He cast a quick glance toward the door, ensuring no guards stormed in to intervene. Feng Ming reached a large desk and bent down, opening a hidden compartment beneath it. From inside, he pulled out a small, ornate chest. He placed it on the table, hesitating for a moment before opening it to reveal the medallion resting within. Chen Ren's gaze immediately locked onto the heirloom. Its familiar dull sheen brought a slight sense of relief, but his voice was sharp. So, this is what you call sold. He stepped closer, picking it up and inspecting it thoroughly. The medallion looked the same as he remembered, old, unassuming, and yet undeniably sturdy. No scratches or marks had tarnished it. He turned to Feng Ming with a piercing glare. Why did you lie? Feng Ming flinched, averting his eyes. I wasn't able to figure out what material it's made of, he confessed. And since you said it's a family heirloom, I knew it must be valuable. My clan deals in weapons and artifacts, so I've seen almost everything. But this medallion, my best appraisers couldn't determine its origin. That's why I got greedy. Chen Ren's brow furrowed. His medallion, a keepsake he had never thought much about, suddenly seemed to carry more value. His mind wandered briefly to Yalan and the strange circumstances surrounding his ancestors. If they had been powerful enough to bind someone like Yalan in a debt of servitude, then perhaps the medallion wasn't as ordinary as it appeared. Still, it had never displayed any signs of being a spirit artifact. Looking back at Feng Ming, he asked, What did your appraisers find out? Feng Ming swallowed hard, his hands twitching nervously. Not much, just that it's old. Very old. There's some strange writing etched on the back, but it doesn't match any known script in the Empire or any region my appraisers are familiar with. Beyond that, nothing. Trust me. Chen Ren studied him for a moment before nodding. Fine, but next time, don't lie to me. I'm not the same person you used to know. Feng Ming opened his mouth as if to respond, but Chen Ren had already turned, striding toward the door. Behind him, Feng Ming hesitated. A shift of something, perhaps fear, perhaps regret crossing his face. But Chen Ren didn't look back, exiting the room with his medallion in hand, the heavy door sliding shut behind him with finality. The door creaked softly as he slipped out of the mansion, his robes brushing against the cool stone steps. The night was still, the faint noise of wind and leaves the only sound accompanying his hurried steps. Tilting his head to the heavens, his eyes locked onto the silver crescent moon, its position confirming what he already feared. The mist would be forming by now, creeping along the walls. The streets were emptier than he'd expected. Not a single lantern flickered in the windows, and the silence pressed against his ears like a weight. Even the usual nocturnal scurry of small creatures seemed absent. His brows furrowed as he quickened his pace. The medallion clutched tightly in his palm. Yalan, he murmured, his voice low and steady. "Do you know what this is?" Her presence stirred faintly within him, her voice soft but laced with curiosity. "Number this medallion has been passed down since the first of your ancestors I served. They believed it was some kind of war medal, a relic of victory. But after what Feng Ming said, even I'm uncertain." He traced the etchings on the back of the medallion with his thumb, their unfamiliarity gnawing at him. "Can you read the script?" "I can't," Yalin admitted with a rare note of frustration. "I know much about cultivation techniques, formations, and ancient artifacts, but languages and scripts aren't my domain. You'll need to investigate this yourself." A heavy sigh escaped him, his breath clouding briefly in the cold night air. "One more mystery to solve," he muttered, slipping the medallion into his pouch as his steps quickened. Rounding a bend, his attention caught on a figure moving parallel to him down the adjoining street. The man's face was obscured beneath a wide bamboo hat, and a dark cloak hung loosely around him, swaying with his strong strides. A sword hilt jutted over his shoulder, its grip wrapped in worn leather. He slowed, his gaze narrowing as he watched the man's movements. Something about him. It wasn't just the sword or the hat felt off. His instincts prickled, a faint warning curling in his chest like smoke. He shook the feeling off and pushed forward, turning into a narrow alley. "Yalen," he whispered again, his tone sharp this time. "Did you see his soul?" "No," she replied quickly, while her fur straightened as she craned her neck outside the alley to look at the back of the man. "I used my soul-seeing eyes, but he's shrouded. That cloak must be crafted to block detection, even at this high level." He slowed, the unease twisting into a knot in his stomach. Why would someone need to hide like that? And at this hour, his voice dropped to a murmur. "Don't tell me." Chen Ren's muttering trailed off as a faint, painful groan reached his ears. He froze, the sound cutting through the stillness like a blade. Heart pounding, he stepped around the corner, his boot splashing into something wet. The coppery tang of blood hit his nose instantly, and his gaze dropped to the crimson pool spreading beneath him. 2 guards lay sprawled on the cobblestone street. One was lifeless, his head severed cleanly from his shoulders, the grotesque wound still oozing. The other gasped weakly, his chest heaving in shallow, ragged bursts. Blood poured from the stump where his hand had been, pooling beneath his mutilated body. Chen Ren's eyes widened, his breath catching as he crouched by the dying man. "Hey," he said urgently, his voice shaking. "Who did this?" The guard's lips quivered, his bloodied mouth trying to form words, but no sound came. His body convulsed once, twice, then stilled, his lifeless gaze fixed on the void. "Yalin," Chen Ren called out, his voice barely above a whisper. "Look at the wounds," she said grimly, her voice heavy with warning. "They were made by a sword. Precise, ruthless. A sword." Chen Ren echoed, his stomach twisting. His mind snapped back to the man he had seen earlier. The bamboo hat, the cloak, the sword on his back. The pieces clicked into place like a lock turning, and a cold dread seeped into his veins. "It's him," he whispered, his voice hollow. "The demonic cultivator." Before he could process the revelation, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. The ground trembled beneath him, and a blinding flash of light tore through the darkness, forcing him to shield his eyes. The shockwave hit like a hammer, leaving his ears ringing and the world around him spinning. Instinctively, he dropped low, his heart pounding in his chest as the echoes of the blast faded into a harrowing silence. Asterisk, 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 Aeon. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Happy New Year! Forgot to wish last chapter. Chapter 39. What on earth? Chen Ren crouched amidst the bloodied earth, his breath shallow, his fingers brushing the remnants of the crimson-soaked soil. Above him, the sky churned, a mushroom-shaped cloud of thick smoke spiraling outward, its tendrils curling into the sky like dark fingers reaching for an unseen foe. The scent of sulfur and burning metal was sharp in the air. He closed his mouth with his hand as the smoke filled his lungs, a cough willing to escape. But he didn't want to. The ground trembled beneath him, quaking with the force of distant explosions. One after another, each of the blasts seemed to tear the world asunder, its echoes drowning out the shouts, screams, and frantic voices that mingled with the chaos. A part of his body froze, caught in the noise of everything. He knew his senses weren't dull enough to ignore the unmistakable signs. He had just passed by the demonic cultivator, and the smoke was rising from the Feng clan's estate. He stared at the smoke, his heart sinking as he considered the fate of Feng Ming. With that much sound and impact, he doubted anyone within the estate area could have survived. Not even a cultivator would stand against such destruction. At least not a body-forging realm one. Should he go and help? The thought ran in circles around his mind, but he knew he wouldn't be able to do anything. His power was growing, sure, but it was still a far cry from what was needed to face a demonic cultivator of such monstrous strength. Chen Ren looked at the cat who'd huddled beside him. He knew for a fact that even if Yalen took charge, the rift between her and the demonic cultivator would tear the very air they breathed. If he stayed, he risked being crushed between their forces. Yalen's fur fluffed out in agitation, and her amber eyes moved between Chen Ren and the chaos. "Yalen," Chen Ren whispered. His voice almost didn't come out due to the fear that crept at his insides. At his voice, Yalen's eyes stuck on his. "We should run." Without another thought, the cat nodded, and they started to run, leaving the bodies behind. "I don't know the demonic cultivator's strength either, but it's better to steer clear. There's no point in risking it with you here," Yalen said, jumping over a wall and running on top of it. Just as Chen Ren opened his mouth to agree, a scream sliced through the commotion, a loud, animalistic shriek that rattled the very earth and sent a ripple of dread down his spine. He halted as his eyes snapped toward the source. "God, what is that?" Chen Ren squinted his eyes. The thick smoke parted, revealing monstrous shapes emerging from the gloom. Ethereal, beastly bodies revealed themselves, their massive forms glistening in the haze like phantoms of flame. Their red, glowing outlines pulsed with an annoying light, their large bodies almost transparent, as though they were born from the very smoke itself. They resembled rhinos, and his eyes widened as he took the sight in. There were 7 in total, their monstrous roars reverberating through the air like the cries of spirits trapped in a nightmare. The ground trembled beneath their weightless forms as they surged forward, their ethereal hooves striking sparks from the stone. 3 of them, larger than the others, veered toward Chenren's position, their ghostly bodies gliding over the earth. Chenren's heart plummeted. He didn't need to see more to know what was coming. His legs tensed, ready to spring into motion, but his mind struggled to form a plan. "Chenren, run!" Yalen's voice broke through his shock. Without waiting another second, Chenren shot forward, his feet pounding the stone streets, propelling him faster than he'd ever moved before. The city around him was chaotic, voices rising in panic, but they were all swallowed by the continuous, thunderous roars of the ethereal rhinos that chased him. Their haunting cries shattered the air, leaving only the sound of his labored breaths as he pushed himself onward. "I need a plan. Something to put them off." His thoughts churned as adrenaline peaked. He immediately shifted directions in a blur to throw them off, his body flickering in and out of sight, moving with unnatural speed as his lightning step technique took hold. His legs screamed in protest as he used it at its full ability, every step a jolt of pain. But the technique was a lifeline, allowing him to leave streaks of afterimages. The strain was unbearable, but his heart raced with desperation. Despite all his efforts, the rhinos continued to chase after him, like shadows that would never be outrun. "Chen Ren, look to your right." Yalen's voice echoed in his mind, cutting through his panic. He didn't hesitate, turning instinctively to the side just as a massive, ethereal, ivory-horned rhino surged toward him, its glow an obnoxious black that leached into the very air around it. The aura it radiated was suffocating, and by its sheer presence, Chen Ren could tell it was a Qi refinement realm beast. An early-stage Tier 2 monster. Chen Ren's mind raced. Fighting wasn't an option. Not against something like this, yet He couldn't just run. His chi surged as he prepared to unleash, thundering punch. But before he could, an intense heat touched his chest and started spreading throughout his body. He immediately turned to his right. Yelan! Purple light erupted from Yalan's claws, streaking through the air with the ferocity of a storm. Flames danced along her tail like the first time he'd seen her, fiery tendrils licking the air. With a fluid motion, she hurled the flames at the charging rhino, catching it mid-surge. The flames scorched its ethereal hide, throwing it off course, before her claws dug deep into its flesh, tearing through its form with ease. The creature let out a strangled whimper, its body writhing, but not a drop of blood spilt from the wound. Chenren's heart skipped as he saw it falter. She had injured it, but just as quickly as the relief came, it vanished. A second rhino, larger and more ferocious than the first, charged at him from behind, its black-tipped horns gleaming with murderous intent. Chenren's instincts kicked in. He twisted, leaping backwards, just as the rhino's horn grazed the air where he had been a heartbeat ago. Before the beast could charge again, Yalin's fiery aura enveloped it. Her short frame suddenly looked bigger, and her amber eyes looked cold. She threw herself into battle with the second rhino, her claws glowing purple and slicing through the air with impossible precision. Chen-Ren, run. I will handle these two. Get to safety. The words hit him like a slap. He opened his mouth to protest, but her voice cut through, unwavering. If you think I can be defeated by creatures like these, you are sorely mistaken. Just run. You aren't strong enough yet. For a moment, Chenren stared at her, his heart heavy. He wanted to argue, to stay and fight alongside her. But deep down, he knew the truth. Yelan was far stronger than these ethereal beasts. She wasn't as fragile as a normal feline. If anything was fragile here, it was him. Though her words cut him sharp, she was right. He wasn't strong enough, not yet. Right now, he was a burden to everyone around him. He could only pray that Yelan's strength was enough to keep them both alive. If he ever wanted to stand on his own, to protect those he cared about, he had no choice but to run. And so, he ran. The pounding of his feet against the stone streets was the only sound in his ears. But even that was swallowed by the noise of destruction behind him. The sound of battle echoed across the city shouts, screams, and the vicious roars of beasts. He couldn't help but know, deep down, that Yelan was holding her ground, her flames lashing out as she fought back the rhinos. He aimed for the Tang clan compound, hoping that it would offer some kind of sanctuary. But just as he neared the edge of the street, the ground beneath him trembled violently. He turned instinctively, just in time to feel the wind of a projectile whiz by his cheek, missing him by a hair's breadth. A chill ran down his spine as he looked back. Standing in the street was another large rhino, its eyes fixed on him like a predator eyeing its prey. Its ivory horn glowed with an eye-blinding black light, sending shivers through his bones. Chenren felt his heart race, and before he could react, the rhino fired another volley of projectiles. He barely managed to twist his body using lightning step to dodge. Golden lightning surged through his legs, sending him darting to the side as the deadly projectile sliced through the air where he'd been a moment before. The rhino didn't relent. With a deafening roar, it charged forward, its massive form blurring toward him like an unstoppable force. Chenren's mind screamed at him to move, but he knew that he couldn't outrun this one. Not head-on. He needed another way. His eyes moved through the street before an idea struck him. His gaze hardened. He pushed his chi to the surface, flooding his body with power, and planted his feet. With a deep breath, his fists tightened, and with a raw, thundering force, he slammed them into the ground. The shockwave rippled through the earth, and cracks splintered outward, tearing through the stone beneath his feet. The rhino's charge faltered as one of its hooves caught on the crack, causing it to stumble and slide awkwardly. For a brief moment, it was off balance, long enough for Chenren to seize the opportunity. Without hesitation, he turned and bolted, changing direction entirely, his mind racing. Another roar split the air. Looking over his shoulders, he saw the rhino regain his footing and start to give chase. Chenren's heart fell, mind racing for a way to lose it. He couldn't keep running in circles, couldn't stay out in the open for long. His eyes shot up to the horizon suddenly, where a dense mist began rolling in, creeping over the city like a living thing. A spark of inspiration flared in his mind. The mist, if he could make it there, if he could blend into the fog, maybe, just maybe, he could lose the rhino. He pushed himself harder, his feet moving faster, silent as the wind, as he sped toward the encroaching mist. Lightning danced around his legs. The rhino followed, undeterred, its roar reverberating through the streets. It got closer and closer every second. Chen could feel its presence like a shadow looming behind him, waiting for the moment when he would slip up. He took a deep breath as he neared the edge of the mist and pushed his focus inward. His steps softened to near silence, every muscle working in harmony to create as little noise as possible. His lightning extinguished to not attract attention. He moved like a ghost, his body practically blending with the shifting mist. The world around him became a blur of gray and white as he entered the fog, each footstep deliberate and controlled. He couldn't afford a single misstep. Ren glanced back, watching the ethereal rhino charge into the mist after him. His heart hammered in his chest, but he remained calm. If the rhino had no way to see through the mist, he might have a chance. The dense fog swallowed him whole, obscuring his figure from the creature's sight. Just keep moving, he thought, using the sentence as a mantra in his mind. Behind him, the sound of the ethereal rhino crashing through the mist echoed like thunder, its roar wild and desperate. He saw it turning in a different direction than where he stood due to the shine of its horn. Ren couldn't help but smile to himself. Just as he'd suspected, the rhino was nothing more than a mindless beast, a shadowy creature driven by instinct. If it couldn't see him, it couldn't do anything at all. Stupid bastard, a big ball of flesh. With that thought, Ren moved carefully through the fog, each step measured and silent. The mist, thick and oppressive, offered him the perfect cover. Slowly, the silhouette of the rhino materialized through the haze, its massive body huffing as it searched for him. Looking here and there, Ren's heart raced as he crept closer to the creature's rear. Without hesitation, he gathered all his remaining strength and unleashed a thundering punch directly onto the rhino's back. The ground beneath him cracked as the force of the blow reverberated, sending a shockwave through the earth. The monster let out a bone-rattling roar, its body shuddering from the impact. But by the time it turned around, Ren was already gone, slipping away like a shadow in the mist. The rhino, disoriented and enraged, madly charged back and forth, trying to catch the elusive figure that had struck it. But Ren was already on the move again, hitting the same spot on the creature's back, again and again and again. The rhino's movements grew sluggish as it staggered, its form dimming in the mist. Ren's confidence grew with each successful hit. "One more strike," he thought to himself, "and I'll be able to get out of here." He rushed forward, gathering his remaining chi and unleashing his lightning frenzy on the rhino, his fists crackling with power. This time, however, the rhino seemed to sense the change. With surprising agility, it turned just in time to meet his strike. Ren's fist landed with a deafening impact against its face, and the rhino screamed in pain, its body jolting backwards. But before Ren could make his escape, the rhino retaliated. Its ivory horn shot forward, slashing across his shoulder with a sickening burn. Pain exploded through him, but he gritted his teeth, pushing through the agony. Adrenaline surged as he leapt over the creature, narrowly avoiding its follow-up attack. The rhino roared and charged again, but Ren was already moving. By now, he had a solid grasp of where he was. He could feel the edge of the city in the distance. The boundary was near, and then, just as he expected, the city's walls loomed before him, rising up from the mist. The rhino, relentless as ever, continued its charge, its eyes locked on him. But Ren was ready. With a powerful burst of speed, he kicked off the ground, his foot landing solidly on the city wall, and jumped. The rhino, too caught up in its rage to stop, slammed into the wall with a bone-shaking impact. Its horn got caught in the stone. It let out a painful whimper as it struggled to free itself. This was it. Ren didn't hesitate. He got back on the ground and summoned the last of his energy, his chi surging through his body. Destructive lightning surged through his fist, and with one final roar, He unleashed it at the rhino's face. The moment his punch connected, the ethereal beast seemed to dissolve. Lightning covered its whole body and its form shattered into just air of glowing particles, mixing with the mist and vanishing into the atmosphere like smoke. Chen staggered back, panting heavily, his shoulders searing with pain. He barely had time to register the victory before his exhaustion hit him all at once. His legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees, breathing heavily, eyes locked on the mist as the last remnants of the rhino disappeared. Chen squinted at the fading remnants, his mind racing with confusion. That is weird. I've never seen such a beast before. His gaze swept across the mist that seemed to cling to the ground, but no one else was in sight. The silence of the city had settled into an eerie calm, a complete 180 to the chaos he had just fled. Then, like a wave crashing over him, the pain hit. Double and triple the pain he felt before. His entire body screamed in protest. The deep, gnawing ache in his shoulder, where the rhino's horn had grazed him. The weariness in his legs that felt like they were made of lead from the continuous use of his lightning step technique, and the raw tenderness in his arms, which had taken the brunt of the rhino's tough hide. His breath came in short gasps, each movement sending tremors of agony through him. He couldn't afford to stay here, not now. There were no sign of Yalan, and he needed to move, to find safety. Chen gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand, pushing against the searing pain. His legs felt unsteady, but his determination was unshakable. If he were to pass out here, no one would know he died, and he would be disappointing Yalan, who had given him the opportunity to escape. He would never get the chance to fulfill the potential of his Tao and uncover the mysteries of this world. He clutched his shoulder and walked, each step sending a jolt of pain all over his body. But he endured and moved further and further. The smoke plumed from every corner, the air thick with the screams of panicked citizens and the bellowing roars of beasts still terrorizing the streets. As he moved, every step felt like a battle in itself. But he couldn't afford to collapse now. When he finally reached the Tang clan compound, the sight of guards and familiar faces gave him a brief moment of solace. Tang Shulan was among them, her eyes scanning the crowd. But when she spotted him, her face blanched. Without a second thought, she rushed toward him, her footsteps quick as if she feared the worst. "Young Master Chen," she shouted, her voice filled with panic as her eyes took in his condition. His body weakened and drained from the battle, faltered. As she reached him, Chen had no strength left to hold himself upright. His body sagged, and with a soft, almost defeated sigh, he collapsed into her arms, his vision beginning to blur. "I have no energy left. Please take care of me," he murmured, his words barely above a whisper, heavy with exhaustion. He gave in to the darkness that clouded his vision. The dots drew a full blank and numbness clouded his entire body. Asterisk, 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 Anne. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Chapter 40. Chen felt like he was running and running, his lungs burning as if they were on fire, his legs trembling under the weight of his own body. Behind him, a monstrous demonic beast roared, its grotesque tentacles writhing like living shadows, each one tipped with a sharp edge that thirsted for his blood, seeking him, wanting to slash his flesh into pieces. The earth beneath him quaked with each step of the beast, the sound of its guttural growls reverberating through his chest. Lightning coursed through his legs, arcs of electric energy, crackling at his heels, urging him forward with desperate speed. Yet, no matter how fast he ran, no matter how much he pushed himself, the beast was faster. Every step sent pain coursing through his body. His limbs felt heavy, and his strength was a shallow reservoir rapidly draining away. Too slow, too weak. A cold, slimy tendril lashed out and wrapped around his waist, yanking him off his feet. He thrashed wildly, trying to get out of this trap, but the tentacle only tightened, crushing his ribs as it dragged him closer to the monstrosity. It hovered over him, a terrifying amalgamation of chaos and darkness, its grotesque mouth lined with jagged teeth, stained with the remnants of its past victims. Shreds of human flesh and bone dangled from its maw, the stench of death suffocating. Chen Ren's heart sank into an abyss of despair as the creature spoke, its voice a deep, guttural resonance that seemed to echo within his very soul. "Your soul is mine now." The beast reared its head back, preparing to devour him, when a deafening roar split the air. Chen Ren covered his ears, the sound almost rupturing his eardrums. The skies above erupted into brilliance. Golden light emanated, making his jaw drop. A massive golden dragon glided down, its scales shimmering with celestial radiance. Its eyes burned with fury, and each beat of its wings sent waves of energy rippling across the landscape. The dragon's roar shook Chen Ren. A sound so powerful, it seemed to challenge the very existence of the demonic beast. Chen Ren's hope reignited as the dragon descended like a bolt of divine retribution, its claws poised to rip the monstrosity apart. But before the dragon could strike, a sharp pain shot through Chen Ren's leg. He cried out as warm blood gushed from the wound. He glanced down, only to see the beast's tentacle morphing, its slimy surface sprouting fur. Its sharp tip was reshaping into a familiar claw. His mind spun as he stared at the transformation, confusion breaking through the fog of fear. "Isn't this Yelan's claw?" The beast's mouth twisted into a cruel grin, its voice reverberating once more. "Yes, now wake up." Chen Ren blinked, his breath catching. The surreal nightmare twisted further as a force yanked him upward, ripping him from the darkness. He gasped, sitting bolt upright. His chest heaved as cold sweat drenched his body, and his surroundings came into focus. He found himself in the same room he had been living in for over a month, in Tang Clan's guest compound. His hands trembled as he instinctively reached for his legs, now tightly wrapped in fresh bandages. His shoulders, too, bore signs of care, medicinal salves and bindings holding together his battered body. His gaze shifted, locking onto Yelan, sitting beside him. Her sharp eyes studied him, a faint smirk tugging at her lips. She tilted her head as if to say, "You're finally awake." Chen Ren looked around the room again, his thoughts a whirlwind. Memories of the night before came flooding back, his meeting with Feng Ming, the return of the medallion, the attack of the demonic cultivator, the explosion that tore through the silence, the spectral rhinos he fought while fleeing for his life. It all felt like a lifetime ago. He exhaled shockily, rubbing his temples. The beast's words still echoed in his mind. Its jagged teeth and monstrous grin seared into his memory. He glanced at Yalan again, her presence anchoring him to the present. "What?" he croaked, his voice hoarse. "What happened?" Yelan started kneading as she relaxed on the bed. "You're alive. Barely. But next time, try to put more practice into your movement techniques. Like you learned last night, not every fight is fair and you need to run more times than you would like. A fast movement technique helps in that, especially for someone so weak." Chenren winced at her bluntness, but couldn't argue. He let his head fall back against the bed, staring at the ceiling. "Here." Chenren's eyes drifted to Yalan's paw, where 2 pills rested. The scent of herbs wafted from them. He raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued despite the ache in his body. "What are those?" Yalan's tail flicked. "The gray one is a flesh restoration pill. It'll mend your torn flesh, stop the bleeding, and close up the worst of your injuries. The white one is a body restoration pill. It handles minor wounds, balances your chi flow, and gives you a surge of energy. Take them both, and you'll be back on your feet soon enough." Chen Ren picked up the pills, holding them between his fingers as he inspected them. The gray pill was rough and irregularly shaped, its surface matte and unappealing. The white pill, by contrast, had a smoother texture and gave off a faint luminescent sheen. He glanced at Yalan skeptically. "Surge of energy? Huh?" he muttered, rolling the pills in his palm. With a resigned sigh, he popped them into his mouth. The taste hit him instantly, a mix of bitter herbs and something else indescribable, like burnt ash mixed with spoiled milk. His face twisted in disgust, and his first instinct was to spit them out. Yelan's sharp voice stopped him mid-motion. "Chew them. Both of them. If you don't, they won't work properly." He gave her a withering look but complied, biting down on the pills. The bitterness intensified, spreading across his tongue and making his stomach churn. He felt his gag reflex coming to play when he chewed further, but somehow he managed to swallow the gritty remains. His entire face scrunched up in pain. As the last of the taste faded, warmth blossomed in his core. It started as a tickle, then spread like wildfire through his veins. His breathing steadied, and the ache in his shoulders melted away. Even the dull throb in his legs dampened until it was barely noticeable. He flexed his fingers, marveling at the sudden vitality coursing through him. Yalen watched his reaction with an amused smirk. Feeling better already, aren't you? Chenren nodded, rolling his shoulders experimentally. Yeah, even my shoulders feel better. What type of herbs are they even made up of? Dozens of different herbs and beast materials. You don't need to know right now. Just take them as a miracle of alchemy, Yalen said with a wave of her paw. Ren studied her for a moment before asking, Where did you get them? And what happened yesterday? Did you kill those spectral beasts? Yalen rolled over and showed her belly like a normal cat, a behavior he had gotten used to. He briefly wondered if he should scratch, thinking back to his neighbor's cat that used to love that, but decided against it in the end. If she gets angry, she might just force me to take more of those awful flavored pills. She was a feisty soul, and Chen soon saw it when she turned around and sat next to him. Of course I killed them. Those foul creatures were easy enough to deal with, though there were a lot of them. After finishing them off, I wanted to come back for you. But the demonic cultivator was still out there. I couldn't risk letting him escape, so I rushed back to the site of the explosion, but there was no trace of him. That bastard vanished without a single clue. Chenren frowned. And the pills? I found them in a pill shop that the spectral rhinos were destroying, she said nonchalantly. Figured you'd need them, so I grabbed a handful. Afterward, I scoured the area, hoping to find that demonic cultivator, but he was gone. By the time I came back to look for you, you'd already disappeared. When I finally tracked you down, you were collapsed in the Tang Manor's courtyard with Shulan tending to you. Ren leaned back against the pillows, absorbing Yalen's words. His fingers drummed lightly against his thigh, betraying his unease. The demonic cultivator got away. Fuck! He must be stronger than I thought if he can control those spectral rhinos. Yalen shook her head. No, I don't think so. There were no traces of demonic chi on them. They weren't his doing, not directly at least. I believe they came from a spirit artifact, not the work of the cultivator himself. Whoever set this chaos in motion, I doubt they intended for the city to be wrecked like this. The other killings were done quietly, in the dead of night. This mess doesn't fit the pattern. Honestly, I don't even think the explosions were caused by the demonic cultivator. Ren furrowed his brow, her words gnawing at the edges of his thoughts. He suddenly recalled the talismans he'd glimpsed in Feng Ming's room before fleeing. Those fire runes. The memory clicked into place, and a theory began to form. If Yalen was right, and the explosions weren't the cultivator's doing, then those talismans... He gritted his teeth. The demonic cultivator had been heading toward the Feng clan estate, and the talismans might have been the trigger for this entire mess. Perhaps the blasts were intended to draw attention enough to set the Feng clan's guards and the city watch on high alert. The spectral rhinos could have been a diversion, buying time for the demonic cultivator to slip away unnoticed. As his thoughts raced toward a conclusion, a knock on the door jolted him back to reality. He exchanged a glance with Yalen, then called out, "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing Tang Shulan. Her usual confidence was replaced with an expression of worry and concern. Her eyebrows knitted in a tight frown, and her lips tightened. Her gaze darted to Ren, and the tension in her shoulders eased slightly when she saw him sitting upright. "Young master, you're awake. How are you feeling now?" she asked, stepping into the room. Ren offered a faint smile, trying to downplay the gravity of his injuries. "I'm fine. Feeling better already. Wounds like these won't keep me bedridden for long." He glanced at Yalen and back at Shulan. "Can we have the room for a moment?" Shulan didn't nod immediately. Ren noticed it and frowned. "Is there something else you need to tell me?" "Yes," Shulan replied and cleared her throat. Her hands fidgeted nervously as she looked at him. "Young master, The city guards are asking about you. They're here to question you. Chen Ren's frown deepened. Question me? About what? They're suspecting you're the demonic cultivator. They're talking about taking you away to interrogate you. I have tried to keep them away from your room, but they are insisting on seeing you. Chen Ren's eyebrows shot up in shock. He exchanged a quick glance with Yalin, her fur standing slightly on end as her ears twitched in shared alarm. Without wasting a second, Chen Ren pushed the covers aside and swung his legs over the bed. Where are they? He demanded. Tang Shulan hesitated, wringing her hands. They're just outside the compound. Young master, you shouldn't move. You are injured. Chen Ren grabbed his outer robe, ignoring the slight twinge of pain in his still-mending shoulder and Tang Shulan's words. I'll go deal with it, he said firmly, striding toward the door. And don't worry, most of my injuries have healed. Be careful, Shulan called after him, worry evident in her tone. I'll be fine, he said without looking back. I'll just explain what happened last night. They've got no right to throw around accusations like this. Despite his confident words, his thoughts churned. City guards or not, they don't have the strength to push cultivators around unless they've brought someone strong enough to back them up. I'll give them a report, set them straight, and get back to resting. He walked through the wooden floorboards. Briefly glancing at the other servant he passed by before finally stepping into the courtyard. As he did so, Chen Ren froze mid-step. An oppressive aura bore down on him like a tidal wave, heavy and unrelenting. His instincts flared, and he immediately scanned the source. A group of city guards stood in formation, their gazes hard and unyielding. At the forefront, a towering man clad in dark armor exuded an unmistakable presence. Oppressive chi rippled out of him, and Chen Ren gulped. By this point, he had seen enough cultivators and had familiarized himself with chi to know that the man wasn't just a body forging realm cultivator. This was someone in the chi refinement realm. Chen Ren's gut twisted slightly. He hadn't anticipated facing someone of this caliber today. The man's sharp eyes locked onto Chen Ren the moment he stepped into view. You're Chen Ren? He asked. I am the guard captain here. We need you to come with us. Chen Ren straightened his back, suppressing the lingering pain in his body. That's me. What's this about? The guard captain's expression remained stony. By order of City Lord Li Baolong, you are hereby taken into custody for the murder of Feng Ming of the Feng clan and on suspicion of being the demonic cultivator responsible for wreaking havoc throughout the city. Any resistance will be met with force. Surrender yourself immediately. Asterisk, 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 Gutian stood amidst a restless crowd gathered near the ruins of a grand estate. The smoldering wreckage of the Feng clan manor painted a grim picture of chaos, with splintered wood and charred stones strewn across the ground like discarded remnants of an inferno. The acrid scent of smoke still lingered in the air, mingling the sweet scent of blood. The people around him whispered in hushed tones, their voices tinged with fear and fascination. They say the demonic cultivator unleashed a demon, murmured one man, his eyes darting nervously toward the wreckage. It swallowed everything in its path. I heard the guards were helpless against the thing, a woman added, clutching her child tightly. Nothing but corpses left behind. Quiet down, barked a guard stationed nearby, waving his spear to scatter the crowd back. This is an official investigation. Clear the area. Despite the guards' efforts, the whispers persisted, growing more sensational with each retelling. Gutian shook his head, idiots. They'd believe anything. He knew the truth. He had been there when the explosion rocked the Feng estate. He had been on the verge of finishing Feng Ming, the wretched and weak young master. When the fool had activated those talismans, the runes had glowed ominously before exploding in a catastrophic release of power, killing Feng Ming instantly and forcing Gutian to flee. The aftermath had been far from ideal. The explosion had attracted too much attention, forcing him to use his master's spirit artifact, a concealed relic with enough power to create a diversion while he escaped into the shadows. Now he was here, blending into the crowd, spectating the chaos he had indirectly caused. The guards combed through the wreckage, their faces grim as they retrieved bodies, both whole and in pieces. Gutian kept his hood low, smirking faintly at their ineptitude. At least they're not clever enough to think the culprit would return to the scene. A sharp, familiar voice cut into his thoughts, ringing clearly in his head. "You should have been more careful," his master's ethereal tone hissed, full of disapproval. "I warned you about barging in without enough information. You are still so green behind the ears." Gutien's jaw clenched, but he didn't respond immediately. He stepped away from the crowd, moving into a narrow alley, his boots crunching on loose gravel. Once out of sight, he muttered under his breath, "We don't have a lot of time. The guards were already on edge. I didn't have a choice. And now they're more vigilant than ever, thanks to you," his master retorted, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Do you have any idea how much harder you've made this? And we're no closer to finding the medallion." Gutien ground his teeth, his frustration bubbling to the surface. "It's not my fault. I've searched the entire city, but you're asleep, half the time in that bracelet of yours. You can't detect the medallion unless you're awake. And you only stirred yesterday when I was already seconds away from killing Feng Ming. If you stayed conscious, we'd have the damn thing by now, and we would be on my way to the Gate of Immortals." Gutian leaned against the cold stone wall of the alley, exhaling sharply as his master's deep, raspy voice growled in his mind. "I'm too weak right now, boy. Merely a fragment of my former self, barely clinging on as a specter. Do you think it's easy concealing your chi and twisting it to pass for ordinary? It drains what little strength I have left. Show some respect." Gutien rolled his eyes, his voice laced with exasperation. "All right, fine. But let's be real here. We're no closer to finding the medallion, and after the stunt last night, sneaking into the big clans is out of the question. The city's crawling with guards. If I so much as breathe near their gate, I'll have an entire squad on me." "So," his master replied coolly, "you're supposed to be resourceful, aren't you? Figure it out." Gutien ignored the jab, straightening as his thoughts coalesced into a single plan. "The tournament," he said decisively. "It's the only chance we've got. If the medallion is as significant as we know, there's a good chance it'll either be among the prizes or carried by someone important. If we enter, you can sense if it's nearby, right?" A gruff silence followed, his master's presence simmering in his mind like a storm waiting to break. Finally, the specter replied, his tone reluctant. "It's a gamble, but you might be right. The tournament would draw all manner of treasures and powerful people. If the medallion is here, it's likely someone connected to it will appear." "Then it's settled," Gutien said, determination hardening his voice. "I'll enter the tournament. Until then, I'll lie low. No more slip-ups." His master snorted. "Low profile, huh? A bit late for that, don't you think?" Gutien frowned, but chose not to retort. He knew his master was right. Still, this was their best option. "I will be sleeping until then. Don't do anything else. You've done enough for now. Just hide and wait. If we get caught before that, you know what'll happen." Gutien nodded. "Our goal of immortality will be over. I get it. I'll stay hidden." With a tug of his hood, Gutien melded into the shadows of the labyrinthine streets. His master's silhouette disappeared from his eyes, returning to his bracelet. Just a little bit more time until the day of the tournament. Asterisk, 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 Anne. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Chapter 41. When the guards arrived and refused to let him speak, Chen Ren knew it was bad news. They didn't stop there. They grabbed his arm and began dragging him away. He could only glance back at the confused expressions of those gathered around the Tang Clan compound. Anger surged through him, seeping from his core to the tips of his fingers. He wanted to burn the guards to ashes. The past 24 hours had been anything but peaceful. First, the meeting with Feng Ming hadn't exactly been pleasant. Then, he had narrowly survived explosions and had to fend off ethereal ghost rhinos bent on his destruction. And now, he was being hauled away on the suspicion of being a demonic cultivator. At this point, he almost wished he was one, just so he could kill them all on the spot, because, after all, there was only so much one man could endure. Although Chen Ren lacked the strength to fight against Qi Refinement Realm cultivators, he knew Yelin did. The small but ancient spirit beast could easily tear through them, all with her claws and flames. part of his brain, the impulsive part, urged him to unleash her, to ignore the consequences entirely. But rationality held him back. Regretfully, he had to consider the aftermath. Causing a scene by opposing the city guards would mean going against the bureaucracy, and that would only spell more trouble for him and his budding business in the long run. He had no choice but to endure this indignity. It was almost funny. Or perhaps it was just his mind playing tricks on him during an unfunny situation. In Xianxia novels, protagonists always seemed to burn entire cities for one reason or another. He wasn't one of them. It was for the best. Taking extreme measures would bring the wrath of the entire empire upon him. After all, in Xianxia logic, there was always someone stronger, someone who would inevitably arrive to exact revenge for the chaos. It was a never-ending spiral. One comes, only to be followed by someone stronger. Chen sighed. He didn't want to be part of that vicious cycle. As frustrating as the situation was, he believed in his ability to find a way out. For one, he wasn't a demonic cultivator, and two, he had the backing of the Tang clan. If things spiraled out of control, he knew they'd step in to rescue him. At least, he hoped they would. Therefore, suppressing the simmering anger and his urge to burn everything down, Chen sat silently in the carriage. As the door slammed shut with an unnecessarily harsh thud, he took a deep breath and reached out to Yalen mentally, knowing she must be nearby. Stay close, just in case. Right here on the roof. Don't worry, Yelen's voice came through, calm and soothing, a much-needed balm to his frazzled nerves. Even though he had a potential escape, he couldn't stop his heartbeat from quickening, its rhythm pounding in his ears. Thanks, he thought, glancing down at his hands. Thankfully, they hadn't cuffed him. He wasn't sure if it was because the captain of the guards was confident in his strength, or simply because Chen hadn't resisted. Before he could ponder further, 2 more guards climbed into the carriage, one on either side, boxing him in. Well? Chen broke the silence, turning to the man on his right. He was tall, with brownish hair and clad in the standard green guard uniform. By the subtle aura he gave, he was a low-star body forging realm cultivator. Chen expected at least a terse response from him, a conversation that might help him glean the information he desperately needed. Instead, he was met with nothing. The guards sat rigid, their mouths clamped shut, gazes fixed straight ahead. He waited a moment, then tried again. Why am I being dragged off like this? Silence again. Realizing it was futile, Chen gave up. The rest of the ride stretched on in complete silence. He kept his mouth shut, letting the oppressive quiet hang heavy around them. The carriage rattled along, its destination unknown to him. The journey was anything but comfortable. The guards on either side flanked him so closely. He felt squashed, their presence acting as a constant reminder of his lack of freedom. Looking out the small window, he found his only solace. The city outside bore the scars of recent destruction. Crumbled buildings lined the streets, their remains strewn across the ground like forgotten relics of stability. People wept openly as their ruined homes stood as testaments to the chaos. Debris filled the air, while the cacophony of hammers striking, tools clanging, and voices shouting painted a grim picture of the city's heart. Through it all, he could almost hear the pain raging in their hearts, unspoken but unmistakably raw. Some people pointed at the carriage. They hurled curses and shouted incomprehensible accusations at the guards' inability to do anything to stop the destruction. The guards seemed to ignore them, but he could see them frowning for a brief second, looking at the state of things. I can see why the city guard came for me this morning, he thought, watching the angry and despairing passers-by. Until now, his short time in the city had taught him that the guards were slow-moving and likely corrupt. But this time, they had acted too quickly. It was clear that due to the murders and the attack, their reputation was all-time low. They had likely gotten orders from someone higher up too. Catch the demonic cultivator as soon as possible. Chen could guess the likely source city Lord Lebalong himself, but why he had gotten taken in was still a mystery, though. He had an idea. As his mind tried to make sense of it, a dull ache began to throb in his temples. He flinched, rubbing the sides of his forehead. Timing, he mused bitterly. In life, timing was everything. Being in the right place at the right moment could open doors. But in his case, he'd been in the wrong place at the worst possible time. Someone had likely spotted him entering the Fengming clan estate the previous night. He'd taken his time there, staying longer than he should have. Then came the explosion, and, as luck would have it, he'd been close enough to witness the devastation and endure its aftermath. That must be why they detained me, he thought grimly. His headache worsening, his theory solidified when he recalled the guard's announcement during his arrest. They suspected him of being a demonic cultivator. Chen Ren let out a slow breath, forcing the tension in his chest to subside. A misunderstanding, he told himself. Nothing more. If he kept his composure and explained himself, surely they would see reason. That was assuming they'd even bother to look at the truth with reasonable eyes. If not, Chen Ren could only guess what fate awaited him. Worst case scenario. I would have to stay in whatever cultivator prison they have in this world. The thought crept in dark and unbidden, sending a chill rippling across his body. He shook it off, refusing to entertain it further. Instead, he did what he had learned to do best: ignore everything. His gaze stayed fixed on the passing streets outside the window. Roads blurred into shops, shops into houses, and houses back into more winding roads. The turns of the carriage, the jostling, and the suffocating lack of space clawed at him, stirring nausea that he forced down with sheer will. Finally, the carriage ground to a halt. The guards to his sides exited first, their heavy boots landing with purpose. They held the door open, but there was no courtesy in the gesture. Only cautious, wary stares that silently screamed mistrust. Chen Ren stepped out, the fresh air doing little to ease the dread pooling in his chest. His eyes rose to meet the imposing structure before him, the city guard station. Its gray stone walls loomed like an unyielding fortress, cold and unwelcoming. "Move," barked the guard who had sat to his right. The man's tone carried the weight of command, stiff and edged with unspoken threats. Chen Ren offered no resistance. He followed their lead, passing the iron-gated entrance flanked by dozens of guards. Their eyes bore straight ahead, statuesque in their discipline, giving him no more acknowledgement than they would a passing shadow. Inside, the oppressive silence of the corridor made each step echo ominously. The number of guards dwindled as they moved deeper, but their presence still pressed heavily on Chen Ren's shoulders. The path ended abruptly before two towering mahogany doors. Chen Ren's eyes instinctively flicked back to the guard, whose expression stayed cold and unyielding. "Go in and wait," came the terse instruction. Chen Ren's frown deepened, but he swallowed his retort. "Am I not innocent until proven guilty?" He thought bitterly, but kept his silence. With a reluctant nod, he pushed the doors open. The room was barren, save for a lone wooden table and two chairs. The heavy doors slammed shut behind him with a force that rattled the ceiling, sealing him in. Chen Ren let out a long sigh, his body sagging like dead weight as he dragged a chair out and slumped into it. The effort of holding himself together had taken its toll, even in this short time. The ride from the Tang compound to here had been excruciating. His body didn't ache as much as he had expected, thanks to the pill he'd taken earlier, but his legs still throbbed with soreness. Chen Ren's gaze drifted across the sparse room, seeking distraction in its details. His eyes caught faint carvings etched into the stone walls. Runes. They are probably part of an array, he realized, his mind sharpening. The intricate designs radiated faint traces of power, almost imperceptible, unless one knew to look for them. He leaned forward, examining them closely, noting their differences in style and purpose. There wasn't just one array at work here. The overlapping patterns suggested multiple layers of enchantments, each reinforcing the room's defenses. So this is why the guard captain seemed so confident, Chen Ren mused. He tapped his fingers lightly against the wooden table, piecing together the puzzle of the arrays to pass the time. From what he recalled about arrays, a brief but enlightening chapter from the book he'd studied yesterday, they were as varied as the stars in the sky. Each array drew on different materials and principles to achieve specific effects. If I were designing a room like this, he thought, what would I include? The silence around him was stifling. Likely the work of a null voice array, which suppressed all sound from escaping or entering the room. The walls themselves bore signs of reinforcement. The thick lines and angular patterns suggested a Stoneheart array, designed to make the structure nigh impervious to force. But what truly piqued his interest were the subtler carvings that were there. Chen Ren guessed these might belong to a truth-seeker array. Although the world wasn't advanced scientifically, it wasn't far-fetched for magic to replace modern tools like lie detectors. The thought tugged at the corner of his mind, thinking of ways he would be able to use arrays to make new products to sell. As his thoughts drifted, another realization crept in, unbidden. Qing He. Her name surfaced in his mind, carrying a sense of disappointment at himself. He'd been looking forward to today's lesson on cultivation disciplines, eager to absorb her insights. The regret settled in his chest, mingling with the frustration of his current predicament. Another thing to fix when this is over, he thought, shaking his head lightly. Still, he took comfort in the knowledge that Qing He would likely understand. For now, he needed to focus on navigating this mess before he could return to what truly mattered. The faint hum of the arrays in the walls was the only sound in the room until the door creaked open. Chen Ren's gaze snapped up as the guard captain entered. His face bore a casual indifference, but Chen Ren didn't miss the subtle sharpness in his eyes. He was a man used to commanding attention. The captain carried a cup, steam rising lazily from its contents. He moved with unhurried grace, placing the cup on the table and sliding it toward Chen Ren. "Here, drink this," the captain said, his voice calm, almost friendly. "Apologies for the abrupt way we brought you in, but orders are orders. We couldn't risk letting a suspect roam free while the investigation is ongoing." Chen Ren glanced at the tea, then at the captain, his expression unreadable. Tea. In this situation, either this man is absurdly confident, or this is part of some strategy. His mind immediately jumped to the possibility of something being mixed into the tea. A truth serum, a sedative, but the arrays in the room already ensured he was at their mercy. Any resistance now would only make him seem more suspicious. With a small nod, Chen Ren decided to play along. He picked up the cup, the warmth radiating through his fingers, blowing gently on the surface. He took a cautious sip. The familiar flavor of oolong greeted him, nothing unusual, at least in taste. But it helped him with the nerves, calming his headache. The captain's lips curled into a faint smile. "I suppose introductions are in order. My name is Kai Tao. I'm one of the guard captains here in the city." He leaned back in his chair, his demeanor almost casual. "It's nice to meet you, Chen Ren. I've heard quite a bit about you recently, but I never thought our first meeting would be under such peculiar circumstances." Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. "And what exactly have you heard? Good things or bad?" Kai Tao chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that seemed rehearsed. "A mix, I'd say. Your businesses have been quite the talk of the city lately, alongside your trial by might against Bai Shen. A hardworking and righteous cultivator trying to make an honest living. That doesn't exactly scream demonic cultivator, now does it?" He paused, his gaze narrowing slightly. "But as you might guess, personal opinions don't matter when it comes to enforcing the city's laws. Regulations exist for a reason, and my feelings can't interfere with my duty." Chen Ren set the cup down, his fingers idly tracing its edge. "Fair enough. So, Captain Tai, what now?" Kai Tao's smile didn't waver. "We talk. I have a few questions, and I hope you'll indulge me." Chen Ren studied him for a moment. His earlier impression of Kai Tao as a forceful, combat-ready man during the detainment at the Tang clan compound clashed with the seemingly amicable demeanor he displayed now. It was clear this was a performance, a calculated attempt to put him at ease. With a faint smile of his own, Chen Ren nodded. "Go on, I'm all ears." Kai Tao's face remained impassive, though his gaze bore the intent of a predator. He leaned forward slightly, his voice calm, yet edged with an undercurrent of accusation. "First of all, I believe you already know this, but Feng Ming died in yesterday's explosion." He paused, watching Chen Ren's expression carefully. "What do you think about that?" Chen Ren's composure faltered. Just for a moment, though he had seen the devastation and guessed Feng Ming's chances were slim. A small part of him had clung to the possibility of survival. He didn't particularly like Feng Ming memories of the man's attempt to scam him for the medallion flared in his mind. But death, especially one as violent as that, felt excessive. Snuffing out those thoughts quickly, he realized Kai Tao was studying him with the precision of a hawk. Chen Ren exhaled and spoke, his tone even. I feel sad, of course. We weren't particularly close, but he was an acquaintance. He was too young to die like that. I can only hope the heavens will be kinder to him in his next life. Kai Tao's lips curled into a humorless smile. Acquaintance. Interesting. From what I've heard, the two of you were closer than that. Drinking buddies, frequenting the same brothels. Chen Ren grimaced, the memories of the previous body owner's less-than-savory nights surfacing unbidden. I won't deny that, but Feng Ming wasn't the only one I drank with or visited brothels alongside. That doesn't mean we were close friends. Besides, he added with a pointed tone, I've stopped going to brothels altogether. Kai Dao nodded slowly, as if accepting the statement. True enough. You may have stopped going to brothels, but you didn't stop meeting Feng Ming. In fact, according to my findings, you owed him a sum of money 500 silver wen, to be exact, and you met him yesterday, not long before his death. Chen Ren didn't flinch. He had anticipated this line of questioning. That's correct. I owed him 500 silver wen, and I've been working hard to pay it off. That's the only reason I went to see him yesterday, to pay my debt and cut ties for good. I left right after that. Are you sure that was all you did? His gaze flicked to Chen Ren's shoulder, lingering on the bandages beneath his robes. After all, you're clearly injured. The servants at the Tang clan compound confirmed you were resting due to those wounds. Chen Ren's brows furrowed, but he held his ground. What are you trying to say? Kai Dao pointed at Chen's shoulder. That wound on your shoulder looks like it was caused by a blade. Feng Ming was a sword cultivator, wasn't he? According to your version of events, you simply left after paying your debt, but don't you think it's quite a coincidence that Feng Ming died so soon after your meeting? It doesn't seem far-fetched to me to put two and two together. Chen Ren met Kai Tao's gaze steadily. Coincidence or not, I'm not the demonic cultivator. I get that it's suspicious, the timing, my injuries. But injuries alone don't prove guilt. I was at the wrong place at the wrong time, nothing more. He leaned back slightly, his voice calm but firm. It's unfortunate that the demonic cultivator attacked after I left, but you can't pin that on me. Kai Tao smiled at that, almost mocking his words. Yeah, it doesn't prove anything, but there's one more thing. We suspect the attack was by a demonic cultivator, but it's still just suspicion. The timing of the attacks, targeting high-profile individuals, like members of big clans or wealthy merchants, makes sense. But I wonder, is it really him? The previous murders were done silently, and we've yet to see him or her summon beasts to aid in the attacks. Till now, the demonic cultivator had been trying to stay in the shadows, but this time it was different, and that could be a sign of an impersonator, somebody using the image of a demonic cultivator to cover their own deeds. He paused, letting the words settle, and the next words, they came out of his mouth slowly. And if I think about the ability to summon beasts, it's clear that it must be tied to some sort of spirit artifact, a rare and valuable item, the kind of thing most often found in the hands of the large clans. And speaking of which, aren't you from one of those big clans in Red Peak City? Asterisk, 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 and you can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. P.S. This is a small arc. I am clarifying, because I know some RR readers get miffed with such arcs, but it won't be like that. Chapter 42. Kai Tao's mention of Red Peak City caught Shenren off guard. But he was no stranger to adapting in the face of uncertainty. The pure surprise in his eyes lasted barely a heartbeat before it vanished beneath his usual smile. It was a well-practiced business smile that came to him naturally. It wasn't genuine, but no one had caught it yet. In such a setting, he knew every little detail was a giveaway. His lips curled slightly with the hint of a smirk tinged with self-deprecation. As he spoke with deliberate calm, "Captain, it seems your research wasn't thorough enough," Chen Ren said in a mocking tone, lowering his gaze as his smile faded into a downcast expression. His shoulders slumped ever so slightly. "What do you mean?" Kai Tao's brow arched, suspicion laced through his voice. He leaned forward slightly, eyes squinting. Chen Ren let the silence stretch, just long enough for tension to build, before speaking again, his voice tinged with resignation. I've been exiled by my clan, he murmured, each word measured, as though admitting it took effort. The Chen clan may hold sway in Red Peak City, but for someone like me, a failure cast out. They wouldn't lift a finger, and as for the artifact, he allowed a bitter chuckle to escape, shaking his head. An exile, holding something as rare as a spirit artifact? Impossible. All I managed to leave with were a few personal belongings before they cast me out. He lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Kai Tao. If you doubt me, you're welcome to confirm it with Tang Jihao, head of the Tang clan. He knows my story. The shift in Kai Tao's expression was subtle but telling. His sharp facial expression softened, replaced by a flicker of hesitation. Chen Ren could see the wheels turning in the guard. Captain's mind, the weight of the Tang clan's name and his exile pressing against his doubts. Even so, Kai Tao's posture remained firm, his eyes narrowing as he seized on a new angle. You claimed those injuries came from fighting the spectral rhinos. Kai Tao pressed, his eyes once again moving towards his shoulder. Yet, you're still only in the body forging realm. Those rhinos were in the chi refinement realm, far beyond what someone of your cultivation should manage. How did you survive? Chen Ren's stature remained unruffled as he raised the teacup to his lip. After a pause, he lowered it and met Kai Tao's gaze calmly. I was chased by one of the rhinos into the mist. Stronger than me, yes, but not clever. The creature couldn't navigate the haze, and I used that to my advantage. I struck from the shadows, again and again, until it fell. He glanced briefly at the faint scars on his shoulder before continuing. It wasn't without cost. My injuries were severe, and I wouldn't be sitting here now without the pills I'd saved up for emergencies. Kai Tao gave a short nod, his eyes flicking briefly to the runes embedded in the walls of the room. His gaze returned to Chen Ren. I see, he murmured, but the edge in his tone signaled that the questioning was far from over. What followed was a relentless barrage of inquiries. Where were you during the recent demonic cultivator attacks? Why did you suddenly decide to become a merchant? What's your connection to the blood snakes? I heard you met with their leader Yu Kuang. Chen Ren answered slowly, but without hesitation, never offering more than what was necessary. He had mostly been staying at the Tang clan compound at night, so there would be witnesses. The servants could easily confirm that. And fortunately, there had been no attacks on the nights he had been out training in the forest. As the questions turned to his businesses, he spoke of how his debts were the reason, also adding the story he had told Tang Jihao some time ago to give more weight to his decisions. When pressed about his confrontation with the blood snakes, he described it in broad strokes, an unfortunate clash due to Bai Shen pulling the strings from the back, nothing more. Kai Tao tried his best to form a connection there, but Chen Ren stood firm. There were already rumors about the trial by might and why it happened, so he doubted the guard captain would get new information. Still, the questions continued. Through it all, Chen Ren carefully guarded his secrets. His Dao remained hidden behind layers of mundane explanations. And as for Yelan, not even the hint of her existence slipped through his words. Tai Tao's probing gaze lingered after each response, but Chen Ren sat still, his fingers lightly gripping the rim of his teacup. His thoughts wandered as the guard captain's scrutiny seemed to finally dull, as if the last thread of suspicion had been weighed and found wanting. He had expected Kai Tao to address his rapid cultivation progress, particularly after the sect entrance examinations, but the captain had avoided it entirely. He guessed that it was because Kai Tao had concluded that it had been mostly due to pills. Rich cultivators often relied on such means, and with the money Chen Ren had accumulated from his trial by might and his perfume shop, it was no surprise that he could afford to hasten his growth this way. The guard captain, in his pragmatic way, likely didn't see the need to press further. Eventually, the room grew quiet as Kai Tao leaned back in his chair, a faint sigh escaping his lips. His sharp gaze met Chen Ren's. Most of my questions are over, and up to this point, I believe you've been honest with me. You've even revealed the situation with your clan, something few would so freely admit. Chen Ren nodded, but he didn't relax. He knew well that a change in tone often preceded a shift in intention. Kai Tao's eyes narrowed as he continued, his words heavy with finality. But despite that, I can't let you go just yet. You're not giving off any demonic chi, but we know too well that demonic cultivators have ways of hiding their aura. If we let you go now, there's always the chance you might slip through our fingers. So, his gaze hardened. I'm afraid we'll have to put you in the purity chamber. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow. Purity chamber? Tai Tao's lips curled into a grim smile with no warmth in it. It's a property of the Soaring Sword Sect. A chamber specifically designed to expose demonic cultivators. If you harbor even a hint of demonic chi within your dantian, it will kill you. We've been given permission to use it, Tai Tao continued. All the suspects will be transferred there once the investigations are finished. It is not easy to find a demonic cultivator, so the chamber is our last hope. Chen Ren's mind raced. A chamber that could kill him in an instant. Should he carry even the smallest trace of demonic chi? The risks were immense, but it wasn't his first time facing danger. Rather than that, he dreaded sitting in the room alone for more time. He managed to keep his expression neutral, though the frown on his face deepened as he spoke. How much time will it take? Tao seemed to consider this for a moment. Few days. We're completing the other investigations and rounding up the remaining suspects. Once we have everyone, we'll also move them to the purity chamber. Before Chen Ren could respond, a sharp knock on the door echoed through the room, breaking the tension. Both men turned toward the sound, the moment of confrontation put on hold. As another knock echoed through the chamber, Tai Tao rose from his seat with a frown, his steps brisk as he moved to the door. He cracked it open just enough to step out, leaving Chen Ren sitting alone. Through the narrow gap, he caught a glimpse of another man standing outside one of Kai Tao's subordinates. Judging by his uniform, he had an anxious expression and made some hurried gestures before the door shut firmly, leaving Chen Ren in solitude. He leaned back, casually tapping his finger on the edge of the desk. Finishing the last sip of his tea, he set the cup down, his gaze wandering over the runes glowing faintly on the walls. He couldn't shake the sense that something had shifted, though what it was remained unclear. Moments later, the door opened again, and Sai Tao returned, his face bearing an entirely different expression. There was no trace of suspicion, no lingering doubt, only an air of resignation. Forget what I said about the purity chamber, Tai Tao said abruptly, his tone flat and decisive. You can go now, Chen Ren blinked, genuinely taken aback. I can, go, he repeated cautiously, his mind racing to decipher the sudden change. But years of navigating treacherous waters had taught him a valuable lesson. Never argue with good fortune. He rose quickly, bowing his head slightly to Kai Tao, masking his relief with a veneer of calm. Thank you, Captain. I'll take my leave. With that, he stepped out of the room and into the dimly lit corridors. His strides were brisk but steady, his senses heightened as he glanced over his shoulder every few moments. The hall stretched endlessly ahead, but his mind was elsewhere, racing through questions. What had changed so suddenly? Could Tang Yuchu have intervened? It seemed too fast, even for her. Just as he approached the final stretch before the exit, he froze. Standing there, her figure unmistakable even in the sparse light, was Jing He. The old woman radiated her usual unyielding aura, though her posture seemed firmer, her grip steady on a plain wooden stick she held. Beside her stood Yelin, flickering her tail dismissively as always. Chen Ren walked forward, his confusion mounting. Senior Qinghe, why are you here? His gaze flickered to the stick, and then to Yalin, who gave him a knowing look but said nothing. What's going on? Qinghe's lips curved into a sly smile, her eyes gleaming with mischief. So many questions from someone I just bailed out of trouble. Chen Ren's eyes widened as her words sank in. You did that? He asked, incredulous. How? Her laughter echoed through the corridor, rich and knowing. Kid, you underestimate me. My connections go far, and I mean far, right up to the city lord's personal chambers. She tapped the stick against the ground for emphasis. Honestly, I was content to let them sort this out on their own. They'd have released you sooner or later. But then, Yalin came running to me, saying they were suspecting you of being a demonic cultivator. I knew those fools would drag out that purity chamber nonsense, so I stepped in. Chen Ren's expression shifted from shock to something closer to gratitude. Thank you, he said earnestly, though 1,000 questions still swirled in his mind. That purity chamber? Chen Ren raised an eyebrow? Is that supposed to be a bad thing? For anyone who values their sanity? Yes. Ching, he leaned on her stick, her sharp eyes glinting with humor. The purity chamber doesn't just check for demonic chi. It crushes your dantian, shakes your soul, and grinds down your mind. Originally, it was called the Force Chamber, a training tool from the olden days. Back then, it wasn't advised to stay in for more than an hour unless you wanted to come out drooling. Now, they've modified it, but not for the better. Occasionally, they would find people suspected of being demonic cultivators and put them there till they lose their mind. Chenren's eyes widened, a chill running down his spine. So they were just going to shove me into a death trap, wait for me to lose my mind, and hope that if I was a demonic cultivator, I'd unleash my chi to escape. Precisely, Qinghe said, her tone almost casual. Demonic chi is volatile, more so than you can imagine. Under that much pressure, it would flare uncontrollably, revealing your true nature. Of course, that doesn't mean the chamber isn't lethal to regular cultivators too, and while your reckless ideas might get you killed someday, I'd rather it not be this soon. Her smirk deepened as she said the last part. Chen Ren clenched his fists, his mind flashing to Kai Tao's unnervingly calm demeanor. That smug, smiling face suddenly seemed like the perfect target for a slap or two. He couldn't imagine how the man had been so casual while talking about the purity chamber. There was no way he didn't know it would make him go insane, but he simply didn't care enough to tell him. Part of it could have been because he didn't want Chen Ren to try to escape, but it didn't change the fact that he had nearly died just because he had been a suspect. He exhaled slowly, forcing himself to calm down before stepping forward and bowing deeply toward Qinghe. Senior Qinghe, thank you. I truly owe you for saving me from this. Qinghe's smile didn't waver. Oh, you're grateful now, but I don't expect that to last. Chen Ren straightened, his brows furrowed in confusion. What do you mean? Yalen, silent till now, finally spoke, her voice carrying a touch of amusement. I think she's referring to the deal you made, remember? She agreed to teach cultivation disciplines to you. Chen Ren's face froze for a moment, before turning toward Qinghe, whose grin only grew wider, a dangerous glint in her eyes. That's right, kid. She shrugged and turned around. I hope you're ready for hard training, because I don't believe in holding back, and we are already late for our first session. Purity Chamber might have made you insane, but if you don't focus, my training might have the same effect. Chenren suppressed a groan, already imagining the grueling days ahead. But then he looked back at the guard station and thought about the fate he had just escaped. Compared to that, he doubted her training could be that hard, right? Asterisk. Asterisk growing up, Chenren had done a ridiculous amount of homework. Since middle school, he'd turned his neat handwriting and quick mind into a part-time job, charging the younger kids in the neighborhood for doing their assignments. By high school, he'd been a one-man essay factory, churning out essays on everything from ancient poetry to biology experiments. Back then, it had been a hustle, a way to earn some pocket money. But when Qinghe announced she would be training him, he hadn't expected those endless days of scribbling to come back to haunt him. He stared down at the sheet of paper in front of him, frustration bubbling beneath his calm facade. For the 579th time, he inscribed the same basic symbol with painstaking care, the brush gliding over the paper in smooth strokes. It was a simple pattern, deceptively easy to learn, but maddeningly difficult to perfect. One slight wobble in the line, one stroke too thick or thin, and it was all worthless. Chenren sighed, his grip tightening around the brush as he spotted yet another mistake. The lines were uneven. He crumpled the paper in frustration, tossing it onto the growing pile of rejects before pulling out a fresh sheet to start over. Beside him, Qinghe sat with infuriating serenity, sipping tea as if she had all the time in the world. Careful now, she said without looking at him. The talisman doesn't care about your impatience. The symbols must be precise. A single flawed stroke can make the entire inscription useless or worse, unstable. I'm sure you don't want it blowing up in your hand. Chenren glared at her for a moment, though he quickly schooled his expression back to neutrality. I think I've got that part figured out. Thanks. Qinghee's lips twitched into a knowing smirk, but she said nothing, simply lifting her cup for another sip. She had dragged him here right after he'd informed Tang Shulan that he was safe and that she didn't need to worry when he had thought about learning the disciplines. He hadn't expected to be thrust into hours of grueling practice, learning the basic inscription symbols used in talisman crafting. It sounded straightforward and easy in theory, but in practice, it was maddening. Even the tiniest deviation a millimeter off, an unsteady hand, or ink that dried too quickly meant failure. And failure was all he had to show for the last few hours. He set his jaw, determined to get it right this time. The brush moved across the paper, his focus being his prime goal. Sweat beaded on his brow, his concentration razor sharp. As he worked, he caught Qinghee watching him from the corner of his eye, her expression calm but expectant, as if she were waiting for him to crack under the pressure. He almost groaned loudly for her to hear. "Do you have to sit there and watch me?" he asked, his voice strained as he finished another line. "Of course," she said smoothly. "I wouldn't want you to feel neglected." A moment passed, and another. Chen just stared at her, not knowing if he should give up right away or if he should... What are you staring at? Why aren't you inscribing? Chen put down the brush and flexed his aching wrist, the stiffness beginning to creep up to his forearm. "I'm just tired. My wrist is killing me." He scoffed, setting her teacup down with a faint clink. "Tired? Wrist hurting? That's nothing. You inscribe until your wrist can't move, and then you push past that. That's the way of a talisman master. What I've given you are the basic Tier 1 runic symbols. You should consider yourself lucky I didn't start you off with alchemy. Then you'd be learning the names of 10,000 herbs and their uses." She chuckled, her laugh somehow both light and ominous. "Actually, why don't we make that your next lesson after you've completed 1,000 inscriptions, of course?" Shenren groaned inwardly, dropping his gaze back to the paper. 1,000, he muttered, picking up the brush and dipping it back into the ink. "Why not make it 10,000 while you're at it?" "Don't tempt me," Qinghe replied. Chen sighed heavily and refocused, the tip of his brush hovering over the paper as he prepared to start again. Just as he was about to inscribe the first line, the murmur of conversation drifted over from the other side of the tea shop. Two girls, familiar faces from the marketplace skirmish, were seated a few tables away, Yin Chao and Mei Lian. Since their initial fight, they had apparently gotten closer. Their voices carried just enough for him to catch snippets of their talk. "The city tournament is starting soon," Yin Chao said, excitement evident in her tone. "Are you going to take part?" Mei Lian shook her head, her expression nonchalant. "No, I'm better off cheering from the sidelines this time." "But didn't it get cancelled because of the demonic cultivator attack?" "Nope." Yin Chao wiggled her eyebrows. "It's still on. I heard they're making changes to keep everything secure. Extra guards and all that." Apparently, City Lord Li got angry at the guards on the security of the city, and they had been working hard to ensure the tournament goes on right now. "Really? Then I wonder if Li Xuan is going to participate. I have heard he will. Lots of cultivators are going to participate just to have a shot at challenging him." Mei Lian's eyes widened. "Really? Then maybe I will go watch." Chen couldn't help but smile as he listened. The idea of a city tournament brought a spark of interest to his otherwise grueling day. He had heard about it before, but with everything he had gone through recently, the thought of it had completely left his mind. He turned slightly, his eyes meeting Qinghee's piercing gaze. "What's that grin about? Are you planning to enter the tournament? Or are you just daydreaming again?" Chen shook his head, though his smile didn't fade. "I'm not sure if I'll enter. I haven't decided yet. I can't enter without seeing if there is any prize I want." He tapped his chin thoughtfully, his mind already spinning. "But I do see it as an opportunity." He raised a brow. "What kind of opportunity?" "For business, of course. A tournament means crowds. Crowds mean travelers from nearby villages and towns. It's the perfect chance to attract customers, and I've got so many ideas running through my head." He leaned back, studying him with an amused expression. "You're more of a merchant than a cultivator, aren't you?" Chen shrugged. "Why not both?" He picked up the brush again, his focus sharp. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to finish this before my next big venture. Ching, he scoffed. Well, just don't let your wrist fall off before you reach 1,000 inscriptions. Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Chapter 43. Over the next few days, Chen Ren's body healed with a speed that defied his expectations. The ache in his muscles faded, the faint stings of pain in his ribs dissipated, and soon he felt stronger than he had before the battle. It was as if the ordeal had tempered his flesh, sharpening him like a blade pulled from the forge. He wasn't surprised, knowing pills were a miraculous cure in this world, but knowing and seeing it firsthand was a different experience altogether. The city, too, began to find its usual liveliness once again, the chaos of the demonic rhino attack. So named by the people for the monstrosities that had trampled through the streets had subsided, leaving an uneasy atmosphere in its wake. Despite that, the sound of hammers, striking wood, and laborers' voices filled the city as the wounds started to patch. Rumors were as abundant as the dust kicked up by the repairs. Whispers of arrests carried on the wind. Names of those dragged to the city guard station for interrogation multiplying with each passing day. Chen Ren learned that over half of these individuals were sent to the sect, destined to sit in the purity chamber. A grimace tugged at his lips each time he thought of the chamber, a device designed to crush both body and spirit under its relentless pressure. He could only offer a silent prayer for the poor souls subjected to it. Despite the arrests, no news of the demonic cultivator's capture emerged. The lack of resolution hung over the city like a storm that refused to break. Some proclaimed that the culprit had already been caught. Others speculated that he had fled, vanishing into the night like a shadow. Fools, Ching-He had scoffed over tea one afternoon. If he'd been caught, the city lord would have paraded him in the square by now, perhaps even staged a grand execution to reassure the masses. He might have just fled the city after the commotion he caused. Chen Ren nodded, though he disagreed with the notion that the demonic cultivator had fled. Demonic cultivators were notorious for their madness, but their actions often carried a sinister purpose. Both he and Ye Lan believed that the perpetrator still lurked within the city, biding his time to complete whatever vile quest he pursued. It was scary, especially the feeling of uncertainty. It clawed his insides, over and over whenever he thought of the demonic cultivator, but he refused to let it unbalance him. He got back into his routine, changing his training time to morning due to being wary of the demonic cultivator, and focused on pushing his body and gaining mastery over his techniques every day. His goals remained steadfast, wealth, stability, and a future unmarred by poverty. Whatever chaos lingered in the city, Chen Ren resolved that his ambitions would not fall victim to it. He'd rather think about his businesses and how to grow them. During all this, the city lord's office rolled out the announcements and registration for the long-awaited tournament. Chen Ren guessed that Li Balong was using the tournament as a way to distract the city from the gloom of the demonic cultivator attack. From the conversations he heard on every street, Chen Ren knew it was working. The tournament's rewards were prominently displayed glistening spirit stones, gleaming weapons, rare herbs, and ancient technique manuals. The promises of fortune and fame worked their magic, sparking excitement among cultivators and commoners alike. People spoke in animated tones about the tournament, their words filled with excitement. As he predicted, the city gates were busier than ever, welcoming travelers from nearby villages and towns, all eager to participate or watch the spectacle. The influx of visitors brought more customers to his noodle stall, and Tang Shulan had to work tirelessly to keep up with the demand. Even the perfume shop, now under Tang Yuchu's eye, saw a surge in business. It seemed young village women were particularly drawn to its offerings. And he wasn't the one to complain. Do you know why the perfumes are selling so well lately? Tang Yuchu asked one afternoon, her lips curving in a knowing smile. Enlighten me, Chen Ren replied, counting the day's earnings. This time of year is considered auspicious for marriages. A nascent realm cultivator couple married at the end of summer centuries ago, and ever since, it's become a tradition for weddings, she explained. The women are buying perfumes to stand out more, hoping to attract their destined partners. Chen Ren sighed, regret flashing in his eyes. If I'd known, I could have started a clothing or jewelry business. The profit margins would have been massive. You're already doing well with the stall in the perfume shop, Tang Yuqiu reminded him. Well, I'm not stopping there, he said, though his mind raced, thinking about all the opportunities that lay ahead. He only needed to extend his hand to seize them, especially with his new plan related to the upcoming tournament, which had been impossible to ignore with how loud people were getting about it. Moreover, after spending a few solid minutes staring at the prize list, he made a decision to enter it himself. After all, what could go wrong? Really? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Are you sure you want to enter the tournament? Yellen asked, trailing behind Chen Ren as he followed the crowd in front of him. Once your name is registered, there's no turning back. Chen Ren adjusted the sack on his shoulder, pausing to meet her gaze. Yes, I've already told you why I'm entering. She nodded slowly. For the plot of land and the spirit stones? Not just that, he replied and looked at her. They're offering weapons, technique manuals, herbs, and more. I don't know if I'll take first place. There will be plenty of strong competitors, but I'm confident I can make it to the top 4. That's all I need to secure the spirit stones for an official sect status. Yalen wiggled her tail aimlessly and continued her walk beside him. And you think you can come in the top 4? I've thought this through. By the time the tournament ends, I'll either be on the verge of breaking through to the Qi refinement realm, or maybe I'm already there. Besides, I have a few ideas I plan to test during the matches. If they work out, I'll have an edge over the others. Yalen studied him for a moment, then sighed. I hope you know what you're doing. Just don't get yourself killed for spirit stones. Shenren chuckled, his grip tightening on the sack. Don't worry, I'm not planning on dying anytime soon. I've got too much left to do. Chen Ren adjusted the sack on his shoulder once again, while his eyes moved towards the crowd that had gathered in the streets. The city had become a melting pot of humanity, alive with travelers drawn by the promise of the tournament. He noted their clothes, a mix of sturdy village, garb, and modestly refined attire, with an occasional flash of more affluent silks. Their expressions varied, some wide-eyed with wonder, others brimming with anticipation, and a few carrying the jaded look of seasoned wanderers. Among the throng, he caught snippets of conversations, some laced with accents unfamiliar to his ears. It was clear the tournament had cast its net far and wide, drawing people from distant regions. The sheer size of the crowd made maneuvering through the streets a challenge, and Chen Ren had to carefully sidestep a group of travelers gawking at a nearby herbal stall. As he walked, his thoughts shifted to the implications of the crowd. This is bigger than I thought. The city lord's office really knows how to put on a show. Soon, the imposing structure of the city lord's office stood right ahead of him. Unlike the streets, which were filled with commoners, the area around the office teemed with cultivators. Chen Ren's sharp senses picked up on the subtle aura fluctuations in the air and the resolute gazes on display. Most of them were body-forging realm cultivators, their cultivation levels no lower than the 5th star. Sprinkled among them were Qi refinement realm cultivators, though none seemed to have surpassed the 2nd star. What caught Chen Ren's attention most, however, was how young some of them looked. Many of them looked barely adult, some even appearing to have only recently stepped into their teenage years. I didn't expect so many teenagers here. Although the tournament is only for early realm cultivators, I had no idea so many of them were there around Cloud Mist City, he thought to himself. Chen Ren knew the unspoken rules of such events. While the tournament was open to body forging and lower Qi refinement realm cultivators, those who had already climbed higher in the latter realm wouldn't bother. Competing at this level would only tarnish their reputation. And most high-star Qi refinement cultivators were already members of sects. For those gathered here, the tournament was an opportunity. Many of them are likely hoping to catch the eye of sect recruiters, especially those from the Soaring Sword sect, Chen Ren thought, his lips curving into a faint smirk. A good performance here could serve as a backdoor into a sect, bypassing the grueling entrance examinations. Though he was sure there were also quite a lot of people who were only after glory and rewards, like him. Lost in thought, he made his way through the crowd, eventually reaching the upper floors where the registration desks were set up. The air here buzzed with excitement, but also quite nervousness. Lines stretched long with eager and too happy to be here participants. Chen Ren scanned the faces at the desks and immediately spotted a familiar figure. Liu Wen, flanked by his usual colleagues, sat at the head of one of the lines. He looked as bored as ever, casually tossing a wooden token between his fingers as he processed registrations. Chen Ren joined the line, his gaze sweeping over the cultivators around him. He couldn't help but size them up, noting their postures, weapons, and subtle giveaways of their strength. Some exuded confidence, others carried the nervous energy of their first competition, and a few kept their expressions guarded, their intentions unreadable. As he waited, he glanced again at Liu Wen. The man hadn't noticed him yet, too engrossed in talking to the cultivators. Let's see how many of these people are real competition, he thought, sending a signal to Yalen while he bided his time. Chen Ren stood casually in line, his sack of potatoes resting against his shoulder. Yalen perched on his other shoulder, her amber eyes gleaming with mischief. Despite her playful demeanor, she was quietly doing what she did best in allying the crowd. That one, she whispered, her tail flicking toward a tall young man clad in leather armor. 7th star of body forging, but look at his stance. He favors his right side, probably a lingering injury in his left leg. Chen Ren nodded slightly, letting her observations sink in. And the one with the spear. Yalan squinted, her sharp gaze scanning the young woman gripping the polished weapon. 1st star of chi refinement. Decent aura control, but she's gripping the spear too tightly. I don't think she has a lot of practice with it. Her ability to gauge someone's strengths and weaknesses at a glance was uncanny, and Chen Ren felt a small swell of gratitude for her presence. Without her, he wouldn't know for sure who he needed to be at guard against. He smirked, passing the time with her commentary until the line finally shuffled forward enough for him to step up to the counter. Liu Wen, seated behind the desk, looked up and immediately broke into a grin. Ah, Chen Ren. Didn't think I'd see you here, Liu Wen said, his tone both friendly and surprised. His gaze drifted to Yalen for a moment before turning towards the sack on his shoulder. And what's that? Chen Ren shifted the sack slightly. Potatoes. Liu Wen blinked. Potatoes? What for? He asked. And are you really entering the tournament? I decided to enter after seeing the rewards for the tournament, Chen Ren said, setting the sack down with a soft thud. As for these, I plan to do something with them and sell them during the event. Potatoes, Liu Wen repeated, his brows furrowing. You think people will buy them? I mean, your noodles are already a hit. Those would probably sell better, Chen Ren chuckled, knowing where he was coming from. I'm not just selling potatoes. You'll see once you're there. I don't think it'll disappoint you. Liu Wen leaned back in his chair, grinning. Yeah, I'm sure of it. I'm already a big fan of your noodles. Whatever dish you make out of those potatoes, I'll be first in line. With that, he reached under the counter and pulled out a registration form, sliding it across the table toward Chen Ren. Here you go. Fill this out. The prizes and entry fees are listed at the bottom. Make sure to double-check everything. Chen Ren picked up the form, his gaze flicking over the details. The structure was straightforward, with a steep entry fee of 100 silver wen, which fortunately, he could pay without issue. Participants recommended by the Soaring Sword Sect or the City Lord's office were exempt from the fee. His mind worked quickly, already calculating the cost-benefit ratio of the entry fee compared to the rewards. He skimmed through the tournament rules, noting that the event would consist of 5 rounds, starting with a chaotic battle royale, followed by increasingly intense one-on-one duels. The schedule was grueling, with matches running 16 hours a day, so it could finish within the allocated time. The venue a grand arena in the upper streets. Then his eyes fell on the rewards, neatly outlined in a bold, eye-catching box. The Grand Cloud Miss City Tournament. Tournament rewards. Top 8, top 4, runner-up, winner. Chen Ren's lips curled into a small smile as he read the list. He sent a mental message to Yalen. See, if I won, there'd be plenty of benefits. Yalen's voice chimed back in his mind, dripping with doubt. Do you really think you can win? There are lots of people stronger than you here. Chen Ren's smile didn't falter. Maybe, but I've got plans. Reaching the top 8 should be easy enough. Once I'm there, I can fight my way to the semifinals, maybe even the finals. And even if I don't get the plot, those spirit stones will be more than enough to buy it. The feline spirit hummed thoughtfully. You're ambitious, I'll give you that. But ambition without strength is just a fool's dream. Chen Ren chuckled. Good thing I plan on having both. Chen Ren moved to the counter, picked up the form, and began writing down his details. As he wrote, the hum of the crowd behind him suddenly quieted, replaced by a loud, arrogant voice. Hey, get out of the way! The young master of the Kang clan is here to register. Clear the path or face the consequences. Chenren turned his head, his quill pausing mid-stroke. A scrawny man stood pointing a trembling finger at him. His expression twisted with self-importance. Behind him stood the supposed young master, a cultivator whose aura screamed peak body forging realm. His tailored outfit exuded wealth, and his long, flowing purple hair stood out from everyone within the vicinity. Chen Ren's brows arched slightly. Dye? Or some weird cultivation technique? He knew that martial techniques could have those side effects, and as a reason, cultivators often had a variety of colored hair. Sorry, Chen Ren said calmly, turning back to his form. I'm registering right now. If you want to register, you'll need to wait at the back of the line like everyone else. The atmosphere grew tense immediately. Chen Ren saw Liu Wen's gaze drop nervously to the desk as whispers rippled through the room. He looked back. The scrawny man looked stunned, his finger frozen midpoint. Then, his face turned beet red. Didn't you hear me? The young master Kang Rui is here? The servant barked. Give him face, or you'll regret it, Chen Ren, shifting his focus back on his form, replied evenly. What can he do? Before the servant could respond, the young master strode forward. Hearing the loud thuds of footwork, Chen Ren looked up. Seems like the form will have to wait a little. Kang Rui's eyes glinted dangerously as he sized Chen Ren up, his hands placed on his hips as if he was ready to launch into an attack. Are you doubting my ability to do something to you? He asked, his voice reverberating through the room. Who are you even? Chen Ren, he replied without any hesitation. Kang Rui's narrowed eyes lit up with recognition in an instant. The young master's lips curled into a sneer. Ah, Chen Ren, the one working with Tang Yuchu in that little perfume business. His voice carried a dismissive tone. I've heard of you briefly. I never expected you'd be so brazen. If you're trying to run a business, you should know better than to go against the interests of the major clans. Chen Ren's expression remained neutral as he straightened, folding his arms. I'm not going against the Kang clan, or even you. I'm just pointing out that you simply need to wait in line for your turn to register. And if you can't even understand such a common sense, I doubt you'll amount to anything. The words hit like a slap, the room falling deathly silent as every gaze locked on the young master. His aura flared, his face twisting in rage. You dare insult me? He snarled, his voice echoing through the chamber. You won't get out of here alive. Without warning, he lashed out, his fist surging forward with a burst of wind, the pressure sharp enough to rustle the papers on Liu Wen's desk. The sheer force of the strike made the weaker cultivators in the room step back instinctively, but Chen Ren didn't flinch. His eyes locked onto the incoming punch, calmly stepping aside as the strike barely grazed his robes. The young master's power wavered, the energy dissipating mid-strike as his overzealous attack faltered. The room erupted in murmurs, astonishment flashing across the onlookers' faces. Chen Ren's calm composure contrasted sharply with the young master's now frustrated expression. Is that it? You'll have to do better than that if you plan to keep your threats. Kang Rui stared at his fist in disbelief, then glanced around the room. His entire face twisted into an ugly, angry face as he barked. What just happened? Why didn't my attack work? Chen Ren shook his head and looked around. There are arrays around here, he explained calmly. This is the City Lord's office. They block any technique that uses even a bit of qi. You won't be able to fight here, no matter how hard you try. That earned him another life. Threatening glare from Kang Ru, his jaw tightening. I don't need qi to deal with someone like you, he spat, taking a step forward. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow as he skegged disappointedly. You really are an idiot, aren't you? Do you realize where we are? He gestured subtly around the room, the faint insignia of the city lord visible above the registration desk. If you try anything here, it means you are openly disrespecting the city lord's authority. The guards will come, and they won't care who your clan is. They'll drag you away in front of everyone. And with this audience, Chenren tilted his head slightly toward the room, full of amused onlookers. Why sully your clan's name for nothing? The young master froze, his gaze darting around. For the first time, he seemed to truly notice the growing crowd of spectators. Many of them were openly smirking or suppressing laughter. His cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and he clenched his fists tightly. Finally, he jabbed a finger at Chenren. Fine, he snapped. Meet me outside when you're done. Let's settle this properly. Chen-Ren snickered, shaking his head. Number, once again, you fail to grasp the situation. The city is crawling with guards due to the demonic cultivator attacks and the influx of travelers for the tournament. If you try anything outside, they'll intervene. And trust me, the consequences will be far worse than just a scolding here. You'll be dragged away like a common thug. He paused, letting his words sink in, then added with a touch of finality. Don't be so stupid. Go to the back of the line and wait your turn. Let me finish my registration in peace. Without waiting for a response, Chen Ren turned back to his form, his quill gliding across the parchment as if the entire exchange had already been forgotten. From the corner of his eye, he saw the young master huff angrily and stomp to the back of the line, his servant trailing behind him. Kang Rui's eyes, however, never left Chen Ren, glaring daggers at him the entire way. Chen Ren smirked to himself, the corner of his lips curling. Liu Wen leaned in slightly, whispering, Do you really have to antagonize him? He's not just some nobody. The Kang clan is influential, and he's rumored to be one of the prospective semi-finalists this year. Unlike Bai Shen, he's well-trained and has proper backing. Chen Ren finished the last stroke of his name and set the quill down, his smirk widening. I didn't do anything. He got angry all on his own, he shrugged. Besides, I don't care about angering him. In fact, I'd say it's better this way. Better? Liu Wen blinked, confused. Why? Chen Ren leaned slightly against the counter, his expression turning sly. Because I needed someone like him for my plans, he said, his voice low but confident. Influential, hot-blooded, dumb, and easy to manipulate. He's perfect. Liu Wen's confusion deepened. What kind of plans? Chen Ren chuckled, picking up his form and handing it over. Let's just say it'll all make sense during the tournament. Like the potatoes, he patted the sack slung over his shoulder. You'll see soon enough. I promise it won't disappoint. Liu Wen could only shake his head, muttering, You're either a genius or a madman. Chen Ren grinned. Why not both? Asterisk, 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 AN. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. P.S. To all the authors sending me shout-out swap messages, please text me on Discord. I do try to help out newbies, but I don't like the RR messaging system. Our gods don't mind it. So please text there. My ID, BB0162. Chapter 44. The registration process was quick and easy. Once Chen Ren was done, he turned around and headed straight to meet Tang Shulan. He wanted to talk about their plans for the upcoming tournament. She had been single-handedly managing the noodle stall during his recent busy days. To his pleasant surprise, she had not only maintained their regular customer base, but also managed to increase it significantly. It was mainly due to the influx of travelers in the city who'd created a rush, and she had smartly capitalized on it. On the other hand, their partnership had grown stronger. She continued to give him daily records every night once he was free, and she even suggested ideas regarding the business. One idea she brought up stood out to him. She had proposed that they actually hire the street kids that had been helping them around. That was an interesting proposition, and initially, Chen Ren hesitated, unsure of the idea of formalizing their roles. But after giving it some thought, he realized that it made sense. The kids were already involved in the business, and giving them proper jobs would keep them away from dangerous paths like theft and banditry. Even though he didn't like to admit it, The kids gave him a sense of responsibility. Regardless, beyond that, with the tournament drawing closer and the crowds expected to swell, he would need every available hand to maximize profits and not get overwhelmed in the process. Therefore, after considering the logistics, he set their wages at 3 silver wen a month. It was a modest sum but would suffice for their needs, and, alongside the salary, they would receive free meals. Shenren smiled at the thought. It was a fair deal for now, though he planned to increase their pay once the business expanded further. The kids would become an important part of the business's operations, just like Shulan, whose contributions since the beginning had proven invaluable. While Shulan handled the stall and prepared for the tournament rush, Chenren focused his attention on his cultivation. He knew that if he wanted to make an impact in the tournament, his skills would need to be razor sharp. His lightning techniques remained his ace, but he wasn't content to rely solely on them. So, he threw himself into learning talismans and array formations. Tournament rules forbade the use of pills, but talismans and arrays were permitted, but only if the competitors themselves created them. That stipulation worked in his favor, as it allowed him to lean into his growing expertise in the disciplines. Even so, the speed with which he was learning them wasn't enough to satisfy him. According to Qing he was making decent progress and might even be talented in the disciplines, but until he learned to apply arrays and talismans into battles, he wouldn't be able to make full use of them. To circumvent that, he decided to intensify his training. On a crisp morning, just days before the competition, Chenren went deep into the forest. Yalen walked behind him, keeping track of his steps. The forest was alive with the sounds of birds and rustling leaves, and the eerie feeling of the beasts who roamed inside it. But the location was perfect. No prying eyes, no one to disturb. He could simply practice his combat techniques, test the limits of his talismans, and sharpen his arrays. Chenren inhaled deeply and felt the pulse of his chi as he centered himself. He was crouched low in the undergrowth while his heart thudded in his chest. He turned his head slightly as he looked at the cat behind him. "Do you really think this is a good idea?" "We could just find something else, you know?" Yalen flicked her tail lazily in a nearby branch. "If you can't handle a Tier 1 Duskwolf, you're not going to defeat anyone in the tournament." Chenren sighed, his gaze shifting back to the clearing ahead. Just beyond the underbrush, a wolf stood over a torn, unrecognized carcass, its sharp fangs tearing brutally through flesh. Its dark, mottled gray coat was streaked with blood, which dripped from the raw meat it savored. It was the sheer size of the creature twice that of a normal wolf, with the girth of a full-grown cattle that sent a chill down his spine, combined with the feral glint in its eyes, and the blood-stained moth. Why does she always find the scariest ones? Chenren wondered, his jaw tightening. This may be Yalen's way of toughening his mental state, forcing him to confront his fears head-on. If that was her goal, it wasn't helping. Turning back to Yalen, he conversed through his mind. "You know very well that a Tier 1 beast just means it's in the body-forging realm. That thing looks like it's at the peak of it." Yalen yawned, unbothered. "It's around your level," she replied, her voice sounding as if it was almost mocking his fears. "You've got your tricks. Try not to act so scared every time. We both know you have the confidence to beat it, especially after that rhino." Chenren winced at the mention of the rhino. The memory of the terrifying beast was still a fresh wound, but Yalen's words struck a chord. Compared to that monstrous creature, this wolf seemed manageable, probably, but staying here hidden wouldn't do any of them any favors. He had to move forward to fight it. He let out a long breath, pushing the fear aside. "Yeah, I know." He shifted his focus, replaying the lessons he'd learned from the rhino fight in his mind. Then, steeling himself, he rose from his hiding spot and stepped out into the clearing. The Duskwolf immediately snapped its head up, blood dripping from the sides of its mouth as it locked eyes with him. Its lips curled into what could only be described as a cruel smirk, as though it had just found its next meal. It leaned backwards and aimed at Chenren without hesitation, and leapt towards him. The snarly thing clawed the air, wanting to catch Chenren. Just then, his hand shot into his pocket, pulling out a Tier 1 fire talisman. He infused it with a spark of his lightning chi. The talisman burned with an intense black smoke, and for a fleeting moment, He felt as if his own hand was on fire. A surge of energy washed through him. Then, nothing. The energy disappeared into the air without a trace. His eyes widened in horror as he realized what had just happened. Fuck, he cursed, leaping to the side using lightning step. Just as the Duskwolf's claws raked the spot where he'd stood, Chen Ren saw the long nails scraping the dirty soil and leaving marks in its wake. Landing in a crouch, Chen Ren turned to see the Duskwolf pivoting. Its glowing eyes locked on him as it prepared for another attack. Its speed was relentless, and it was already on him before he could fully regain his footing. He sidestepped its swipe at the last moment, his fist snapping out in retaliation. His strike connected with the beast's flank, sending it tumbling away. The impact left a slight scorch mark on its fur from Chen Ren's lightning chi. The Duskwolf rose again, growling, its fur now singed, but the monster didn't seem to care. Chen Ren straightened, his breathing steadying as he met its gaze. "All right, you mangy mutt," he muttered, his eyes narrowing. "Let's see what you've got." Although he knew the brainless beast didn't understand his words, the Duskwolf's actions spoke otherwise. It charged toward him, its claws slicing through the air and blood that was previously on its face, splattering everywhere. Chen Ren's pulse quickened, but he didn't hesitate. He pulled the small pouch from his belt and sprinkled a fine white powder onto the ground in front of him, forming a circle. His hands moved quickly, reaching for the 2 talismans he'd created earlier. As the Duskwolf neared, he began chanting softly under his breath. His heartbeat thudded in his ears as he concentrated, praying that everything would go as planned this time. The powder on the ground turned orange as it began to burn. The scent of it rose in the air like incense. He looked up from the circle and saw that the angry Duskwolf almost had him. But before it could reach him, it slammed into an invisible wall with a loud thud. The transparent barrier shimmered before it, crackling faintly from the impact, holding the wolf back. Chen Ren's face lit up with a satisfied grin. The array had worked. Quickly, he held one of the talismans and activated it. This time, the talisman ignited correctly, forming a fireball. He did the same with the second talisman, and 2 fireballs materialized in the air, their flames roaring and flickering as they hurtled toward the wolf. The Duskwolf howled in pain as the fireballs struck its side, scorching its fur and skin. The beast stumbled back, trying desperately to retreat, but its movements were sluggish, weighed down by all the burnt marks. It could only stagger for a few moments before collapsing, its body twitching as it lay motionless in the dirt, a charred carcass. Chen Ren stood there, his breath coming in heavy gasps, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He watched the remains of the Duskwolf, the fireballs having done their work. As he slowly relaxed, he glanced down at the array's barrier, now cracking and fading. He let out a long breath. Well, that's not as good as I expected. Yalen emerged from the underbrush, her tail swaying in the air. She glanced at the shattered Duskwolf carcass, and then at the barrier's cracks. At least, unlike last time, you didn't trap yourself in the barrier and have to break it to get out. Chen Ren gave a wry smile, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, my chant was wrong then. This time, I messed up with the first talisman too. I'm not sure if I did something wrong while burning it or if the rune was just messed up. Probably the latter. He shook his head in frustration. I need more practice with these before I can use them in the tournament. Do you really think it'll work against cultivators? She asked. You were able to kill the wolf because it was distracted by the barrier, but cultivators would have movement techniques, and your fireballs are still pretty slow. Chen Ren exhaled through his mouth as he thought about her words. It was true. Cultivators could move at incredible speeds, and his fireballs, while effective against a distracted, brainless beast, would be likely easy to dodge in a real fight. But this was just the beginning. He still had a lot to learn and refine before he could stand toe-to-toe with skilled cultivators in the tournament. I'll figure something out. I have to. I'm not going to let something like speed stop me from winning this. Chen Ren stood silently for a moment, his mind racing as he stared at the remnants of the Duskwolf's carcass. His eyes drifted from the deceased beast towards Yalen, who was laid next to it. Slowly, he began to form an idea in his mind. a strategy that didn't rely solely on brute force. He turned to Yellen, speaking as though he had come to a realization. Actually, he started by saying, a small smile already forming in his lips, I'm not going to use arrays or talismans necessarily for direct attacks. They'll be more like distractions. Distractions? Chen Ren nodded, glancing down at the white powder that was still scattered on the ground. He gathered the remaining powder into a small pouch. Unlike talismans, which could be prepared ahead of time, arrays required specific materials, precise placements, and proper chance to activate. They were more like rituals, complicated and needing extra caution. The tier -1 arrays, at least, were straightforward. They only needed the powder, a bit of chi from the air, and a chant, but even that was tricky. He had to position the powder just right for the array to function, and even the slightest disturbance could ruin everything. Chen Ren didn't fully understand how they worked, but that didn't bother him much. What mattered to him were the results. Till now, he'd only been able to study barrier arrays. Although he had made progress in talismans, he knew he needed to learn more about how to use them. Creatively, Yalen had talked about it a lot, but battles weren't really time-consuming. He also had experiences in the fights he'd taken part in. A well-paced strike or a clever use of resources could decide the outcome in just a few moves, especially against weak cultivators. And that's why he needed to focus on innovation. He had to find a way to break through any challenge that he might face during the tournament, using more than just the expected techniques. As Chen Ren continued to ponder his strategies, his gaze shifted to Yelan, who was casually swiping at the air with her claws to kill a bug that had been bothering her. She did it fluidly and effortlessly, her eyes momentarily gleaming before returning to their usual calm. It was a sight that momentarily distracted him, but then something clicked in his mind. Hey, Yalen, he asked. His eyes squinted as his curiosity got the best of him. Don't you know a lot of techniques? Yalen tilted her head slightly, her gaze meeting his as she replied nonchalantly. Yes, but I don't know any lightning techniques. As you know, the element I mostly deal with is fire. Chen Ren nodded, already knowing about her fire affinity, but a thought sparked in his mind. But don't you have other techniques that don't require a fire affinity? Yalen paused for a moment, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. She fluttered her tail irritatedly. I do, but they aren't easy to learn, nor would you be able to master them in such a short time before the tournament. Most of the techniques I know are quite advanced. Chen Ren smiled, the excitement in his eyes clear. That is okay. I can take it easy with the martial techniques, but I would like you to teach me a small trick before the tournament. Asterisk, asterisk. Asterisk. Li Xuan's sword cut through the air, the blade loudly striking the massive ancient tree. Each hit sent splinters of lightning into the branches, yet the tree stood firm, barely even dented. Sweat beaded on his brow, but he didn't stop, swinging his blade again and again. With every strike, his mind focused inward, tracing the steps of his martial Tao, the path of the sword. Every cut had to be precise, every movement had to have exact intent. If there was no reason behind the strike, then it was nothing but aimless flailing, a waste of energy. The strikes needed purpose. They needed to be driven by the desire to cut through everything in their path. This was the essence of the first art of the 7 sword arts. 1/strike. He had been working tirelessly toward mastering it, trying to use every movement with clarity, to know and face anyone or anything that had come across him in his sword. It wasn't easy, but he pushed himself forward. His sword rang out as it struck the bark again. The tree's wood cracked slightly, but it did not give. Li Xuan's jaw tightened, frustration bubbling up. He had to push past this barrier. He had to make this tree fall. Then, a shout interrupted his rhythm, cutting through the tension of the moment. Senior Li Xuan, you have been called by Master. Li Xuan's blade froze mid-swing. With a deep breath, he stepped back, sheath in hand, and turned to see one of his fellow disciples standing a few feet away. He nodded and placed the sword across his back, straightening his posture. All right, Li Xuan said. He moved through the familiar corridors of the soaring sword sex training grounds. The path to his master's room felt heavy, knowing there was always something behind his words and intent, a goal, a lesson, and most of the time, a sense of superiority. His master's presence always made the disciples feel small, not only because of his vast knowledge and experience, but also because of the high expectations he set for his favorite disciples. Though he prided himself in overcoming each one of his expectations, when he reached his master's chambers, he paused to bow, lowering his head in deference. "Master Xiaosheng, you called for me." Master Xiaosheng, one of the core elders of the sect, sat in a chair, his robes flowing elegantly around him. His eyes were sharp as he looked at Li Xuan, trailing his eyes down the tall frame. His presence was as commanding as ever, his cultivation level firmly rooted in the core formation stage. His long, silvery beard swayed slightly as he breathed deeply. "Ah, Li Xuan, you are here. I've heard of your request to go back to Cloud Mist City to participate in the city tournament. I'm allowing you to go, but I want you to promise me something." Li Xuan straightened, concerned, flickering in his eyes, but he kept his voice steady. "What is it, Master?" Master Xiaosheng's gaze hardened, his eyes narrowing as he stroked his beard slowly. "Win it. You are a core disciple of mine, Li Xuan. If you lose, it will bring shame to both me and the sect. I am only allowing you to interact with the mortal world because you have shown great progress in your cultivation. Otherwise, you would have remained isolated until you entered the Foundation Establishment realm. You know that we cultivators must remind the mortal population that we are above them." Li Xuan winced, the weight of his master's words sinking in. The sect's disdain for the mortal world and their belief in their superiority was something he had grown accustomed to, though it still stung. He lowered his head respectfully. "I understand. Master, I will make sure to win." Master Xiaosheng nodded approvingly, but his expression remained stern. "Good. Also, there is something else." "Yes, Master. A demonic cultivator has recently been on the rise in the city. While it is unlikely you will cross paths with him, if you do, I want you to kill him and bring his head back here. A mere demonic cultivator should be easy for you to handle, and it will curry favor with the sect leader." Li Xuan's eyes hardened, a cold flicker of recognition crossing his gaze. The idea of dealing with a demonic cultivator wasn't a new one. Such threats were often dealt swiftly within the sect. But he understood that this wasn't just a matter of duty, it was an opportunity to show his worth. Although his master had talked about it casually, he knew that he only did so because he wanted Li Xuan to kill the demonic cultivator. Speaking straight to the point wasn't his master's way of doing things, and he had gotten used to it during his time in the sect. But some questions arose in his mind when he thought about the demonic cultivator. Li Xuan hesitated for a moment, then looked up at his master. "How will I find him, Master?" Master Xiaosheng scoffed, his expression hardening. The corner of his lips turned upwards as his hands flew into the air. "You can figure that out yourself," he said with disdain. "Do I have to tell you everything? You have a brain of your own, so use it." Li Xuan immediately nodded and bowed again. "Will do, Master. I will find that demonic cultivator and bring the head back here." When he lifted his head up, Master Xiaosheng waved his hand dismissively, signaling the end of the conversation. "Now go. It will take time for you to reach the city." Li Xuan nodded, but the next part of his words made him wince. "And remember to stay away from mortals, even if your mother is one." Li Xuan barely held back a frown from covering his face. He couldn't help but let the bitter feeling of those words sting his throat. He flinched at the tone and the intent, his grip tightening around the hem of his robes. His mother, a mortal. That reminder never failed to sting. To him, it was not a big deal, but for his master, it only meant that half of his blood was dirty, having barely any worth. His heart felt heavy. He wanted to talk against his master and reveal his true feelings about the matter, but he simply nodded obediently. "Yes, Master," Li Xuan said. With that, he turned and exited the room, the weight of the conversation settling on his shoulders. His footsteps were heavy as he moved through the familiar halls of the sect. The path ahead was clear but difficult. He had to participate in the tournament, face whatever challenges it brought, and, in the meantime, figure out the whereabouts of the demonic cultivator his master wanted him to eliminate. But that didn't stop the last words of his master from bothering him. Instead of heading straight for the exit, Li Xuan found himself walking back toward the tree where he had been practicing earlier. The ancient tree still stood, its bark unharmed by his previous attempts. My mother being a mortal doesn't mean she is lowly or dirty, he muttered, picking up his sword and continuing his spar with the tree. I will prove you wrong. I will prove everyone wrong. Training always made his head weigh less in his thoughts. Numwich was exactly what he needed after talking to Master Xiaosheng. Asterisk, 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 A and N. You can read 30 chapters, 15 Magus Reborn, and 15 Tao of Money on my Patreon. Chapter 45. Hello, everyone. I would first like to thank you all for reading and helping me out on my journey to be a writer and work on Tao of Money. I started this last year, and it is now close to 5K followers with Book 1 over on Patreon. But I am not here to just thank you all. A good friend of mine, Old Folks, Ultimate Level 1 recommended. I set up an annual membership for my readers on Patreon with 20% discount. So if you buy it, you are only paying for 10 months, but getting the advanced chapters for a year. I have already turned the feature on the Patreon, and if any one of you is interested, they can take a look at my Patreon. For your information, you would also get Magus Reborn annual subscription for the same price. Link is in the author's note. I hope a few of you would be interested in this, even if you aren't. Thank you so much for reading Tao of Money and giving so many kind comments.